right, man. Welcome to fucking Tommy Ray Hanley's world famous podcast. How you doing, big dog?
Just chilling, having a good New Year's Day.
Did you guys end up doing anything for the new year?
No, just kind of lounged about. Took the extra time off to just kind of relax, recuperate from the end of the year gatherings.
Hell yeah. I I worked, so I didn't get to do nothing really. But I mean,
Got to make that bread.
yeah. Luckily, Anthony got to do like he got to go out with like a friend and stuff, and they did stuff for the new year, the holiday.
I mean, anything like super fun, or did they just
Yeah, they went to like
kind of do?
I think they went to like main event and stuff like that. So
That's always a good time.
yeah, they got to go
Gotta
like
love some good bowling.
right.
I heard they have. I haven't been there in a while. I heard they have like a like a rope catwalk thing up there you can try out. I haven't tried it out.
Yeah, it's I mean it's not like super wild, but like it's definitely there. Like it's definitely you can tell more for kids, but
Well, yeah. I mean, you don't want like 6 year olds breaking their hips on it and stuff, but it still sounds like something that'd be fun for younger people.
yeah, it's no action park,
Oh man.
bruh. So would you have gone to action park?
I mean, as a 10-year-old, yeah, probably.
I mean, not even as like a 10-year old, as like I don't know, like a teenager or like early 20s man.
I don't know. Maybe. I guess I don't know. That may be touching grass a little too much for me, but it could be fun. It's a cool idea.
What about with Coke involved?
Oh, I mean, it's not, it's not really a question at that point. It's just trying to remember if I did it or not.
Fair enough. Oh shit.
I mean, if you're gonna give me energy, then that's a different story. But
Hey man, I will neither confirm nor deny any substances that I am gonna that I would give.
oh, see, and that's kind of more concerning. You got to know what's going in your body.
That's fair. You know, I guess there is a lesson in that, huh? Fucking, just like with what you eat and whatnot, drink and all that. You gotta make sure that the drugs you're doing are healthy too, even if
Well, I
they're
mean,
like
yeah.
hard
So
drugs.
yeah, so even like, well, even taken apart from hard drugs, like, so my family has high blood pressure, like in our line and stuff like that, and
Hmm.
so I specifically stay away from like Aleve and stuff because
Oh yeah,
Aleve has adverse effects with like heart medications and stuff. So I don't want to get used to that being my go-to, and then at some point in my life be put on a blood pressure medication, and then I no longer can take that. And now I have to figure out, okay, what the hell works for me now if I can't have Aleve? So I just never take. I haven't had Aleve since I was like 6.
that's fair. Uh, well, it's a good thing you didn't fuck around and like choose Bayer. I don't know if you had seen anything about that, but over the past couple years, Bayer's been in like hot water for like fucking people up. Like it's been in like multiple class action lawsuits all of a sudden.
I mean, it doesn't surprise me. So honestly, a lot of the companies that made medications and stuff, that got really big pre like I don't know, the 2010s before you had quite as much information on studies like publicly available through the internet. A lot of those companies, they've had people doing like meta-analyses on all their drugs, and they just keep finding company after company that has stuff that really isn't the best for you, even if it did its prescribed usage.
Okay, so this is from September. Um, says Bayer to pay $40 million to resolve the alleged use of kickbacks and false statements relating to three drugs. It has something to do with a whistleblower. Okay, so it's not. I don't think Bayer directly. It says Bayer Corp Do do do. Yeah, Bayer Corp and its related entities, Bayer Healthcare Pharmaceuticals, Bayer Healthcare LLC, Bayer AG, collectively Bayer, have agreed to pay $40 million to resolve alleged violations to the False Claims Act in connection with the drugs Trasolol, Avalox, and Baycol. The statement, yes. Oh, the settlement. Settlement announced today arose from two whistleblower lawsuits filed and pursued by Lori Simpson, a former employee of Bayer who worked in its marketing department.
So it sounds like they were paying people to not yell at them for saying that their drugs were going to do something they couldn't do. It doesn't sound like it's doing stuff adversely. Like it sounds like the drugs were probably doing what they were made to do, but not what they were marketed to do.
That's fair.
It'd be like, all right, Viagra makes you have an erection lasting up to 4 hours, yada yada yada. But don't worry, if it lasts for 10 hours, you're fine. Nothing's going to happen to you. When we know factually that that's very dangerous.
Now now I'm finding something from December saying now that Bayer's agreeing to pay almost 700 million for some shit. But I don't know. I mean, it's the St. Louis Dispatch. They're not the worst.
You got to think though,
publication.
that's 700 million and Bayer's probably going to just keep going on and being fine as a company because pharmaceuticals are just that blown out of proportion financially speaking that 700 million that's probably like chump change to Bayer. But for everyone else, you're like, oh my God, that's so much money. They must have really fucked up. But in reality, it could be like 2% of their annual earnings, and that's the cap on the penalty, and so that's what they got.
Oh shit! This one is actually a lot more intense. So Bayer is going to be paying like the state of Oregon 698 million to end a lawsuit over PCB pollution associated with products made by Monsanto, the agriculture giant it now owns. And the state's attorney announced that Thursday. So, this was December 15th. So, recently. Says the largest environmental damage recovery in Oregon's history and magnitudes larger than any other state settlement over PCB contamination by Monsanto.
So did Bayer buy a company that specializes in agriculture then?
It looks like it. So it says... Oh. Okay. Yeah, it says Bayer said in a statement that the settlement over legacy Monsanto PCB products fully resolves all Oregon's claims and releases the company from any future liability. And the Oregon agreement contains no admission of liability or wrongdoing by the company.
Yeah, it sounds like they acquired a company that was doing shady shit, and they're just paying off to get that out of the water because they don't condone that kind of stuff, which makes sense. But it's also kind of curious that they would acquire a PCB company. Like, I don't...
Fuck. So it says the settlement terms reflect the unique challenges and trial procedures in this Oregon venue, even though Monsanto... Oh, God. Ad went away and it moved everything. Voluntarily ceased production of PCBs in 1977 and never manufactured, use, or dispose of PCBs in Oregon, it said. The settlement stems from a lawsuit filed by Oregon against Monsanto in 2018, claiming the company's products polluted the state for 90 years until PCBs were banned in the 1970s. Which is a fuckload. PCBs, or polychlorinated biphenyls, were used in many industrial and commercial applications, including paint, coolants, sealants, and hydraulic fluids. And apparently they still contaminate Oregon's landfills and riverbeds and show up in fish and wildlife. Oh, hell yeah, dude.
That's not good.
Monsanto, which is based in Missouri, produced them from like 1935.
Yeah, naturally, because Missouri don't give a fuck about pollution.
Yeah, dude, our rivers are fucked.
To be fair, though, you're saying 1930s. It's very well they didn't know there was something to pollute in them at the time. That's why you see so many things in the early to late teens now is we have the technology and we have the the funds to research stuff that just, what was it, the 90s before asbestos was, started to be proven
Yeah,
to be wrong. Like clearly, like their goal wasn't to kill people with it or anything, but technology caught up to where we could figure out, oh, hey, this isn't good for us. We probably shouldn't put it in our homes.
right. Yeah, that's
That
just
said, just because you know something's bad for you doesn't mean people are going to stop. I mean, cigarettes, alcohol, perfect examples.
yeah. Dude, it's just so wild though. Like, dude, what the fuck is going on with Bayer? Like, there's apparently just a lot of Bayer lawsuits going on.
I mean, any pharmaceutical company is going to have a lot going on at any given time. Um, like I guarantee if you looked into Advil or Tylenol, like Advil, you'd probably look in, there'd be lawsuits over, you know, heart related deaths, or like Tylenol for stomach pump expenses, and
That's
ibuprofen
true.
for, reducing the immune efficiency in people. Like there's tons of things that all these medications that are just over the shelf common will do to people in extreme doses. That's why we have all these warning labels. But the reality is, someone, like for example with Tylenol, you're only supposed to have, what is it, 2,000 or 4,000 milligrams a day. I can't remember which one it is. But your average adult needs to take like 4 of the pills for it to do anything, which is, I think, like half the daily dose.
Yeah.
And they'll take it every 4 hours as described on the pill bottle. Well, yeah, they don't read that up to the cap part, and then people are having to go get their stomachs pumped just to not have a headache. Absolutely insane, but that's pharmaceuticals.
Yeah. It's definitely not a good fuck is the word I'm looking for? Dude,
Industry.
yeah. Dude, I don't know what's been going on with me for like it feels like this whole past year, like I've just been having these like moments where I'm trying to like talk about something and then just for whatever reason my brain cannot just come up with a super common word.
Right. So that actually happens to a lot of people. It usually happens in foreign languages more so than your native language, but if you're not utilizing it a whole lot, your brain has issues actually fetching what you're looking for as the word because you're not using it in a frequent basis. So your brain doesn't automatically go there. That's why it's commonly so hard to learn languages later in life, is because you'll learn a language on like Rosetta Stone or something like that, or like Duolingo, but then you learn it and you have nowhere to use it, and so your
That's
brain
fair.
can't recall these things that you learned simply because you're not utilizing them frequently enough that it goes, okay, this is how I recall this. Even though you've learned it, if you saw it on a piece of paper or something, you'd probably be like, yeah, I know that word. That's exactly what this word is. But if you're not using it in a frequent enough basis, your brain just kind of, it's very effective. It just kind of goes, we don't actually need this information very much, so we don't need to be able to recall it. We've managed this far without utilizing it. Why use it now?
Yeah, that's fair. Well, shit, man. Anything interesting been happening? And I don't know. Fuck, dude. Past like I don't know when the fucking last time we hung out was.
I mean, it's been Christmas time, it's been New Year's time, it's been December. This
Right.
weather's just all over the damn place here. 20 one day, -10 the next, 50 the next. That's, it keeps you on your toes. Keeps you on your toes.
Right.
Uh, we did uh, we did some Christmas stuff. Just kind of hung out with the family, had some oyster stew, did presents. Pretty standard, but at least around here, that's what you do at Christmas time.
Yeah,
Have you had any big events going on?
dude, not for real, honestly. Like I have stopped doing pretty much everything for the most part, other than like going to work and now like trying to do all of this. So I don't know like why, but I just kind of lost interest in basically everything. Like I'll kind of like I'll watch stuff every now and again. Like there's fucking anime still going right now, so I like watch those once a week. But other than that,
Just kind of disassociating from your standard stuff you do.
pretty much. And like, I resubbed to 14, right? And like, I've been playing it off and on. Like, I've gotten more of an effort to do, like EX and shit like that, and like a couple others.
What
But
even is the current EX? I don't know that I've done. Is it still Baricia?
no, I meant like expert.
Oh, gotcha.
But
Relax,
yes,
gotcha.
yes, current EX is Barbaricia.
Yeah. I generally, for the most part, I mean, I'm kind of the same. There gets to a point with 14 where like a lot of new content comes out. I'll go and I'll do all that. I'll go do the dailies for like a month or two till you're geared, and then it's pretty much just raid logins. Not because the game's boring or there's nothing to do. By God, is there plenty to do in Final Fantasy 14 at any given point in time? But I just can't be damned to do any of it.
Yeah, I've started, because I haven't completed any of the Zodiac weapons, and so
Oh, Realm
yeah,
Reborn.
yeah. I originally was working on, the fucking ninja weapon because I was a ninja way back in the day. But now, I started work on the warrior weapon, the axe.
Yeah, that thing looks cool as shit.
Hmm? Okay, I'll come get some in a minute. Can. It's been it's been cool. Like,
Have they adjusted the steps to get it now, or is it still just as tedious?
so they're still the same steps, but like the prices for stuff is a lot lower.
Yeah, so you don't have to grind it quite as much. Yeah,
Mm.
because that was a big thing. I did on my first character way back in like what 2012, 2013, whenever it released. What I did Dragoon, I had done that one, and then I did a scholar book, and then after that, I could not be damned to do anymore. It was because at the time it took like
Mm-hmm.
3 to 4 weeks of just casually doing stuff in order to do each of the steps. And so, if you were playing a lot, yeah, you could do it on quicker. But as far as just, logging in for a couple hours after work, it was like a quarter of the year endeavor to get one, going and done.
Yeah, and now it's so I don't know what step comes after the book step because I've never finished that step. But I know as far as like the animal weapon step goes, it's basically for that one, except for the fucking crystal sand step, because fuck that step. It's
What, you don't
basically,
want to do Labyrinth 1,000 times?
dude. But it basically boils down to anytime you need poetics, it's just if you cap your poetics and you can just spend all of them, and then you're done with the step, which is
Oh,
pretty
that's not
sweet.
that's not that's not bad at all. That's the thing. We have so many more ways to get poetics now than you ever had to get the stuff back when it was fresh because you were capped
Hmm.
weekly on it at the time. And for a little bit there, I think it was fixed in like 2.4 maybe, but there for a bit you had if you were raiding, you had to choose between if you were putting stuff towards raid gear or if you were putting stuff towards your Zodiac weapon.
So let me try to pull up uh, Zodiac Weapon Guide 14.
Again, though, it's been 10 years since I've touched that, so I mean it's going to be hard for me to
Right,
recall.
so listen to some of these words, my dude, as soon as it pulls up. Uh, 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 um. Ah, shit. I don't know if it's gonna show. No. Yeah, no, I was reading through. Maybe it was on fucking Reddit where I was reading, like, where to do the step. But, it was like, go buy 3 Thavnarian myths with, like, the tombstones of, like, fucking militia or whatever. And I was like, what?
What? Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
hello?
What tomes are these? Yeah, because that's the thing. They've made it at different points in time. You're able to get the stuff they need at a higher tier, essentially, but it's still counted for it because it used the same name. Because I want to say that was like Heaven's Ward tomes, maybe. I can't recall. It's been so
think
long
so.
since I've done any of them. I don't know. I always because I raid, I'm always hard pressed to do any of the relic weapons anymore because by the end of the expansion, yeah, they are the best thing you can have. But by the point that that unlocks, I'm progging the last tier. Maybe I'd feel different if I really focused on ultimates, but I'm already progging the last tier, so I plan on getting that weapon. And then the second the expansion releases, it's outdated anyways. So grinding the content to use a weapon that I now have no content to use it against just seems like kind of a fruitless effort for me. It's one
Yeah.
thing if like you're going for like the aesthetics or the glam, like I get that makes sense. That's also not something that I do. And so for me, it is kind of a waste of my time. For a lot of people, I'd say the majority of people who play 14 in the end game, that is what they use their time on. That's what they want to do. So that's fantastic for them. It's great they have content to keep them coming back to do stuff. For me, I do an entire raid tier and then I glam over with stuff that I like around that time, and I have that outfit until the end of the next tier.
Yeah, so that's basically what I do. My only issue is that lately anyway, there hasn't really been like a whole hell of a lot of glam that I'm into.
There's so many bad so the healer body this tier that you got from the normal modes had like fucking fire on the shoulders,
Yeah,
and
dumb.
it's just ugly as shit. It's so bad, and I held on to that thing until, because for me, best in slot is the chess piece from Savage, and so I was like, I'm
Yeah.
not gonna replace this until I get it from Savage. But
Oh, dude.
eventually, I didn't have tomes to use, and I was just so tired of looking at it that I just went and I bought and upgraded the tome piece, literally just so I didn't have to stare at that thing anymore.
Yeah, a lot of my best in slot gear is the raid gear. Like it's more than half, which is not great.
Mine's pretty slit. Almost all of my accessories were tome, and I think one piece on the left side was tome, but everything else was from raid.
I had, I think,
So all of my shit gear I could buy with tomes, but all of my good gear I needed from drops.
yeah, I think I could get. I think it was 4 pieces total that I needed tomes for.
Ooh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Because you did what? You did Ruby. Did you ever do the second one?
No. So I never finished the first one. Like
Oh, did you not?
no, I stopped whenever I was progging Devour like week 1, and I was like, fuck it.
Yeah, Devour memes still are a thing. Like we've been skipping 5 and 6 for like a month now because we don't need anything from them, and it's just too frequently that someone's just slightly off on the run for Devour, and it doesn't ruin a run anymore. You have enough gear that even with 2 deaths you can survive now and keep make it go, because you're not really hitting the enrage because of damage anymore. So a couple deaths going to that next part isn't a big deal. But like in the first like month, it was run ending if you had 2 people die during Devour.
Right. Yeah. No. I just that was when I was reaching that point where I was just like, I don't know, man. Maybe I just won't play no more.
Yeah, well, and so I'm not caught up on the story. I will be once the next patch drops, because I wait for new raid patches to catch up on all the story so I can continue with the next raids. But I like doing it in like big bulks of story. I don't like a single like point 1, point 2, like patches like that. They don't give me enough content to want to go through the story. And so there's large chunks of like, I guess now 4 to 8 months that I just don't play the story in 14 and only raid. But then it gives me a lot to do once I do go to catch up. Like the only exception is whenever they lock an expert behind like the end of the story, and then I'm like, well, shit, it's a new raid patch. I have to do this, or I can't do expert.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be the norm, at least for the rest of the
It
expansion.
has been for this expansion. It wasn't so much that way in Shadowbringers. A
Yeah.
lot of the EX stuff was locked behind side quests, and I believe even in Stormblood, only like 1 or 2 of them was locked behind story. But
Yeah.
it seems to be the route they're going, which makes sense because it makes people play the story. It also makes the dungeons feel more impactful, because like a good example is like Fractal EX. It's fun, but because it wasn't mandatory, you had a lot of people who just didn't do it for like a year.
Yeah. And dude, yeah, no, Fractal EX fucking slap, dude. I hope, or hard. I hope,
Or yeah, hard, yeah.
I hope that is something that they start bringing back come next expansion. Is the hard mode dungeons? Because man, there's a
I
lot that
think,
weren't visited.
yeah, I think the thought is they did it at the time to be able to reuse some assets while making partial new assets for areas. That way, they didn't have to put as much time because they were releasing what was it, 2 to 3 dungeons a patch at that point,
Hmm.
as opposed to one, which seems to be the norm now. With occasionally we get a second, but it's been one for a while, and so I think they're
That's
focusing
fine.
more on all new assets for the dungeons currently to give you more like variant in your actual dungeons available. But it kind of sucks because there are some that you're like, it'd be cool to go check out what's going on here, especially in some of like the early Stormblood or early Heavenswards dungeons, like
Hmm.
because we've just not been back there in so long.
Yeah, man. Like I want to hit Shisui again. That would slap.
That could be cool.
Now fucking shit. I'm gonna pull up a list of the dungeons.
Yeah, there's a lot of ones that like even I would actually even argue some of them like you could do a new version of it simply even if you go back along the same set simply from how the world has changed in the game over times to see how the dungeons have evolved. Like, there's no reason. No, don't get me wrong. I don't think they should do a Sastasha, but there's no reason Sastasha should still be in the same state as it is as when we first went there, right? Like,
Right. So we've got of the ones in Stormblood that we could do a hard mode for, because Heavensward had a lot of hard modes.
but they had a lot of hard modes from
Yeah,
A
Realm
Realm
Reborn.
Reborn,
So ones that we could redo from Stormblood. Technically, we could redo Siren Song C. Like,
which could be really cool
I don't see
because
a real reason to do Siren Song C again. Like, really in any capacity, because like the whole
what you do is you take a different boat ride somewhere else and you just take the same concept, even if it's not
different boat
the same
ride,
location.
different crash.
Yeah, like doesn't necessarily have to be the same siren song, but they could,
Yeah.
give a similar situation to create a new dungeon around.
All right, so then we got Siren Song, we got Shisui. Uh,
Shishui would be as simple as you could be on different floors.
yeah. So we definitely don't need more of Barnum's metal.
What?
That was a one-time thing, in and out, easy peasy.
Oh, come on.
Doma Castle, I think could be reused, but they'd have to do it right.
I don't think they can because they destroyed it. I guess you could go through the like from a lore
Oh, yeah,
perspective
you're
because you got to
Yeah, we
think
did
like they have
fucking-
to have. Yeah, we sunk that bitch. You have to have a reason to justify revisiting it. Like going through on trials and or
Underwater
on
thing.
roulettes and stuff like that. Like, yeah, see that could be cool. You could have like a Doma wreckage dungeon or something like that, where it's underwater. Like that could be cool. But in its most faithful iteration, I don't think we can really revisit it unless they rebuilt it and something happened to the rebuilt one, kind of a thing.
So we've got Castrum Abania, which is still there because that's where fucking Xenos started murdering people before he got his body
Yeah.
back.
Yeah.
Oh man, Alamigo, which I mean, yeah, sure, we could do Alamigo again, but it'd have
I mean,
to be,
haven't they recaptured it though? I mean,
yeah. So it'd be
You-
something like there's I don't know, like a riot or some shit.
yeah.
Like it'd be a lot smaller scale kind of a thing. Temple of the Fist and Kugane Castle.
They could do both of those. Again, Kugane Castle could be something as chill as just airdropping onto it and going in reverse from the top or something like that. Like,
Yeah, that one I was really
and then Temple of the Fist, you would just be going through different parts of the cave, I would imagine.
There's also Drowned City of Scala. That one is an
that
easy
could be
hard
fun.
mode dungeon. Hell's Lid, I would like to say is another easy hard mode one, but the whole purpose of even going in there was to get to Ryzen Temple,
Yeah.
which we can just kind of go to whenever.
Now, I mean, but they could always spin something like, some adventurers found some new resource that we need to try to get a hold of for story purposes, and so you revisit it to go down those new adventure paths or something.
I think Hell's Lid or Drown City Escala or something like that. I think that those would make really good like variant dungeons.
And I haven't even done the current variant dungeons at all. I haven't even looked at them.
It's pretty neat. It's
I mean, that's what I hear. I haven't heard anyone complain about them. I've heard they're a good time. I just haven't done them.
yeah.
It's the same way. I know a lot of people really they didn't like the first part of Eureka, but they really liked the other two sets, and but I just never went. The content just didn't interest me. I didn't do it. It wasn't raid, so I didn't do it.
Fair enough.
I should. There's that's what I'm saying. Like with 14, there's so much content that like I never go to the Golden Saucer. There's tons of shit you can do in the Golden Saucer and around the Golden Saucer. I don't do any of that ever. I haven't done like the triple triad thing. I've played it, but I don't go and hunt down cards and all that stuff. Like again, really liked it in Final Fantasy VIII. I enjoy it for the most part in 14, but not enough that I'm going, all right, I'm logging in to do this. 14 is one of those games where I have to have a reason to log in, and it just so happens if there isn't story content and I'm not raiding, most of the side content, while generally really good, just doesn't give me enough reason to push that login button.
Yeah. So
It's kind of like Warframe. Warframe is fun. Anytime I play Warframe, I have fun with it. But there's nothing in Warframe that makes me go, I need to log in to do this. And so I just stop playing Warframe.
yeah, no, I get that. It's Warframe specifically is one of those games where it's like you kind of have to make your own fucking goal. Whereas like
And there's nothing wrong with that. And there's for a good majority of people who enjoy the game, that's something they do and they want to do. But for me, I like to set goals and achieve goals, sure. But once the game's off, I'm not really like some games I do, sure, like heavily story driven games. So something like Warframe that I'm just looking to pop in and have a good time for a couple hours and pop out, it doesn't make me think about it when I'm not playing it to a point that makes me go, oh yeah, I need to go back and do this thing and set a goal to, achieve this thing in said game.
that's fair.
Like I think the only reason 14 does it with the raids for me is because it's high end difficult content, and there's an end goal of getting all this gear, getting best in slot for your whole raid team. Because once that happens, you generally stop running those too. Then I'm not logging in at all until something new comes out that piques my interest.
Ooh.
Sounded pretty intense. What'd you find?
So, just a couple other really good, I think, hard mode dungeons. It could be done. We could do the burn. As much as I'm fucking sick of the burn, and I haven't had to do it in like 4 years, I'm still sick of it.
Yeah, but we could explore the other side of the burn.
Right, there's a lot there.
Yeah.
I don't really have too much of a case for Holminster or Don Meg to get a hard mode. Like, they were pretty fucking straightforward. Especially
I think Don
Holminster.
Meg was. I really like Don Meg, but there's no justification for it.
Katana Ravel, on the other hand, easy hard mode dungeon right there. Like, that's literally like lost ruins in the woods or in the jungle. Like,
Yeah.
easy hard mode. I
Yeah,
think
because you could bring in a bunch of extra traps and stuff too.
Malik as well. I think you probably could, but like, it was pretty fucking boring already. So
Yeah, but it was like an excavated site almost, and you could argue that after we helped clear everything out,
yeah,
people came through and dug further down, and there's kind of like
Copperbell.
Copperbell did.
I was literally about to be the
same
same
kind of
thing.
thing. Like,
a really really cool one I think would be Mount Golgard, because like it's just stuck there like that. So
Yeah.
that could be fun.
I don't know. I'd have to see what they would do with it. Like, I think it could be fun.
Right, like I'm looking
I
at all
also
the
think
things that have like,
I also think it could be pandering.
yeah, like I'm just looking at all the ones that have like potential hard modes in there, or at least like setups or whatever.
Did we ever get an
Premises.
Arm Veil hard?
No, we didn't. But I mean,
That's
we
one,
got the
that's
poop
one
dungeon.
that that's one I don't want to do, but I think that they should do.
Look, man, we got the poop dungeon. I'm good.
I mean, I guess I'm just thinking like Arm Veil could be expanded, and everyone would love that. it'd be their favorite new dungeon.
Can you believe
I
that
don't
for
know.
a time, Expert Roulette was literally just the poop dungeon in Gimlet Dark?
Yeah, and I hated both of those dungeons. Like, I really didn't like Gimlet Dark. I felt like and it's weird because it was actually the shorter of the two, if I remember right, technically speaking, but it always felt so long because everyone was talking all the time in it.
Yeah.
And so it just made, even though like the combat was actually going faster, because there was constant NPC talking, it just felt like it was taking forever because I was listening to the lines over and over again.
I think my favorite set, like, for Expert Roulette, was when it was fucking Hell's Lid and Fractal Hard. That was a
What you
good
didn't
set.
like you didn't like the what was it, Never Reap and regular Fractal?
Don't get me wrong, it did slap. Even though I did Never Reap for fucking almost a whole year.
6 months. Yeah, it was bad. It was like it was a fun dungeon a few times, but it just how long you had to grind that out because of the patch cycle was bad.
Yeah, honestly, looking at the list, most of the
But that
Shadowbringers dungeons
that was when
would
we
make
had
good hard
that was when we
modes.
had 3 dungeons in the expert at that point.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, because we
Because when
had
they released the next patch, they'd only had 1 dungeon, and so they just roped the first 2 into the trio with that one.
yeah. And looking at this, in Heavensward specifically, both of the dungeons we got after Never Reap and Fractal were optional. Like
Were
we
they,
didn't
what ones were they?
for Saint Mocane's and then Pharaoh Sirius Hard.
Okay, I knew Pharaoh Sirius was optional. I didn't know St. Mocane's was optional. For some reason, I thought you had to do that.
Yep.
Maybe you had to have done that for a job quest, though.
The quest is called An Overgrown Ambition, which I don't know what the fuck that would be for. Dude,
Yeah,
Some
I don't
All
know.
Hard was a good
Well,
ass
it's
dungeon.
it's like it's kind of like for your what was it, your free company or whatever, you had to do Zamile Darkhold,
Yeah.
but there was literally no other reason to do that dungeon.
So after the end of the game, like Aetherochemical, the next story dungeon was Anti Tower, which was
Yeah.
4 dungeons later, and then the next one
Jesus.
the next was Sorkai, and then Zelphatal, and then Balzer's Wall. So that's when they started the every other dungeon is a story dungeon.
Sorkai could be fun to do a hard one of.
Yeah, I don't think I'd mind it.
Right, because that was the one with the Warrior of Darkness at the end or whatever, right?
No, that's the one with Race Velger at the end.
No. After the fight. I guess I'm thinking the cutscene after the fight.
Oh.
Like, I want to say it's like the first big
yeah.
introduction to him being back there.
Yeah, because that was because the next story dungeon is Shadows of the First, which is fucking all Warriors of Darkness shit.
Yeah, well, yeah, because Sorkai was the platform one with Race Velger, right?
Mm-hmm. Which
Yeah.
that was a weird fight.
I mean, to me, it was just a new version of like when we had the Kraken or whatever, like
That's fair.
where you had to outplay, you know,
Less annoying.
I would say a less annoying version, yeah. But it was, I don't know. I like a lot of the dungeons we get until I do them for 8 weeks in experts, and then I'm like, I hate this dungeon. I don't ever want to see it again.
Yeah.
You know, there's a few exceptions. Like I never liked the poop dungeon, even on that first run. I was super bored with it. But for most of
I
them,
think it was just
like,
too brown.
yeah, it was too. And this is a weird complaint coming from a Dark Souls 3 stan, but it was just too monotone in the colors. There wasn't enough variant in color around the entire dungeon.
Yeah, that's fair. So looking at the list, most of the Shadowbringers dungeons would make good hard modes. Like
To be fair though,
Don
is there a bad Shadowbringers dungeon? Like they were all pretty, I guess that's not true. I didn't like the first one that much, but
I didn't like Malik as well. They said it was just kind of bland.
really I liked it. I thought I liked all the overgrown parts and the like the cave sections and stuff. I thought it varied its aesthetic a few times throughout.
I've done it a lot.
I too grinded up healers.
Bro, I ground up 5 or 6 DPS in that bitch.
Fuck that.
Like, let me tell you, every single level. Actually, after they increased the XP, it got better because it was fucking
Yeah.
it,
4 to 5 times to do it.
no, it was 3 to 4 times as opposed to 5 to 6 times. 7 if you're real unlucky. But at that point, just like go kill some monsters. Uh,
I guess I always have rested EXP because like to go through them. Usually it's only. I guess I should rephrase. It's 2 to 3 times per level now.
yeah.
Um,
No,
but
that's what I was.
before
Yeah, 2 to 3.
before for me it was like 4 minimum. Sometimes I'd have a fifth run.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying.
Um,
Like without rested XP, it became like I said, if you were very unlucky, upwards to 7 times per level. And
that's too
I
much.
had leveled like 3 or 4 DPS using the fucking trust and shit before that came out, or like before
Oh
they
yeah,
changed the EXP.
I don't know. I think so. The more I play the game, and stuff that was once really big selling points for me no longer is. So like being able to play every job on one character was a huge selling point. I really, really liked that when the game first started. And anymore, because you have to go through 80 levels of grinding, 90 levels of grinding, or whatever it is. What are we, 90 now? Are we 80 now? I don't know.
We're 90.
Yeah, okay, we're 90. Cool. Yeah, see, that tells you how much I log on. Um, like, it's from one, that is such an endeavor to get all the way up there now. To where what I once thought was really a cool concept is, and especially because they removed cross class skills. Because at least with the cross class skills, you were able to go, okay, maybe I only grinded this Dragoon up to 34, but now I have Blood for Blood I can use on my other job that I actually play. Now, because we don't do that, I don't feel as invested in leveling all the jobs because I don't feel like I get a tangible benefit out of the jobs that I don't actively want to play. Like for me, I don't know why I would cap out Red Mage. I don't really like Red Mage's like play style and
Yeah.
cycle. I'm not really a big fan of following him, and so for me, by level 50, I was like, okay, yeah, clearly the job's going to change more and get more stuff. That's going to happen with every job. But I don't like the core gameplay loop enough to go for 40 more levels of this
Yep.
with every job. For a lot of people, that's still a huge selling point, especially if you capped everything out at a Realm Reborn and then you only had 10 levels per expansion to cap everything.
Yeah, no, that's
That's
part of
great for
why
a lot of
that's
people.
part of why I fucking keep up on doing shit is so like next expansion I'm not like, oh fuck, I gotta do like 8 fucking 20
Right.
levels
So,
worth of shit on this
and
dude instead
that
of
was
fucking just 10.
manageable. It was manageable till I made an alt for rating, and then everything was level 1 again. And so the idea of having to grind everything from scratch up that, like, I have one character where I have like half of the jobs are capped even right now because I only did have to gain those 10 levels. But like on my alt, if it's not a healer, it's not capped because it's just so much of an endeavor to go through. And it's not like it's difficult, it just takes time. And I could be using that time to do other things, whether it be play a different game, read like a book or a manga, watch anime, whatever. It's time that I don't want to spend doing something that's just mind numbing at this point because we've been using it for 10 years.
Yeah. Like that's kind of why I've stopped leveling a lot of things. Well, not a lot, but like a few classes. Like I'm done with Bard. They don't know what the fuck they want to do with that class, so
I mean, it's really good right now.
eh. I don't find the
Like,
gameplay loop very
I
engaging.
again that I completely understand that because again, like Red Mage is also really quite good right now. I don't find it engaging enough to want to play it. Out of the physical range though, the Bard technically is the best one right now. Like it has the more party utility and it does equal. And sometimes, I mean, unless you're a really high end machinist, most Bards are doing more damage than most machinists even now. And so it's hard to argue against the state Bard is in from a Bard player, right? The machinist player is going to argue, well, machinist should just be stronger. Just flat out, that there's no lie to that. That's factual. Machinist should just be stronger,
100%.
but it's not.
Right.
And that's the reality we're in currently. And I think every time they rework something to try to make up for it, something else either gets added or lost in translation to make. They just have so many jobs to try to balance now. And it's hard. Everything was kind of okay, and then they stat squished, and everything was kind of all over the place again once that happened.
Yeah.
And,
I
and
mean,
then
we've
everything was kind of okay, and then we got a new expansion, and a lot of jobs took big hits to what their playability was when we got Endwalker. Like I think Scholar is significantly less fun to play currently than it was in Stormblood or Shadowbringers. Even though the reason it's less fun to play for me is they gave players what they wanted on the instant pet actions, right? It actually works now and functions
mhm.
as intended. But because of that, ever since they made pet actions a GCD skill that just, took your GCD timing, I no longer can utilize them in weave windows to make clever uses of them upon movement anymore. Because it treats it the same way as it would treat if I would have started to cast. And so you can use it as a movement skill, but you can't use it as like a slide cast chain skill. And so overall, it's just a DPS loss for Scholar across the board. And balancing wise, that's probably where it needed to be. But for me, from like a gameplay perspective, I enjoy it less.
Yeah. I think another big thing with like me for something like that is like I think I've just been playing Red Mage too long now. Like
Makes going to other stuff more difficult.
no, not even that. It's just I think that's part of what like tires me out is cuz like I've pretty much since uh fuck.
Stormblood.
No, not Stormblood. It was sometime in Shadowbringers. It was like around 5.3. I I started using uh like that was when I started maining Red Mage, but I also was using like the other ranged classes cuz I didn't find any of the melee classes like overly like fun.
I think Ninja's Mudra changes, while for ping reasons make sense, make it one of the least interesting jobs to play anymore. I really, really miss pre Shadowbringers Ninja. Um,
Give me back
I still got
give me
pretty,
back
I pretty,
Stormblood Ninja.
I got fuck that. Give me back Heaven's Word Ninja.
Nah, fuck
Um,
that, dude. Stormblood Ninja. That was the
no,
most fun, dude.
I want Mutilate
I
back.
missed yelling Bava Cockra because that shit had so much potency.
I mean, that's fair.
That shit was so
But for
strong for no
me,
reason.
it kind of took, again, it's just like the healer perspective. It just took something away from me to do upon movement and downtime for no reason that affected me, right? Because I didn't have issues with ping for Mudra timings. I never had an issue with it. I wasn't clipping stuff. It worked fine for me. I know a good majority of players, though, it was a big issue that they wanted resolved. That was how Square resolved it, putting it on the GCD, same way they did with pet actions. It worked. I just think it effectively made the job less interesting as a melee player for me. Um, but that just kind of comes down to there's a lot of arguments to be made for how they've kind of dumbed down the barrier for entry in the game to the high end content over the years. Making it easier for just your average player to be able to go and tackle higher content, and that falls in line with that. Um, it's not a bad thing. They're making their game more accessible. But
Yeah.
for people who really enjoyed that high end decision making play, it does make the game feel a little stagnant. Astro, perfect example. I think when everyone ideally always wanted, you know, to use, the 3% on the whole party spread all at once. That's what they wanted. They wanted the balance. That's what they wanted. But all the other cards gave you agency in your decision making. So like if someone died, you know, perfect time to throw the TP card on them. If you're going into a heavy healing phase, you could throw a Ewer on your other healer, or a Black Mage just rest. You could throw a Ewer on them to get them into fire for at least one big hit before they swapped into Blizzard. So maybe they didn't lose out on a burst window. If you knew people were going to have to sprint somewhere specifically, you could throw the TP card on melee players to let them keep attacking instead of losing all their TP. Like there was a lot of agency in your decision making that made the job interesting for me, outside of the just we can do big damage. And everyone wanted the big damage because in a bubble, in speed runs and stuff and speed kills, that's what you wanted. but by removing it, it made the job significantly less interesting to me because now it's just like, okay, card does the same thing across the board. Yeah, there's optimizations based on what job you're throwing it on. Maybe you make sure it's on your biggest burst window person during their burst. So if you learn all the jobs, you know all their windows, you can still have that decision making. It just feels a lot less intuitive and less fun for me. A lot of
I
people
will
love
say,
current Astro.
yeah, to say I will say that I've noticed that as the years have gone along, Astro is always the one that is like most affected by just like system, like
Oh yeah.
core gameplay changes to the game as a whole, and not just its class, which is wild as shit to me because not a lot of the other classes like have that issue. Like I think the
Well, yeah,
one,
because the big thing and the reason they removed them is because they removed TP in general. So they went, okay,
yeah,
there goes one card that's relevant. They removed stuff from physical range as well, like refresh. They go, okay, well, if they don't have it, well, why should we give it to Astro now? So they removed that. And so just core changes have made it to, they removed like all of the majority of time-based changes from the game.
yeah.
Like stuff that slowed drastically went
Oh
down,
god,
stuff that
dude, you
stopped,
remember fucking
time dilation went away, like all those really cool intrinsic things that Astro had that made the gameplay fun was affected by a core change of they're removing these features from the game so Astro can't have them now.
gimme back motherfucking blood weapon from Stormblood, dude. Gimme back haste.
Yeah.
That shit slapped so hard.
Yeah, the arrow went away too. Again, no one wanted the fucking arrow. Everyone hated it when it gave it to them at
Dude,
a high end.
I
But,
loved the arrow. Dude.
but
I was like, hell yeah,
you
let's
know,
go.
well, yeah, but like if you gave the arrow to your best DPS and that best DPS was a monk, the monk fucking hated you for
Yeah.
the next 30 seconds. They just absolutely wanted to kill you because it threw off. Again, this isn't high end play. If you're in casual content, like you're doing dungeons and stuff, no one gives a shit. But in like a high end raid or something or an EX trial, you do that to them. Their rotations now, after it's worn off, they're now a GCD and a half to two GCDs ahead. And so maybe stuff clips where it shouldn't have before based on their OGCD use, or maybe something isn't up when they expect it to be based on their rotation timing. People hated that at the high end.
Oh, I always really liked it because it gave me more of like a challenge because I had to adjust my rotation on the fly in addition to other reasons why my rotation would be fucked up.
Right. And so that gives you an element of like interactive gameplay. And I think that's cool. It gave you something to kind of work around.
You know, now that I'm thinking about it, like arrow may like the speed thing on the arrow may have been the best fucking card to get if you're not like perfect at your rotation and also the fight that you're doing.
Depending on the fight, some jobs would want it to be able to get out a full burst window before a boss jumped away.
Or even more so like say, you're doing your rotation all good, you get the arrow and you end up like those couple GCDs ahead and then you're like, "Oh fuck, I got to move for this mechanic." Shit. Like I have that sometimes where when I'm playing, I'll be going to cast something, and I'm like, fuck, dude, I'm not going to be able to get this cast off and not get fucked. So I'll, like, move, and then I will have essentially wasted 2 GCDs because I stopped casting and then moved and then cast again.
Right, but the argument for that is okay. So you're at a net negative there at that point, right? But that also means the party's at a loss because it means that card was wasted. Had that been like a crit card, your hits may have crit, you would have got more damage. Or had that been a bounce, you would have done more damage. So even losing out on the same GCD timings, you would have been ahead because the card would have had a use. As a player, you're absolutely correct. It feels like you didn't lose anything, but technically, it came at the expense of one of the cart windows from the Astrologen.
Right.
Like if you're looking at it at the high end.
Yeah, like
in the
I
moment
get it
while you're
overall.
playing, it's whatever. But the people who complained and bitched and moaned about it were the 1% of people at the high end doing the really hard content that were like, "This is completely destroying our gameplay." You know, the vocal minority. You know,
Which is
and that's why it
hilarious
changed.
as shit to me, considering the like high end content at the time. Like, we weren't even getting. Actually, no, because I guess that was whenever fucking Ultimate started getting released, huh?
Yeah, we had 2 ultimates still with
You're
with
right.
the arrow available.
It don't feel like that's when Ultimate started coming out.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
that for some reason, it feels like
Yeah,
that was a
because
Shadowbringers thing.
I did Bahamut up to gold phase. I did on Astro, and for certain sections, especially trying to burst down like Titania or Twintania in the start or whatever. Like having an arrow was a real detriment because if you didn't have the balance, you didn't have the DPS, and that sucks. That feels bad. Like,
I'm gonna
but
be totally
a lot of
honest.
that stuff is balanced a lot better now, I think.
Yeah, I'm gonna be totally honest. I think that there's two completely separate like ages or like arcs. I feel or like I don't know whatever you want to classify it as to that game.
The
Like
Golden Age and the Silver Age.
no. So pretty much for me, basically anything up until you beat Shinryu is part one, and everything after that is part two. Like they feel like completely separate games.
I don't know. I would argue anything up until the end of Heaven's Word is pretty different to Stormblood. Um, Strictly from a how the game loop functions might be the same, but the actual vibe of the game feels drastically different. Stormblood on. Um, I would actually argue though the same thing. They changed it up a lot going into Shadowbringers in the same way though. I feel Endwalker feels pretty similar to Shadowbringers outside of some actual
Yeah.
mechanical changes. I feel like they're pretty similar, but I feel like Heaven's Ward and earlier feels like one entity to me.
Well,
I
that's
feel
so
like, and
Shadowbringers.
this could just be because Stormblood's intro is so bad.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying that's why I feel like Shadowbringers and Endwalker feeling like literally just the same fucking game, just a little different themes. Uh, like and the beginning of Stormblood not really feeling like the start of anything big or anything like that. Like it feels a lot more. That's why I feel like once you beat Shinryu, like that's the end of like arc 1 of 14 because even
I
story
guess
wise.
I could get behind that because for me, what really sets Stormblood as a separate entity is it kind of began the fan service era, like in full
Yeah,
tout. But that could be because I was doing all the raids, and all of those raids are fan service.
literally.
Like, and so to me, I guess when I think Stormblood, I am thinking of it as a whole. But even you could even argue Shinryu is also really fan servicey.
Oh, I mean, yeah, like that part is, but even then, like just story wise, like it is like up until you beat Shinryu, that's all pretty fucking coherent from the beginning of Realm Reborn to that moment, because
And then we just
basically everything comes to a head, and then after that, it basically starts its own fucking separate story, because at that point, like you've basically done the big thing, like you have fought back against the Empire and all this other shit, and like liberated two whole ass countries, but like
yeah.
and like you're still kind of in like the aftermath, and like basically everything after that is you're just dealing with the aftermath of that and kind of getting into more of like what the fuck was going on behind the scenes, like way back in fucking like 2.0 content in Realm Reborn, and then a little bit in fucking
Yeah, but I'd argue that
Stormblood or Heaven's Word. My bad.
the first two expansions is you're defending the nations, and then Stormblood is you're attacking nations essentially, because you leave where you're from, where you're protecting everything. Like everything you do in A Realm Reborn is to defend Eorzea, right?
The real question is where is your
And
character really from? That's the true
right,
mystery of the game.
right. But even when you go in, and I think the only reason I feel this way, even when you go into Heaven's Ward and you're going into Korthus and stuff, because we already had Korthus in A Realm Reborn, in a way, it still feels like you're still defending from an attacker, which would be the Empire. And then I feel like once you go to Alamigu, you go to Doma, like you're taking the fight to them.
Right. So I think I totally get that. Like I just like if we were to take like all of the Doma sections out of the mix, like that's still technically in Eorzea. So like you're
I
still
don't know,
there.
but I
You're
feel
still
like
doing
that's
the same
half the
thing.
expansion, though. Like,
Shit, that's
You're
most
like,
of
if
the
we,
fucking game.
you're like, I think if we just take out half of Stormblood, it's the same as the first two. Oh,
Yeah.
like, I don't know. It's weird because that's like making the argument. You know, if we take out anything that happens where
Right.
we're from and only focus on the first and Shadowbringers, it's different because it's only the first. Well, yeah, that's still like half of the time though. You're back.
Right. But I mean, even more so, like the argument of like taking the fight to them, like kind of makes the Shinryu being the end of Arc One feeling pretty definitive because like that's where all of it comes to a head.
So, but
You know,
here's why I
like that
disagree is
feels like
because
a big finale
we
thing.
it feels like the end of Deliberation, and then after that, a whole lot of nothing happens until Endwalker as far as taking the fight to them.
Right. And that's why I'm saying it
Clearly,
feels like
clearly we do an Endwalker, but
right.
it's almost like if you removed Shadowbringers in your trip to the first from the equation, from a like a timeline perspective, it would make way more sense. Because it's like you're continuing the fight. You freed Alamigo, now you're taking it to them in Garlemald and stuff like that. But you can't just ignore an entire expansion storyline for the sake of a better headcanon, I guess.
Yeah, let me tell you, I was real excited. I was like, because literally when Shadowbringers like hadn't been announced yet, I was like, dude, we're going to
We're
fucking
going,
Garlemald,
yeah,
dude. I was
we're
like,
going.
there's nowhere else in this bitch we can go except like Marasidia or like that weird shit off to the fucking like west, past like Limsa and shit, like Charlian and wherever the fuck the Blue Mages are from. Like,
Yeah, and they were just like, bro, we got you.
yeah, they were like,
It's
surprise,
a
bitch.
whole new world. Yeah, I think for me, I went into I've gone into each expansion expecting drastically different things. So like A Realm Reborn, I did the alpha, I did the beta. It was kind of just a journey into like, hey, I played early WoW, but I never really got like sucked into WoW, right? I did like RuneScape and stuff again, very casually. And then I got super deep into Realm Reborn. And so like for me, I didn't even notice how bad the story writing was in A Realm.
Oh, dude, yeah, no. As a person
I
who's
was just
gone,
so enthralled with a new gameplay loop, with being able to level all these jobs and level up cross classes. Like I was so engaged in the gameplay loop that like yes, I paid attention to the story, but it never really clicked to me like this is a pretty shit story because for me that wasn't why I was playing the game. I wasn't treating it like a new Final Fantasy game. I was treating it like an engaging MMO.
so as a person who has gone back and played through the story again and like
Oh,
for the mo
I have plenty of times on alts, yeah.
yeah, like actually paid attention to the story and shit, like with somebody else who hasn't played it, like the story is like for me, I'm like, God, this shit sucks, dude. When do we get to fucking Heaven's Word when the story matters? And then even then, like it's still kind of like I don't know in some
I
parts.
think I think Heavensward and the reason this is what I was starting with. Heavensward I approach very differently because how A Realm Reborn's post game ends
Yeah.
is a fucking hook, right? Like
Uh huh.
it makes it there's not many okay, when we were talking about Warframe earlier and I was like, there's nothing that makes me go, okay, I need more of this, right? The end of A Realm Reborn before Heavensward, it was that thing that made me go, fuck, when is this coming out? I need to know what happened. It's like if The Last of Us ended 2 hours in, right?
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, what the fuck? What's next? Give me more. In A Realm Reborn to Heavensward's the only one that's made me feel that way. And so I think that clouds the opening sections of Heavensward a little bit because you want to be so invested in this because of how good that set of cutscenes and stuff was after. Because you got to think, like, you did all this bullshit stuff that was just mind numbing for hours at the end of A Realm Reborn. That was all to set this thing up. And once you do, you're like, oh my God, that was worth it. The payoff was there. And so Heavensward, like, I would argue, and maybe you would, I don't know how far you've gotten in your replay, but there's a lot of downtime in Heavensward story wise.
Yeah.
Like there's big patches of story and then a lot of nothing as you explore like the Moogle zone or you explore the, one of the dragon areas. Like there's a lot of side questing, but if you're just doing the story because they've bumped experience so much you don't have to side quest anymore, there's a lot of downtime. But the story beats themselves all hit really, really well in Heavensward.
So
I don't I don't
where
feel like
we're
they
at
did
right
in
now.
Rubberborn.
So where we're at right now, like I'm replaying through it with my sister as she has the available time to play it. Uh, we
So
are like a couple quests before Moogle King, which by the way, Moogle King happens like 4 or 5 quests after you beat Ultimate Weapon. It's like right away, pretty much.
yeah, it's
And I
pretty
was like,
early
holy
now.
shit,
It wasn't. It was like 30 something
yeah,
quests
so
before,
fucking
but
long. But yeah, now it's super fast. And I was like, god damn, what the hell? But there's so much like cutscene and like story that happens in between there, which is good. But so she, so this is technically her first Final Fantasy game, but like she's not like new to video games as a whole, nor anime. So
okay, so
for
she's
her,
experienced with the tropey mediums.
yeah. So she at first was just like, ah, it's she's like, it's fine. I was like, yeah, no, trust me, that's how it's gonna be when you start. You're just gonna be like, it's fine. But I was like, if you aren't invested at all by the time you get at least through Ultimate Weapon, then you're probably not gonna enjoy playing it. Because I was like, if you at least stick it out through that, which sounds like a fuckload of work, because it's like 200 quests that you have to get through.
Yeah.
Like, it's a lot still. And there's still a bunch of quests that can be fucking cut out from the main scenario and it not matter. Which I wish they would do, but I get it. It's a lot of work. There's a lot of shit I gotta go through. But she, by the end of it, enjoyed it. And doing. I think we did. Yeah, no, her finale for it was the new main scenario stuff. So it was
Oh, okay.
yeah, it was a totally different fucking scenario for her. Which I will say there was a couple issues with
I
that.
think the redo is way better.
Oh,
I'm gonna be honest.
absolutely.
I think it's so much nicer with 4 people because you don't ever feel like you're a wasted player like you did in the 8 mans when you had people running through them so fast that if you were even like if you happened to like set your controller down to take a drink and you picked your controller back up or or mouse cue or whatever, if people were off the screen from you in that little amount of time because they were just gunning it, like I think I've played with a few people through the main story, like for their first time, and there's been plenty of them that everything was over for them by the time they watched like 2 or 3 of the long cutscenes. And so the cutscenes, if you've beaten the next boss, they just chain back to back. And so they were just watching a movie for like 30 minutes, 40 minutes. And that's rough.
Yeah.
And that was the old
That's
way. Now it doesn't work that way.
yeah. I mean that's what I did my first time through. Was someone was like, yeah, just watch cutscenes. We'll take care of it. I was like, I bet. So that's all I
I don't
did.
know.
I
That
just
just
watched
feels that
cutscenes,
feels
and then I
yeah,
just went
and
and did
that's
it
how
myself.
that's how it was. But like the first day, because I literally got through there on like I played like 20 hours day one, and I got to the end.
Yeah, I bet day
Um,
one it was pretty cool.
it was pretty fucking lit, right? Mind you, I didn't do a lot of the side quests and stuff like that yet because in my mind I'd done the alpha, I'd done the beta, so I knew you could level all the jobs and stuff. So I was like, I'm saving those for the alt jobs because they tell you pretty early on about the armory bonus. I'm like, cool, so I'll get as high as I can on this, and then it'll make it easier leveling everything else. Mind you, I didn't know at the time the armory bonus didn't affect like XP from quests and stuff like that. I thought
Bruh,
it would.
that
You know,
fucking that motherfucking slog at the very beginning though. God damn, that 1 to 50 grind.
man,
Fuck.
as an avid isekai watcher, it felt pretty standard. It felt
Dog,
pretty standard. But
it
for
was
anyone who wants
long.
like yeah, but like I consume a lot of media that like doesn't get to the fucking point. Like I absolutely love slice of life stuff, right? That doesn't even have a point to get to most of the time. Like so it didn't feel bad for me, but it also as I said before, it didn't like engage me in a story that I was super interested in either, until Heavensward. And it's
Yeah,
literally just, it's just like at the end of Heavensward, with Papa Limo and stuff like that. Like that's the only thing you had to pull you into Stormblood, right?
yeah. I think
And
I
I didn't feel
honestly
like
think
I
that
didn't feel that connected to that character, and so I didn't feel the drive to go, okay, we need to go liberate all of Migo. And so going into Stormblood, I was much less invested in the story than going into Heavensward.
Yeah, so I definitely feel like starting in Gridania as any of those classes is definitely the way to go if you want to feel invested
I
in the most
I
characters.
I think so. It's weird because I think depending on the expansion that you're currently in, I would argue the different city state you start in feels like it mattered more. So like for the base game, Gridania 100%. I feel like once you get going into like Heaven's Ward and stuff like that, it's a little, if you started in Ul'dah, we're a little bit more invested because of the characters that took place in the events leading into it.
Yeah, and I guess same thing with
Going into
Stormblood.
Stormblood, I feel like Limsa, you felt a little bit more invested going in. And it's kind of
I don't know, man.
teetered out now. There's a
Like,
lot of stuff with like the Admiral and stuff like that going into.
well, I mean, there's that, but there's far more stuff with fucking Raubon.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair.
We literally have Raubon Savage Dog. Like,
Oh man, I'm so glad I didn't have to deal with that.
dude,
Like
let
I
me tell
remember
you, if that was
you and Eli were complaining about it at like I don't know 2 p.m. or something like that, and I took a trip that day. So I got into my parents had a cabin out like at I think it's called like Cliff's Edge or something. It's like out over on the Ozarks in that area.
Mhm.
And I got out there and I logged in at like 11 o'clock at night. Had no problem. Went in first time, no issues.
Yeah, no, that was a fucking experience, dude. Like, I got in and done after like maybe 20, 30 minutes. Eli was in that bitch until like the next day.
Yeah, no, I finished it before both of you at that time because I was like, yeah, what did you think about that? And you were both like, we haven't got in yet
Yeah.
because it kept
Fucking,
DCing you or whatever.
I did like that. I did like the uh, difficulty of base Shinryu when it happened because
Yeah, yeah.
it allowed me to catch up to you and Eli because I had to go back to work and you guys got to keep playing. So I was
Dude,
like,
it
fuck,
was
dude, I got to catch back up.
man, base Shinryu, like I don't want to talk smack on like low level players in 14, but man, did Shinryu fucking show the bar to entry was way too low.
Dude,
Like
yeah, that shit's fucking slapped so hard though, and it was so funny. Like, I'm pretty sure there's still articles about it where it's like, is the final boss of Final Fantasy 14 too hard? Like, it's
and
like,
it
bruh.
seems like a joke now because like you go in and you just fucking steamroll him now, but that's
Oh
any
yeah,
earlier content, right? But like at the time, and I think that's why people were so disappointed with the first raid tier was that a lot of
yeah.
people argued that that like V1 Savage or whatever, I can't think of his fucking name. Was it
Oh,
Charybdis? Is that his
Altoroy.
name? Alteroy, there you go. He uses Charybdis, that's right.
Yeah,
Alteroy,
that's the only
people
important mechanic.
yeah, yeah.
Charybdis and whatever the fucking the one is that pushes you off, like
Yeah.
the fucking
So
one
a
in front
lot
of
of
you.
people argued that Shinryu was harder.
Yeah,
And I don't object like mechanically, I think they're 100% right. I think yeah, sure Alteroy had a little bit higher of a DPS check, but I think mechanically Shinryu was harder.
yeah,
But I think that's because you were grouped with, if you went in as an 8-man, I don't know if there would have been a difference. But going in the party finder and stuff, I think Shinryu was a significant. I mean, shit, I didn't rate all of Heaven's Ward, so I hadn't rated since A Realm Reborn. In day 1, like 3 pulls in, we killed Alteroid. Right? Like that's how significantly easier it was. I think we did Shinryu for like 2 hours before we finally got a kill because of just random people.
but
Like
hey,
it was
that
it was rough.
like I said, that fucking lack of being able to clear though allowed me to catch up. Like, I think I
Which is
clear
cool
like,
because then we could go and do like expert and stuff like that right away once you were there. Like that's a
yeah.
good time.
I will say I do hope that with this next expansion they ramp the difficulty up a little bit more.
I don't know. So it's a weird thing because
Like, I know that they
I,
keep progressively increasing the difficulty. You can tell just based on mechanics. But
but
like,
I think it also is alienating a lot of players when they keep doing it because like we have so many new players that have come over from like other MMOs and stuff that's not an issue for. But like even someone like Eli, like
yeah,
doesn't generally come and play and not and maybe he doesn't want to, maybe he's not having fun, but I think a good portion of that is he's just not a very good player at 14. And there's nothing wrong with that, But when you can't enjoy the casual content because of that, it gets to like I remember him stressing out doing like one of the trials in Stormblood, when you fought like Gembu or whatever in the trial, like
Oh
the
yeah.
solo instance, right? And he was on Samurai or whatever,
Those
and he was
so those are always the ones that fuck him over because he's like, "What do you
yeah,
mean I can't just hop back in and do the story?" I was like, "Dog, it's
yeah,
because it's an MMO. They like you're meant to play it for like a little bit and like even after you do some story to get some gear so that you can continue. Like
yeah.
that's
And
the whole
so,
cycle.
well, and even when he's geared, because like we clearly don't use third party tools,
Yeah.
but when when he was doing stuff and he was like, yeah, I'm thinking about raid, and I'm looking at his number, I'm like, bro, yeah,
Oh
I don't want to
yeah.
be I don't want to be discouraging, but you're doing like a and not to be mean, like a quarter of
That
what
motherfucker
you're gonna
hitting us
need to be
with the
doing.
what's a rotation?
Yeah, like
Which like I get it.
and that's fine if you don't
Yeah.
want to learn that and that's not what you want to do. That's 100% fine. I just wanted to convey to him that this is where he sat and this is where the player average was for that content. If he wanted to not be annoyed by getting kicked out of groups all the time or not clearing, because there could have been a lot of situations he went in, he could have done everything mechanically 100% right. His group would have got to the end in any of the early weeks. They would have failed the DPS check strictly because at the time, I think Samurais were doing like 4.2, 4.3, and he was sitting at like 1.4,
Yeah.
right? Like, and again, not to be mean about it or anything, because that is something that you have to take on yourself outside of what the game teaches you to learn and do. I think 14 does a lot better job now about explaining that stuff in early sections than it used to. Especially, I don't know if they still do it, but that at that one point when they made you do like those trial quests or whatever before you could enter Sestasha, that teaches you about like
Oh
tanking
yeah,
and
yeah,
stuff like
yeah.
that.
I
I don't know if
think
that's
they
still a
still.
thing.
Yeah, it's still a thing. I'm pretty sure they still make you do it. Actually, no, they
Yes.
definitely do because I remember my sister having to do it before she could do Sastasha.
Yeah, so like that kind of stuff wasn't in there when he went through originally and stuff. And so, without the guidance, maybe you're not going to realize it and not going to think about it because for a lot of people play 14 like everyone has to play Dancer, where the button's there, you hit it when it's available or it lights up, and that gets you to a certain point. But again, if you're missing positionals or you're not in range, so like on Dancer, there was the feathered moves or whatever, the AoE ones that if you weren't within melee range wouldn't hit anyways.
Yeah,
So, that kind of stuff. And so, I was just trying to limit. I was like, hey, if this is something you seriously want to do, we can work on getting you up there. And he didn't want to. And that's fine. That
yeah.
rating's not for everyone. Playing at the high end's not for everyone. That's why there's so many casual players in the game. But I think as they keep ramping up the difficulty of base encounters, the purpose is to make people learn that stuff so where they can go into an extreme and not feel shit. They can go
Hmm.
into like a first or second floor savage and be able to clear it. But I also think for a lot of the older players who didn't get very good at the game, it's a little alienating because they can't and they don't want to learn that extra skill. And I don't blame them. They didn't have to for what, 7, 8 years, right? Like,
I mean, so it's. I think for a lot of people, it's a not so much like a stress thing, but like a lot of people use games as like a way to relax.
relax. Yeah,
So
it's you're
like
you're
not
asking
wanting
someone.
to take something that is supposed to be like relaxing and like not challenging and all these other things and make it like stressful and challenging,
Yeah,
which
it's a weird
is
balance because games are tasked first and foremost with being a mode of entertainment.
right.
And if someone plays games simply for entertainment, like for example, someone who maybe all they play are like The Sims or all they play are like Stardew Valley. It's stuff that, yeah, there's levels of challenge in there, but overall they're relaxing experiences. Maybe you're super big into Minecraft. That audience is not the same audience as people who love Dark Souls generally,
Hmm.
right? Like when I go into a game for story, like God of War, Uncharted, something like that, I'm not looking for a difficult experience. I'm looking to ride the story, enjoy some mechanics here and there. But you throw encounters in those games that are overly punishing, and it becomes unfun because that's not what I'm there for. I'm there to relax and enjoy a story. And I think asking people to invest the time, because that's what it is, it's extra time to get to the point that it is still relaxing for them instead of stressful, it's a big ask, especially in a you what to do the main story right now to do all the way through is what like 300 hours, like from start to all the
Uh,
expansions.
I don't know.
It's pretty
Like
long even now.
honestly. So, if there was like a way, like if there was someone who literally took the time to go out there and catalog just how long all of the cutscenes are, including the ones that we don't get to replay in the journal, that we have to like read through all the dialogue boxes and stuff.
Yeah, I
Like,
am talking like a first time player who's gonna
right,
want to read everything, who's not gonna just mash X to get through it. Like,
right. So that's what
because I
I'm
think
saying.
each
If
expansion is on average for new players, each expansion's like 40 to 50 hours.
right, that's why I'm saying like I wish that there was a fucking just like number that we had come up with or that someone had cataloged for it. Fuck, dude, maybe I will do it. I will be the one to sit there and we replay the whole fucking game just to find out exactly how long all of the
Get a
cutscenes are,
get
all the
a if
dialogue
you're gonna
is.
do it, get a speed run thing,
Yeah,
like
speedrun timer.
a split thing. Yeah, and just for each thing make a split. That way you can see where it started, where it ended to catalog it. I think
Yeah.
that'd be the easiest way to do it, as opposed to having to like set a stopwatch or something, look at it, catalog.
Hmm.
You just patch in your new split every time.
Yeah. Which, like, I know, like, just the cutscenes are most of the gameplay. Because goddamn, dude, whenever I made an alt, it was literally I started that bitch and
Oh
I
yeah,
was
some of the
in.
dungeons are so fast.
Yeah, dude, like starting it and like I started my alt and I was in Heaven's Word in like a week. And I was like, shit. But and that was me playing like I don't know
Oh
two
man,
to 4 hours at most every
so
day.
I did when this was in Stormblood when I made my alt to raid with. So this would have been
Hmm.
right before the second tier, right? I started a Realm Reborn and I had finished Stormblood in 2 days.
Yeah,
Mind you,
I've never been like that.
I took off work. I skipped all the cutscenes. I skipped through all the dialogue. It still took me 2 days of
Right.
like 15-hour game sessions. So we're talking at least, I'd say at minimum, I spent 25 hours to do that, skipping everything. And that was 3 expansions ago now. Or I guess two
Yeah.
expansions ago now. Yeah. Like, it's a tall order, and it's not for everyone. But I think we've got such an influx of players from other MMOs because it's not even just like wow, we got a fuck ton of players from Terra whenever
Yeah.
Terra was going downhill. We've got a lot of players from Eve that came in right after we had. I think it was like 2 years ago. There was that massive battle in Eve that cost people like 400 grand.
Oh fuck.
Like the massive, yeah, because all the ships are worth money and stuff like that, and
Hmm.
people, collect more. And there was like there was a war thing in there that was like it was it was between $400,000 and $500,000 that was lost in that from groups, and a lot of people were like, "Fuck that," and they switched MMOs, and a lot of them swapped over to 14. Um,
Eve, I will
actually,
say, was kind of a risky business venture from the fucking get go. I'm surprised that it hadn't happened sooner or at a
I
bigger
mean,
scale.
give me 1 second. My headset battery's dying. I gotta swap it out.
Oh, you're good.
All right, I'm back. So I raid with someone who does Eve as a full time job, and
Uh huh.
what she does is, and mind you, you can't do this until you get to a really high level. You're really good at the game. But what she does is she goes out and farms for all the materials that people need to make their ships. She then sells the materials for real money, and then she destroys them and takes the ship parts back. And that's her job. That's how she makes like 15 grand a month doing this.
Fuck.
Yeah. And she's been doing it for like 3 years now, 2.5 years, something like that. But she plays Eve like 15 hours a day every day for work
Yeah, that's
because
fair.
of how long it takes to grind all the mats and stuff like that. So it's very much, it was a very risky endeavor on real world money. But yeah, it's because usually in Eve, when the battles happens, it's over like massive sets of territory that people are hoarding. And so usually they don't get to the level that that one fight did because each ship is usually between like 3 and 5 grand to make. like at the high end. So yeah, it's a lot of money.
Oh shit. Apparently, I can't say this year now. It's fucking 2023 now. Apparently, in like March or some shit like that, uh, Eve made like a new like pay to win thing that you can fucking just like buy, and it just gives you like some super dope shit. And I guess it was pissing everybody off because it was gonna fucking destroy the economy, but it didn't.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's okay. So, and the thing with Eve, and the reason why it probably wouldn't destroy the economy, it's going to destroy your casual gamers experience,
Yeah,
right? Because you're going to be able to hop straight in. But for a lot of people, it's about making the cool different ships and exploring with them and doing. And you're not gonna one awesome pay to win ship thing isn't going to destroy that, because what's going to end up happening is the people who are pissed about it are just going to go and destroy your ship, like flat out.
yeah. I have thought about getting into Eve, but like thinking about like how long it's gonna take for me to fucking get into it and like learn everything and then like find the time and then shit
And
fucking
then have all your
spend
hopes and
money
dreams
on it.
destroyed by some camper,
Yeah,
like,
some
you know.
random dickhead that's just like, yeah, fuck
Yeah,
off.
that's for me. So and the reason I never got into Eve is I've realized, because I love sci-fi stuff, but I've realized over the years I like enjoying sci-fi stuff a lot more in like media or in books and stuff like that. There's not a lot of sci-fi based games that I really do enjoy.
Dude, we
Like,
should play Elite Dangerous. I bought it last year and like I don't have anybody to play it with.
that just sounds like the sniper game. Is that not the sniper game?
No, Elite Dangerous is like imagine if like No Man's Sky was a fucking like actual like space sim and not just fucking go around and catalog Nickelodeon animals the game.
Yeah, see, but that again, that's what I'm talking about. That doesn't sound like it appeals to me that much. Like, I don't know what it is. I don't feel like I enjoy exploring space stuff that much. I don't know why.
That's fair.
I've not found a sci-fi game like, and it could just, maybe I would love that game. Maybe it's just the games I have played, but for the most part, the ones I've played, I don't feel like the sci-fi setting lends to anything. Like, okay, a good example, The Surge, right?
Yeah.
Love Dark Souls, love sci-fi stuff. In theory, this should be a match made in heaven. And I play it and I'm like, is this really any different from being in like a machine factory for most of the game? I guess grabbing parts off enemies, it's a cool concept. Gameplay kind of bogs it down a little bit. None of the bosses were very fun in the first Surge. Like, I hear it's better in the second one, but as far as the sci-fi elements, like, none of that really excited me any more than anything else. Like, it wasn't like, ooh, I'm in this cool sci-fi setting with all this, alien tech and science. It was there, but it just felt like, I guess, like window dressing, as
Yeah.
as opposed to like when I'm watching it in media and stuff. A lot of times they build these worlds that are really like really engaging, because you're not used to the technologies and stuff, or you see different races and you see different like weapon types and enemy types and stuff. But a video game has to be rooted in enough reality that it's believable as something you could utilize. So like, I don't know, with the exception of like maybe Dead Space,
Yeah, I was
most
actually gonna
sci-fi
say
stuff,
I was actually
like,
gonna say I
but
think
even but
that
even then,
sci-fi and horror probably like together probably
oh
are
yeah,
gonna
they
be the
lend themselves very
yeah, I was
well.
gonna say they're
Like,
probably gonna be the best setting for any like that's probably gonna be the best setup for any sci-fi game. Because now that like you fucking said something about it, there isn't really you're right, there isn't really any fucking sci-fi game that I'm just like, oh fuck yeah, I gotta play it. Other than like Dead Space.
well, because even like, okay, so even like Mass Effect is super sci-fi,
You
right?
know what, that's true. But yeah, I don't
I like Mass Effect, but for me, the sci-fi stuff is just kind of a backdrop in Mass Effect. It's
yeah.
like, and mind you, this is in comparison. I had already played like Knights of the Republic, which is made by them. I had already played like Dragon Age and stuff like that was made. So had I not played those and I went into Mass Effect as being fresh to the kind of gameplay loop from a story presentation perspective, maybe I would feel different. But I didn't. I played that other stuff and it just seemed like a sci-fi skin with at least for the first one. They added different elements into 2 and 3 that differentiate, but from the first one, which is the one I enjoy the most out of them, to be fair, because I like that gameplay loop. The sci-fi stuff was just kind of window dressing. That's why I'm interested in Callisto Protocol. I've not played it because the PC version was apparently super bugged upon release, so I'm kind of waiting a little bit till that stuff kind of gets patched out. Apparently the PS5 version runs perfectly fine though. But yeah, most sci-fi stuff, like, it's super cool in media, and then I play a game and I'm like, did this need to be sci-fi? Like, what did sci-fi add to this game, right?
So maybe that could be something that I look into over the course of the next few months, is finding just sci-fi games and just playing them, and then fucking making a tier list. I guess, yeah, technically Nier Automata is fucking sci-fi, isn't it?
So Nier in
Yeah.
general is technically sci-fi, right?
Yeah.
That's not what you're playing the game for, though. It's not a sci-fi.
You're playing
game.
it.
It's
you're
a
playing
game with sci-fi elements.
You're playing Nier Automata for ass.
And to be fair, I don't like Nier Automata as much as I like Nier Replicant.
Yeah. I have
Which
not finished
is
Replicant.
blasphemy to most people. Replicant takes a lot of the gameplay mechanics that Automata has from combat loop perspective,
Yeah.
and brings them into that older game.
Yeah,
So
no,
think
I
that
haven't
plays
finished
fun,
it,
but I like
it's
the
fun.
more fantasy time-related world less,
Yeah.
or I like that more than the downtrodden. See, that's the thing. It's sci-fi, but it's like post-Armageddon sci-fi.
Yeah.
More so than focused on the outer space and new technology, because even though the technology isn't something we really utilize and have, it's all meant to be treated like it's ancient in that game at that point.
So, looking at just a list of sci-fi games, just on Google right at the top. We got, you know what? I guess, yeah, we have Horizon. We have
Again,
right.
Horizon isn't a sci-fi game to me. It has sci-fi elements, but I don't because I'd argue
It's 'cause it's all
I haven't played
robots.
I haven't played the second one, but I really really like the first one. It was a really good
I will
game.
say, if you just take out all the if you take out all the robots, it's not a sci-fi game no more. So yeah,
I think it's also a gameplay loop perspective. To me, it plays very much like a more like an open world Uncharted or Tomb Raider game.
yeah.
And
We've got Death Stranding.
didn't play it because I'm not a Kojima simp, and everyone said it was a walking sim, and I don't like walking sims, so I was like, well. And
So,
again, with a 2.5-hour cutscene at the end, you could argue that's a movie.
yeah, we've got Jedi Fallen Order, which
I
I'm
started
gonna
it. It
lump
didn't.
Star Wars into its own category when it comes to sci-fi.
It's so Star Wars technically is sci-fi, but
I know it is.
Star Wars is a an adaptation. The word is escaping me right now. It's like when Spider-Man became a game. When
yeah, Portal 2.
so- okay, yeah, Portal stuff's
good
really
one.
good. Half-Life is also good.
Detroit Become Human.
Didn't play that. I'm not a huge fan of the just click
Yeah.
options games, unless it's horror stuff. I've really liked the few horror ones I played. Like The Quarry was really cool.
We've got Outer Worlds. Outer Worlds is full on sci-fi. I will give it that.
Okay,
It's pretty
I'm
good.
gonna be honest. I've not played Outer Worlds. I've not played Outer Wilds. I've not played anything since Fallout 3, as far as those go.
So Outer Wilds is different from Outer Worlds. Two
Yeah,
totally
they're
separate
both
companies.
right.
They just happened to
but-
come out in the same year, near the same time, so everybody got them confused.
right, but don't they do practically the same thing too? Though?
No, they're two completely different gameplay styles. The only thing is, let's see. Yeah, Outer Wilds is about exploring space, whereas Outer Worlds is just Fallout in space.
Right, so they both just, because I've looked into both of them, they just kind of basically look like the Fallout gameplay, just either on different planets or one more similar planet. But again, I didn't play either of them because they didn't look that compelling to me. It's why I didn't play Fallout 4. I was like, is this really any better than 3 or New Vegas? I'll have to wait.
Yeah.
Right. And I
Deus Ex
really
is
liked.
sci-fi.
I mean, that's fair.
Like,
I like
that is
I like
heavy sci-fi.
I've played one Deus Ex game and it's okay.
We got Dead Space on here. We've got
XCOM.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got Returnal. That's sci-fi.
Yeah, I didn't play Returnal.
Control.
Didn't play Control.
It's seriously. I can consider. Yeah. I guess technically Control is sci-fi, but that's definitely just a fucking SCP game, and nobody else can convince me otherwise. It's literally the same thing. Titanfall
Maybe I
2 is technically sci-fi.
Yeah, and I didn't like Titanfall or Titanfall 2.
That's fair.
And the only reason, and I guess technically this is sci-fi, I really loved the MechWarrior stuff growing up.
Yeah.
And it seemed like because I played Titanfall 2 because it went free at one point, I think, on Plus. And the mech stuff seemed like a massive step back over something like MechWarrior or like oh shit, what's the one that literally just got announced?
Armored Core.
Yeah.
Well, the big thing about it is that it's a shooter and not like a mech game. You just have a mech, which is fine.
Right, and I'm not the hugest into shooters. Like I play some. Like I really enjoy Apex every now and then for a handful of matches. I have a really good time with that, which is the same core gameplay set as Titanfall without all the cool abilities and stuff. Right, like you're missing the Titans. But even then, like I play that. Like I don't play Doom sci-fi, I guess, right? Doom's fun. I like Doom. That's a good sci-fi shooter.
Metal Gear Solid is on this list, and like I guess technically.
I've played Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2.
Yeah, like
and while they have sci-fi elements,
there's a
those
cyborg.
To me are not sci-fi games.
Yeah, like there's a cyborg. I guess it technically counts. But
it's kind of like
would you consider BioShock a sci-fi game?
Yeah, I guess I would. It's more like a because it is rooted in science fiction. It's it's more of a mystery game to me.
System Shock, absolutely. RimWorld is sci-fi.
I have not played it. It looks fun. I just haven't played RimWorld.
Dude, it's a whole thing.
I guess like Frostpunk and stuff like that, sci-fi too. I think maybe what it is they don't ever interest me enough to justify buying them over something else in a different space at the time. So like,
Prey.
A good example would be like like The Surge, right? The Surge came out. Why am I going to pick that up over Dark Souls 2 or Dark Souls 3? You know what I mean? Like, there's other stuff in the gameplay loops that usually compete in fields I'm more interested in. And so I just don't play them, maybe?
Yeah.
I guess I love Star Ocean. That's sci-fi.
Right.
To a point.
Yeah. I don't know. There's like...
But again, to me, that's a JRPG. That's not sci-fi. Like, it is sci-fi. 100% especially like the earlier ones and stuff. 100% sci-fi.
Sci-fi games on IGN because it's the first thing that popped up.
Like,
dude,
half looking...
Half of these I've never fucking... Dinos Reborn, dude. That's definitely sci-fi.
Oh, you know what? Would you count, like... Well, no, because I guess Dino Crisis isn't sci-fi, even though technically it has sci-fi elements.
Isn't that the fucking game where you, like, go back
it's
in
Resident,
time?
It's Resident Evil with dinosaurs.
I was thinking Turok.
You're thinking Turok, yeah, but that's a dinosaur game.
And Turok isn't even, like, actually going back in time. Isn't it, like, going to another fucking planet? And there's just fucking dinosaurs everywhere?
Yeah.
It's such a good game, dude.
It's actually one of those games I'm surprised is stuck on, like, I think the 360 era even. I don't even think it's come further than that. We haven't got a new one in a long time.
Dude, I think everyone would love a new Turok, to be honest. Like, with what we can do with,
I think,
like, enemy AI and, like, just in general games, I feel like soon
I think if you would have made, I think if you would make a Turok game like Horizon Zero Dawn, it would do very well. Right.
That could slap.
Maybe not give you a bow, but give you like smaller arms or something that you have to try to cleave parts off, or Assassin's Creed climb up the back of a dinosaur. Like, I mean, giving them guns would be fun. I don't know that you would gain the advantage of an open world with guns.
I guess I could say that Steel Rising is a sci-fi game. You're a robot, but like it's like that weird thing where it's like it's sci-fi stuff, but like 400 years ago. It's like, oh, what? Sure, I guess. I guess George Washington could have technically had fucking laser pistols.
I guess Cyberpunk's considered sci-fi, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know why. I feel like Cyberpunk's its own classification.
Killzone?
Not the game. I do not like Killzone.
I don't either, but that's sci-fi.
Yeah.
It's like current
yeah,
day
but that's like
sci-fi.
but that's the same thing as calling Halo sci-fi, which
It
yeah,
is.
it technically is. I don't know.
Technically, Doom is sci-fi.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier. I said Doom.
Oh,
I said
okay.
Doom. That's the thing. Like I think I think I just classify games in certain categories irrelevant of being sci-fi or not. So like,
Yeah.
in Doom, for example, that's a shooter. Halo, that's a shooter. Call of Duty, that's a shooter.
Yeah, it's definitely more
Are there
based around.
sci-fi? Are there sci-fi elements in Halo? Yeah, it's a especially in the story, major
Yeah.
part.
I
But for
definitely
me,
think.
it's more about okay, what makes this shooter unique from this other shooter?
Yeah, I was gonna
And
say
don't
I
think the
definitely
sci-fi
think
lends to
that
it.
categorizing games based on their gameplay is a much better way to classify them as opposed to like their aesthetic. Because
Right, but on the counter argument, all right, you have Mass Effect 1 versus Dragon Age Origins. They play similarly. So if you were to have to recommend that gameplay loop to someone and they were like, "Yeah, I really like fantasy stuff," or "Hey, I really like sci-fi stuff," you're going to recommend the Mass Effect or Dragon Age over the other one based on that. So I think it's not the best category to base I guess a full recommendation off of, but I think it
Okay,
is
you know what?
something
That's
to
fair.
consider.
I think that the gameplay style is the classification, and then the aesthetic is the descriptor. Which I guess we're already doing that. That's like
Yeah.
in the definition of Dragon Age, like everybody calls it a dark fantasy RPG, and Mass Effect
Yeah.
is a sci-fi like shooter. Or well, no one says sci-fi. It's a fucking third-person action RPG. Unfortunately, I will say, after playing through Mass Effect 2, I think it is definitely funnier than the first one.
Oh, 100%.
Like
I think
cracks me
Mass
up.
Effect I think Mass Effect 3 is funnier than the first one. But I don't think that's why I'm invested in Mass Effect 1. So, Mass Effect 1, again, it's my favorite out of them, but it has glaring issues. Like the exploration is absolutely butt cheeks. Like exploring the planets with the fucking the RV thing. I can't think of what it's called right now. Like that's boring as shit.
Bruh, yeah. That's some of the worst
I
I've ever seen in
think-
my life.
I think the actual humor isn't quite up to par, even on something like Knights of the Republic or Dragon Age Origins. I think are funnier than Mass Effect 1. But Mass Effect 1 does very, very good at building its world and
Yeah.
its characters in the world, and that's what hooks you in. That's why the trilogy is so renowned. Is each hooks into the next one very, very well. For me, the gameplay loop is what loses me on 2 and 3. If 1 was a cover shooter, and I went into the trilogy to play a cover shooter,
I mean, to be
maybe
fair,
I feel
it
different.
definitely is a cover shooter. They just don't put an emphasis on it by not making you fucking climb over a million fucking things.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel the first one's a cover shooter. I feel it's more akin to The Witcher and to Knights of the Republic and in Dragon Age Origins. Like it's very much more about your stats and skills than your ability to hide
Look,
behind
man,
cover of the first game.
after replaying the first one recently and playing that bitch on the hardest fucking difficulty from the rip, like that bitch is a cover shooter. You just also have powers. Like you have to stay
Nah,
behind fucking
that's-
covering that bitch. You get
Right, but
murked.
that's not just Matt. That's all of the games. You have to run away to heal and to recharge your stuff in any of those.
That's
other
what I'm
games.
saying. So then, yeah, it's a cover shooter. Like even the first
No,
one is.
no. I'm saying Knights of the Republic or Dragon Age
Oh,
Origins
yeah,
on
yeah.
their hardest difficulties. You're still doing that to make the gameplay loop work. Otherwise, you're fucking dead. Like you're running away with one while swapping to another character to buff or reheal. Like it's that same gameplay loop. I don't find the covering is any more intense in Mass Effect 1. Like 2 and 3, I feel like if you're not covering properly on even the normal difficulty, it's
Oh, yeah,
much
you're-
more of an
yeah,
issue.
you're fucking dead.
like versus Origin or not or Mass Effect 1, yeah, on
You
the
know what?
hardest difficulty.
I will say that's true. On the normal difficulty, like you can kind of
Which
just fucking
you
run
gotta
around and
realize
not do a goddamn thing.
when you're critiquing a game, you have to do it based on what the average of players is going to do, and I think it's a real hard argument to say the majority of people are not going to play on the normal difficulty in a
And
game.
to be fair, on the normal difficulty in any Mass Effect game, for the most part, especially in the first one and a lot of the second one, you can literally just run up to everybody and just fucking punch them, and like they
Yeah,
can't do anything.
you
So,
definitely can in two,
like,
because
even
that's
though,
what I started doing because I didn't want to play a cut, and that's the thing. And back to my first point, I think if the trilogy started out that way, I wouldn't have had a problem with it. My problem is
yeah,
when I go to play them, I play through all of them at the same time, right? I play it as a trilogy, and when I go to the first one and I'm getting into this gameplay loop, and then it's ripped away from me in the second one for something different, I don't like that. Like, to be fair, Dragon Age does the same fucking thing if you go from 1 to 2 because I play 1 on PC,
oh dude,
which is an isometric game on PC, versus you're into more of an action RPG on
two
the
feels
second
so
one,
fucking bad, dude.
and then the third one gives you both options.
Yeah,
Um,
I think that they did the best with Inquisition, like hands down. Like while playing through Mass Effect, I've been like, man, I cannot wait to finish Mass Effect 3 so I can just move on to Dragon Age and play through those fucking games again because
yeah,
since we're getting Dreadwolf this year realistically, that means I'll need to fucking catch up anyway or refresh
yeah,
myself
yeah.
cuz I don't
I don't
remember
know that
most of that shit.
I don't know that I'll play 1 and 2, even though I think 1's my favorite of them, but I think that's nostalgia.
Yeah,
Um,
so Inquisition is
Inquisition's the
absolutely
better game.
yeah, Inquisition
Like,
is absolutely my favorite, but I think 1 was more interesting whenever it came out.
oh,
Like
100. Yeah, when it
it
came, well,
had
and see that's the thing.
such a
When
good
Inquisition
story.
came, by the time Inquisition came out, there were so many other fantasy RPGs that were out at the time.
Yeah.
Like for me, I picked up Inquisition and
Well,
I
see,
stopped
here's the
playing it
thing though,
because
is
of
like
14.
Origins came out in 2009, I think. So like it was only a 4-year leap. Let me look. Dragon Age
No, I think Origins was like
Origins.
2006, 2007, maybe.
2009. So only 4 years passed between Origins and Inquisition.
Yeah, but they had a different
Almost to
team
the
work on it
day.
too, right?
No, it was still BioWare.
No. They had a team, like they
Oh
had a
yeah,
separate team working on two
yeah.
while they were still
They
making
did because Mass Effect.
Awakening, I think.
Yeah, which that was the whole thing is between Awakening and 2, they had to like switch. Well, the main team left Origins to work on 2, and the other team worked on uh, Awakening with obviously some input. And then after they were done with Awakening, everybody got moved to 2 until like they were really trying until they started pushing fucking Mass Effect 3. Or no, right? Yeah, Mass Effect 3 or Dead Space, one of the fucking two. Because that was when EA started acquiring a bunch of fucking studios. It was about 2010.
Yeah, that tracks.
Yeah, so like that's why Dragon Age 2 ended up the way it fucking did is because most of its people got moved off of it to work on fucking Mass Effect and
I don't
Dead
even think Dragon
Space.
Age 2 was bad. I just think it was short. I beat Dragon Age 2 the first time I played it in 2 sittings.
Yeah, I actually
And
don't mind it because it's got
I
the
didn't really care about its characters that much for the most part until they kind of became relevant again in Inquisition.
yeah. I actually really like the gameplay in 2 only because it just has the fucking gambit system from Final Fantasy 12.
Yeah.
So I was like,
Yeah.
"Oh, word!" So I went in there, it just gave everybody gambits, and then the game pretty much just fucking played itself after that. And I was like, "Hell yeah, let's fucking go, dude!"
Yeah, was it you? I was talking to someone the other day about the Gambit system, and they were asking why it hadn't come back yet, and I'm just like, I think
Because it
it's
made
one of the
everything too
best
fucking
systems.
easy.
I think, well, it was one of the best strategic elements the games have ever had, I think. But
I will
when you
be
got
totally
good at
honest
it,
too. Like playing that bitch without the gambit system was a fucking nightmare.
oh yeah, as you're trying to get new gambits.
Not even that, just playing through the whole story without using the gambit system like at all, like no like auto battle turned on. Because like if you take the gambits off your fucking party members, they just
It's
stand there.
just yeah, it's just so slow if you do that.
That's what I'm saying. Like like the gambit system was a necessity more than anything else, and that's just by way of how they wanted to have the party members running around and stuff, a la Final Fantasy VIII.
Yeah.
Which I will say, I think that was cool. Like Final Fantasy VIII was the only fucking one that they did that with, until 12. So 8 and 12 are the only ones where you had your party members following you, which was cool. I mean, in 12 you didn't have all of them. Well, I guess you didn't in 8 either.
No, you just had who was in your current party.
Right. But that's
so
still
the thing,
cool.
And the big argument against it is it clutters up the screen.
Oh, absolutely.
I think it's cool. I think if the camera popped out another 20%, most people wouldn't care. But with how close the camera was in 8, a lot of people didn't like it. To be fair though, a lot of people just don't like 8. I really do, but there's a lot of people who just have a massive hate for the gambit system, or not the gambit, the junction system, and for the enemies leveling with you. Like that's another big hate a lot of people have. But to me, I think that's cool because you can, I don't know, I like finding ways to have fun with a game's systems without just like, I know a lot of people are like, yeah, just put a Game Shark code in and have everyone max level, max stats, blah, blah, blah. That's fun. And for me, I would rather be stupid, overpowered, and strong by finding a way to exploit the game's current systems. And 8's junction system to this day, I think, is the best way to do that in any mainline Final Fantasy.
Absolutely.
You could argue there's job combinations in Tactics that are just as dumb broken, but
dude,
as far as a mainline game goes, I think 8. Yeah,
mathematician. Why the fuck was the math teacher so strong, dude? Like, oh yeah, you're God. Well, can you tell me what this comes out to be in this equation?
Yeah, because wasn't calculator like one of the strongest skills in the game?
Yeah, like it's so stupid.
Yeah, but stuff like that where you can take the game systems as they're intended and you can do some wacky shit with it. I find that way more fun to do, execute, and learn than just, maxing out my level, just getting the highest tier of everything. Like, it's kind of the same way. Like, I like doing more damage in 14 by getting really good at my rotation as opposed to just putting on a new piece of gear. The gear's nice, but I would rather just learn how the systems work to their fullest extent. And I think 8 lets you do that the best, followed very closely by 12 for mainline, just because of what you can do with gambits. Like, being able to put your controller down for the Yzmat fight might sound boring, but I mean, before the days of everyone using the internet for stuff, like learning and figuring out how to do that on your own for a 12-hour at the time fight was very, very rewarding.
Yeah.
Like,
I love this little quote right here that I just found from Gamer Rant about Dragon Age. It says, after looking at many forums that already discuss which game is better, most gamers say Dragon Age Origins is better than Inquisition. However, the reasons appear to be mostly matters of taste. Some even say Dragon Age 2 is their favorite, and that one is known to be the least popular.
Yeah, I think for Dragon Age, and again, I think it brought you this interesting take on a fantasy world. Because you gotta remember, we Lord of the Rings had been done for what, 5 years at that point or something like that, right?
Something like that.
Right. So we had kind of, in like the mainstream, we had kind of shied away from heavy high fantasy and dark fantasy stuff. And then Dragon Age came out, and it gave you this really immersive world to get in with character interactions. You could gift people, have people fall in love with you, like that kind of stuff was all present in other games at the time already, but they really just kind of took it to the limit for the dark fantasy setting, and it resonated with a lot of people who were kind of missing that. First, like as I said before, by the time Inquisition came out, like there was a lot of other offerings out,
and it's kind of back to that. Like, there isn't a whole lot of like
good we've shifted so far into the open world genre in general now.
Yeah, and actually, now that I'm thinking about it, it's kind of because the fucking Witcher 3 came out, and
Yep.
just like when Skyrim came out for like a long time, that's basically all anyone ever fucking talked about.
Well, and
Shit.
that's the thing
Even
is you
even
had
after Inquisition came out, motherfuckers are still talking about Skyrim. Motherfuckers are still
right.
talking about
So
Skyrim.
you had Skyrim came out because when did Inquisition come out? Did you find you said 2014?
2013.
Right. So Skyrim was 2011.
Yeah.
So you still had people grinded on Skyrim with
Yeah.
how that game was by that point.
And
And
shit,
Inquisition
fucking
came out and
I,
it didn't play remotely the same as Skyrim at
no.
all.
Witcher
But a
3
lot
came
of
out in
the
fucking I think 2015.
yeah. And again, just Skyrim has been re-released to this day. It's still coming out. You know what I mean? Like Witcher 3 again, it just got the HD update for PS5 and Xbox Series. Like as opposed to giving us new interesting fantasy worlds, we have a couple companies who are just capitalizing on the one world they made. It's the same. It's the same way as from a sci-fi perspective, we keep getting Star Wars shoved
Yeah.
down our throats over and over. Disney Plus has like what 4 or 5 Star Wars series now, or seasons worth of series now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm not saying they're bad. I'm just saying it's still the same universe, the same world. It's not something new and fresh and exciting to really draw you into a new fantasy setting or a new sci-fi setting. And I'm going to be interested when Dragon Age 4 comes out to see what they can do to kind of separate themselves from the pack of stuff that's out. Because anymore with how much open world stuff is taken over, Dragon Age did it bad, arguably, in
Yeah.
Inquisition. Because
I will definitely say that I think the biggest thing was it suffered from the same thing that a lot of open world games suffer from, which is just having a big ass open world and not having shit in it. Like,
well, it didn't have shit in it, and then its arbitrary way of keeping you from going places early was just putting something 30 levels higher. Or you'd be in a level 4 area right off the start, and there'd be level 20 enemies if you just walked 10 feet to your left one way, right?
yeah,
Like that was how it segmented. And anymore, at the time, it treated it more like an MMO would treat an open world, right?
yeah,
And anymore, we have so much freedom. Elden Ring, perfect example, right?
yeah,
Elden Ring, it does have different enemy levels technically based on gear, their health, stuff like that. But arguably, outside of anything like south of the Atlas Plateau, can pretty much be immediately approached.
mm-hmm.
Are you
And
going to
shit,
struggle
even
a little bit more in Caelid? Yeah, sure, but you can still go do it. I know because I did that place first when I played it, and so then you have stuff like Horizon, and you have stuff like Cyberpunk, and like where you can just go fucking anywhere off the beaten path whenever you want. Days Gone, like that's kind of the standard now. So I'm curious to see what they do with the new Dragon Age, because if they follow that formula that they had before, I think it's going to feel dated.
yeah,
I think if they go back further to an older formula, more hallway simulator, like or like procedural dungeon, kind of like Dragon Age 2, I think
look.
a lot
So
of people aren't
I
gonna
will
like
say
that.
real quick, Dragon Age 2, not procedural dungeon.
No, it's
Had
it's not
4
procedurally
dungeons, and they
Right.
just put
But
us
what
in
I'm
from
what I'm
different
talking
edges.
about is
I
that
know what you're saying.
like that kind of by the books dungeon making.
Yeah, I think
know,
that
like
I am interested to see. I think that it's going to be closer to 2 than it
You
will
think
be
so?
to either one, because we're going to Winter, so it's going to be a lot of being in like a city or multiple cities,
Yeah, I felt like
which I
it's
don't mind.
this is gonna be a strange comparison. I felt like 1 and 3, Origin and Inquisition felt like very much games, and I felt like 2 kind of felt like a Fable ripoff.
Yeah,
And it's a weird comparison to make, but I didn't feel that different from when I was playing like Fable 2. Like you had these these small dungeon stuff, but then you just had a lot of running around in the city or running around like on beaches and shores with not much going on in them. And Fable had the advantage of having like full-blown romance mechanics and being able to buy and sell homes and all this that Dragon Age didn't really have.
yeah.
I
Like
think I think
I
2 had the
100%
least
it
like
too.
sexual options, like it had the least like romantic options out of them
Yeah, I think there
to delve into.
was. I think you had like 2 options, regardless of gender.
But I think 2 does a lot of setup for Inquisition.
Oh no, it's literally the setup for Inquisition. Well, kind of, actually.
The
The
last, the
act
last, the
so the
last act is
actual
a complete.
so the actual setup for Inquisition is a fucking book. Like
Oh well, yeah, yeah.
like literally the whole book. Like what happens in the Dragon Age book Asunder is literally the events that start everything. Because
All right,
in that book
and
they discover that the fucking what is it called? Tempering. Not tempering. That's 14. Uh where it turns mages fucking stupid. Whatever that's called
oh yeah,
again.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they found out that that can be fucking reversed. And the Templars have known this entire time, and that is what started the war between mages and Templars, which kind of sparked all of the Inquisition thing.
So
However, they
backpedaling
don't
to the
fucking talk
book,
about that a whole lot in the fucking game. I will say.
right? And I don't think they should because here's what I say.
That's fair.
I hate more and more, and it's happened more and more in recent years, relying on a separate form of media to get people invested in your game, or your movie, or your like. I think it's cool when
Looking
it's
at
done
you, Final
sparingly.
Fantasy 15.
Yeah, no, that's a perfect example. Is there's no reason because okay,
All right, look, I will say
Luna
real quick,
Freya,
that movie did slap.
it did. I'm not going to argue that. My problem is if you didn't watch that movie, what
Yeah,
reason did you have to give a fuck about Luna Freya?
literally.
It just yeah.
To be honest, there wasn't a whole lot to like give a fuck about in that game at all.
Yeah, well, but that's
But
the
I
thing
mean,
is
that's not their fault.
they made the comic, they made the anime, they made the movie all the time
Yeah.
to kind of give you a reason to be invested in this world. And you know, Disney's massive mad at doing this right now. Like when there's like 7 series I have to watch on Disney Plus to give a fuck about the current phase of Marvel in the
Yeah.
cinema, I just don't like that. I think it's cool when it's done sparingly. Like a good example is Halo. The book that set up Reach was really cool. That said, you didn't have to have read that to appreciate Halo Reach.
Yeah. And it's the same
Is it
thing
going
with
to add stuff?
Inquisition.
Sure. Right. And so, yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I think had all that stuff in that book that set it up been like required material to understand stuff in Inquisition, because I didn't read the book. I didn't have any issue understanding Inquisition. I had a good time with it, you know? Had that been required, like all these other things make you do to essentially get the full picture, I don't like that. I think it's too much to go, okay, I know you're going to play my 40 to 60 hour game, but I need you to go tackle this. Maybe if you're a slow reader, maybe it takes you 10 hours to get through that book, right? Like
Hmm.
maybe longer, you know. I mean, for me, it's usually, you know, a few hundred pages is usually just a couple hours for me. It's whatever. I read a handful of books every week, so it's not a big deal for someone like me. But for a lot of people, whether you have dyslexia, whether you're a slow reader, maybe you just don't like reading books. Maybe you don't have the extra time. Maybe all you have is 2 hours to play a game a day and you don't have time to go read that book. You go read that book, you're a week behind everyone else playing the game you're interested in. I hate it. I hate it.
Yeah.
And it's become so common nowadays.
It's because people want to make franchises, not just
Well, they
just
want to
a
make
property.
franchises. They want to make like, okay, Pokemon. Like,
Yeah.
Pokemon is the mother child for, like, do you have to have watched any of the anime to play the games? Fuck no. Are
Yeah,
they going
that's
to
what
add
I'm
much
saying.
to the
Like,
games? No. So I think they do it very well. That said,
yeah,
everyone looks at
that's what
Pokemon and
people
goes,
want, is
we
they
can make money this way?
yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like that's what companies want is they want to become the next Pokemon or the next fucking Winnie the Pooh or whatever the fuck or the next Hello
Yeah.
Kitty.
And I just see it with franchises that I'm like, why are you doing this? Like, if you came out and told me, hey, before you can play Uncharted 2, you need to read this book, I just probably wouldn't have played Uncharted 2.
Right.
Like, it
I will
doesn't have
say,
enough investment in it to make me give a shit outside of the game.
yeah, I do want to say in Dragon Age, and so far, I know that no one from BioWare is gonna come across what the fuck I'm saying right now and be like, God damn, he's right. We didn't notice. We didn't give a shit. I fucking noticed. In fucking Origins, there is a whole side quest. It's not super important. It's really fucking easy to miss. There's a whole side quest involving going around and finding these fucking demons and fucking killing them because they're like these like five. It's like the five strongest of like each type of demon. So you have to
Okay.
go around and find them.
And this is like, if I'm remembering, this is like at the start of the end of the second act before you go into the third act, right?
in the first one. I can't remember.
Like, so
So
it's there's a couple story things left before you go and you make the big invasion, I think.
yeah. So there's like you fight two in the first one, and then you fight one in the third, or no, in two, and then
They didn't put the other two in.
no, they didn't put them in Inquisition. There's no mention of them anywhere in anything throughout the whole fucking thing. These motherfuckers thought that people weren't gonna fucking notice. I noticed. It was such a
I
cool
think that
fucking.
may have come down to a change in teams because Inquisition was made by a completely different team than
I
the
know.
first two.
It was a very cool thing though, and I really feel like it could have added a whole fucking lot, especially
I mean,
considering.
maybe it comes back. Maybe it
Dude,
comes
if
back
it
in
does,
four.
that'd be cool because like it would really add a lot considering the entire subject matter of Inquisition and now Dreadwolf, which is literally involved around the Fade.
Yeah, I don't know because I know, at least I guess maybe not the whole team. I know like the creative director and the writer were all changed going into Inquisition.
Yeah, fucking David Gator was the one who created Dragon Age, and he was also the one that wrote the first 3 books. He left. He's no longer at BioWare. He doesn't do anything for Dragon Age anymore.
Well, and you had the one writer they had that left for Sony for, was it Uncharted 4?
Are you talking about the head of BioWare?
No, you had a writer.
I was about to say because I was pretty sure.
I can't think of her name. I can't think of
Okay.
her name. It was a girl. It was Amy
Okay.
something. I can't think of her name. But actually, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe it wasn't. That may have been from the Mass Effect team. She may have left
Probably.
and not. She may have not done Andromeda and moved over.
All I know is that
to
if
Uncharted instead.
fucking if Dreadwolf comes out and it sucks ass, then there is no hope anymore for BioWare. Like,
I don't
Anthem
know.
was pretty fucking bad.
Okay,
That
was
really
it though?
fucked,
So
dude.
I didn't play it, right?
So look, it was basically the same problem that fucking Destiny had when it first came out, and inherently, that was their fucking issue. Is they literally came out with a game and they outright said this is going to be a Destiny killer. You cannot say shit like that.
When
because-
Destiny has fixed itself.
No, just in general, you cannot say that kind of shit. Like when you're releasing something, like say another fucking New World, right? Not once did these motherfuckers say this is going to be the 14 killer or this is going to be the fucking WoW killer. They were just like, we're going to make this game, and if it slaps, it slaps. It did not slap at first, but I'm hearing it as starting to slap. But they didn't immediately fail. Anthem, on the other hand, immediately fucking failed. While the gameplay loop was real fun, like it was so cool flying around in that bitch, fucking using your powers and shit, every once in a while using your guns, because, I don't know, you could. That was honestly the biggest drawback, is like the guns, like the gunplay felt fine, but there was no real fucking need to use them, because unlike in Destiny, which was, they were literally two polar opposites. In Destiny, you use your guns a lot and your powers sometimes, and in Anthem, you used your powers a lot and your guns sometimes.
And that could be
And also,
fun,
you could fly.
depending
No,
on the game.
and that's what I'm
but-
saying. It was, and even the like weird puzzle shit you had to do in Anthem, all was fun. The problem was that when they released the game, because they were just so rushed trying to get it the fuck out the door, because fucking who knows, there was
we know.
nothing
We know.
to yeah.
The answer is EA.
Yeah,
We
there
know.
was fucking nothing to do in that bitch. Absolutely nothing. And not
Yeah,
to mention,
so-
all of the story happened in the first person area. It was a whole fucking thing. Like, it was a lot of bad decisions made by higher ups.
So the reason I never played Anthem is, so after Destiny 1, so I bought Destiny on PS3,
Mm-hmm.
PS4, and I bought my brother a copy for 360 on launch. So I invested $180 into this game at launch based on the phenomenal alpha and phenomenal beta I played. I really liked the loop. It was great. That was a quarter of the game though.
Yeah.
And I was out of stuff to do day one
Yeah, that's
outside
what I'm
of
saying. Like,
grinding and multiplayer. And so for me, after Destiny happened, I've stopped buying like big multiplayer experiences until at least 2 weeks in because I need to see if their player base is going to fall because there's nothing to do. Anthem fell into that category. I think it was by day 4 or something like that. The player count had dropped like 80%.
yeah, like,
And I was like, okay, I'm not buying it then. And by that, I mean, like, I knew like 7 or 8 people who bought it and only 1 or 2 was still playing it. Like, we're not talking like Steam numbers or we're talking like out of the people I'm going to go play with, right?
yeah. No, Eli
If they're
bought
not
it.
invested in it, then I'm not going to get on because I'm going to feel like I'm going to buy this thing. I'm going to go through just like Destiny. I've spent the $60, go through it, and then, I'm done with it, which for like a story game, that's fine. But if I'm going in to have a big multiplayer experience with friends and people, I want to be able to keep playing it. I don't want to just be done after a week.
Yeah, yeah. No, fucking. So Eli bought that shit, and he was share playing with me. So that's how I was playing it. And I think both Cut and Sahid got it. So all four of us were going in, and fuck, dude, it was like almost immediately we had figured out how to play it and like synergize as a group, and we just blasted through the whole fucking game. I couldn't
Right,
tell
but
you.
you had fun, right? You had fun with that?
No, not really.
Oh,
Like, because about like halfway into the game, they stopped like doing fun stuff, and it mainly just became like a routine of like going out, doing a mission with not a whole lot of fucking context because I was skipping the fucking cutscenes because I wasn't invested in it. Because it was like, imagine playing fucking like, I don't know. I don't know. But like yeah, it wasn't cool because it was just all of a sudden all the fucking like everything you did was in that dumbass first person camera cutscene bullshit. And I was just like, no, I don't want this. I don't give a fuck.
so if a game can't
Also the
wrap you
world
in
just
enough,
wasn't interesting.
if a game and I generally play games for their story or for their mechanics, one or the other. I generally don't play a game for both. So like a good example is like Uncharted or Tomb Raider, stuff like that. I'm playing that for a fun story, maybe some humor, something like that. The gameplay for me is usually pretty middling, but I usually enjoy the story beats enough to play through them. If a game does not wrap you in its story quick enough to where you are skipping the cutscenes because you don't care about the story, then it's usually a game that mechanically has to be very, very sound. A good example, I could care less about the story in Dead Cells. Couldn't give
Yeah,
any
that's
shit
fair.
about the story in Dead Cells. But the gameplay loop is so fun to me that I'm going to keep playing that and enjoy that. And that's just how it is. And so if Anthem couldn't have a decent enough gameplay loop to keep you going after not caring about the story, why would you?
Did you
Like,
ever play Dark Void back in the day?
I don't think so. No, it doesn't
Dark.
ring any bells.
Okay, I was gonna say Dark Void was a not very well received game, but it was like a whole game where you were just like this dude. The whole premise is you were just a dude with a fucking jetpack for the most part, and
Ooh, Boba Fett. See, that sounds fun.
yeah,
If they
so
made engaging
it was
gameplay.
pretty cool because like it was kind of the first gameplay like that where like they like I think that honestly was the first game that nailed like what it would be like to fly around.
Well, did you ever play? Shadow of the Empire on N64 growing up? Star Wars game.
No.
So there's a bunch of segments that you can get a jetpack and fly around, and that's some of the most fun gameplay segments. It's awesome. It's very bad, like from a physics flying around standpoint, but
Right.
it felt
Well,
so cool.
well,
And so if you have a
that's what
whole
I'm saying.
game
It's
centered
like
around,
that's why I was saying Dark Void was I think the one they were the ones that like they didn't like perfect it, but they came real fucking close. Like
yeah.
it
See, that sounds fun then.
yeah, and it was cool. And then Anthem, their flying shit was fucking perfect. It felt so good to fly around in that bitch. All of the areas were like made so that like that's the point is like you can fucking fly everywhere and do all these sorts of things. Like it was cool. And using the powers was super fucking fun. And the guns were fine, but like you didn't really need to use them that much. But it was just other than that, there wasn't
It's
fucking anything there.
It'd be like if you did the Spider-Man 2018 or whatever, and you removed all of the story, and
Dude,
all you did was the web slinging.
let
The
me.
web slinging is super super fun in that game, but at some point it's going to wear out its welcome if that's all there's to do in it.
I'm going to how long to beat. So Anthem on how long to beat is 13 hours, 13 and a half hours.
Okay, that's a day. Download
Let
that and beat that.
me.
Actually, I don't think the servers are up anymore.
What? They're not now. So looks like fastest playtime is like 8 hours, which you know what?
If I was
I'd say that's right. It
right,
took me
but
about
you,
10 hours. This
but
was last
if I
updated
was hype,
fucking 13 minutes ago.
if I was hype for Anthem, I would have beaten the game day one.
Right. So well, that's what I'm saying. It's like, uh, yeah, Rush just saying 10 hours 46 minutes for
But no, but even
for
then,
just
like
main story.
if you bought into all the hype of it being a Destiny killer, of it being this cool flying sci-fi experience, like you bought into all that hype, you bought it at launch, I would have beaten it in that sitting if it was a
Yeah.
good, enjoyable game. Like, and so at that point, you go, okay, you run into the same issue Destiny had at launch if there's no content to do. And I can almost guarantee that's why the whole player base dropped. If it's only a 14, 13 hour or whatever for your average player to get through it, and there's nothing else to do, is that worth the $60 price tag? I don't know. It's a hard sell because it's not a story based game.
Well, that's the thing is that
It's
it was a
it's
story based
well,
game.
no, but the big selling is for the multiplayer, right?
Yeah.
Like the big selling point was you were going to have this Destiny killing multiplayer experience. It wasn't trying to sell itself like Uncharted does or Tomb Raider does or even like God of War does, where it's sold on the story. It was sold on the premise that most people wanted to have this big, sci-fi Destiny killer experience. And then if all it delivered was a 13-hour story and not that experience, then why would you stick around?
Yeah. And Anthem again also was not only did it really fuck BioWare up pretty bad.
Oh yeah. Oh, terribly bad.
But that's obviously also why Andromeda fucking failed so hard because they had pulled so many people from Andromeda to get
So
Anthem out. And then Andromeda came out fucking barely finished.
I actually don't mind Andromeda.
No, so here's the thing: is I loved how Andromeda fucking played. I was getting interested in the fucking story, and I was like, dude, this is pretty good. But literally, just people would not stop fucking memeing it to death. They were like, it looks like shit, and it was like, okay,
Okay, so
grow
I
up,
played
dude.
I played it a year after it came out, right? I didn't play it on launch. So all of those facial bugs and stuff like that had been fixed when I played it, which
Look,
that was the big thing is the
I had
facial bugs.
I had played it on launch. I didn't really see a whole lot of facial bugs. It
And
was
the big
just
comparison was Mass Effect 3 looked better for a lot of people,
yeah, and it's like
right?
okay,
I
sure,
disagree. I think Andromeda looks significantly better than Mass Effect 3 did.
as do
Um, Now I could argue maybe with the Legendary Edition you may have some pull there. I don't know now with the remaster, right? But I
I'll
think
let you
the
know when I go through
animations,
it.
right? The animations felt more fluid. I think the voice acting I actually think was better in Andromeda. I just think people had a big issue with the animations and the voice acting together. Um, but it was fun enough for me. I enjoyed it. Like I didn't have a bad time with it outside of I had one bug that was PS4 Pro specific. There was this one boss thing like in a cave you walked into, and for whatever reason on the PS4 Pro, the game just slowed to like a crawl to play. I literally moved my save file over to the regular PS4. It worked like a charm. I Googled it. There was tons of issues with it. I don't know why. There was just this one boss. It was like this giant sphere in this big ass room that you had to like move around and shoot its weak points. And anytime you went to jump to move around, your character went to like 1/100th of their speed. And once you
Weird.
did that, it just never stopped. You just even after you beat the boss, because I thought, okay, maybe that's just what this boss is doing. You kept that speed. Even if you restarted the game, restarted the system, you didn't move any faster. But it was a PS4 Pro bug, and so I went and I did it on the regular PS4, moved out of the area, and then moved my save back to the Pro, and the game worked fine. So that's just an optimization issue, I think. But outside of that, I didn't really find anything in Andromeda that made me go, okay, this is a bad game. Now, would I argue it's better than the trilogy? No, because the trilogy has its entire trilogy to stand itself up on, right? You're in a new setting, like it's new. It's not going to have all those emotions and feelings you had from the other games compiling on each other. But
So
it wasn't bad. I would have given it
yeah,
like a 7.5
so
or an 8.
yeah, so I like honestly had it not just been fucking memed to death, like I think that Andromeda would have ended up being another really good Mass Effect trilogy. Cause like they had the workings of like a new fucking like just a good new story and like what the hell's going on and like what all the fucking what all the races and shit that we came to know and love from the Milky Way are kind of doing a new fucking alien galaxy and all these new fucking worlds and shit where everything's different. Like,
Yeah, which is cool.
and it was just again, literally just people would not stop fucking bitching about how it looked and how sometimes it crashed. And fucking Anthem also. Anthem is another fucking big part of it. Like,
Yeah, I don't know.
to be
I hope
perfectly honest,
BioWare can redeem themselves.
yeah. So honest, like I think that Dreadwolf is going to completely determine that because the only thing that has been fucking keeping them afloat, and that's barely because has been fucking Star Wars: The Old Republic.
Oh yeah, yeah, and it does very well for itself.
Right, and that's what I'm saying.
I don't hear about it much anymore. Like I don't ever hear about anything coming out. Like for instance, I don't play WoW. I know WoW just had a new expansion release.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you the last time I heard anything about the Old Republic coming out. But I
Right.
think
The
that's
last
because
time I heard anything about the Old Republic was like fucking 10 years ago or some shit when they like just released like the space combat.
yeah. So I think what happens is I think the community in the Old Republic is a lot more insular than a lot of other MMOs, to where
Yeah.
I think the people who are into the Old Republic aren't necessarily into MMOs, and they're just really, really into Star Wars.
Which I will say, me and Casper played a lot of the Old Republic together. Dude, it's cool, man. Like it's literally just fucking. I mean, it's WoW, but like other than that, like it's basically just fucking Knights of the Old Republic again, but like longer.
Yeah,
And I
and
was
that
like, oh,
sounds
that's
cool.
so cool.
But I never hear anything about it anymore. And as far as I
Right.
know, it's still going.
Yeah, it is. That's
You
what I'm
know,
saying. It's weird.
but because of that, I think the community is just a lot more insular than something like when 14 has a new expansion, everyone
These
fucking hears about it.
motherfuckers,
When
dude.
WoW does,
These motherfuckers did make Neverwinter Nights, didn't they?
who did?
BioWare.
Oh yeah, and Neverwinter Nights 2, I believe.
Neverwinter
But again,
Nights.
the IPs that just sit in purgatory at some companies baffles
MDK,
me.
dude. Fuck. Sorry.
Like why have we not got a sequel to the epically awesome shooter Black?
Yeah.
Like where like all the gunshots were like musical notes and shit like that. Like
Where's my
That was-
goddamn sequel for Legend of Dragoon? Motherfuckers.
I don't even want a sequel. I want a full blown remake. Honestly,
do too.
I didn't really realize just how much I wanted a remake until what was it? The 16 trailer came out,
Yeah.
and you see the Dragoon like fly up with the wings. I'm like, oh my god, I want a Legend of Dragoon remake so
Mhm.
much now that I've seen this. I was just like, oh, you didn't make me want to play your game. You wanted me to have a remake of a different game by showing me this.
So there's a I don't know how I fucking ended up finding it, but I found the Legend of Dragoon Discord, which is
Oh.
extremely active.
Oh, I bet it's
What they are
literally a
currently
classic.
working on right now is it's like 15 or so people right now because they just need more people with like skills. They are currently working on reverse engineering the entire game for PC
Good.
so that they can
Do it.
so that we can mod it. And dude, it's so cool. There's already like a mod program, quote unquote, out for Legend of Dragoon. However, it stopped working like a week before I found it. And they just haven't gotten around to fixing it because they're busy with other shit. But it basically allowed you to do like a hard mode or like a even hardest mode or fucking like chain, like not quite like randomized, but something similar to that where you like there's extra shit in there and fucking you can do like
What
Nuke League Plus and all this other shit.
what I
It's like,
think would
dude.
be a crazy mode would be if you only did damage if you completed an edition.
So the
So
regular,
like you,
so me
no,
playing
no,
the
no,
game regularly.
no. But I'm saying like if you fail the edition, it just does no damage. It still
Right,
does damage normally,
right,
but I'm saying like and remove like ultimate war gods and stuff like that.
dog. Let me tell you, I fuck up in addition about like less than 10 times a playthrough now. Like I played that game so much, like that's not even a challenge no more, dog. But for new
But
people,
for most people, it is
yeah, for
like
most people it is.
that's
Yeah,
the
that's
thing.
fair.
I'm saying
Yeah, I think that'd be
not
cool.
even like as a challenge mode, just as like in the settings, just only editions do damage or something like that.
Yeah, I think that'd be cool. I think maybe not like, not really like more editions, but like more like complicated editions.
I think allowing counters to be at different times and on different buttons would be cool.
Yeah, so what I was thinking was something similar to like how Tekken has their shit set up, where like each face button controls a different limb. Essentially the same thing, and then just like swap the counter button to like something other than circle, or like you said, fucking it just changing which button it is. But essentially, same thing where, like I said in Tekken, where each button controls a different limb. Do the same thing in Legend of Dragoon. So each edition is gonna have its own button combination, as opposed to you just have to press X. You also have to learn
Right.
which
Yeah.
buttons you have to press, and
Yeah.
also
You
be
combo it
prepared to
like a
counter.
fighter.
Yeah, I think that'd be
Yeah.
so much fun.
I've always wondered why no one ever did this whenever the PS4 and the PS3, I guess, even like mainly relied on 6-axis stuff. I don't know why we haven't had a game where you parry by like yanking up on your controller, like with the like the 6-axis tilt.
I'm not gonna lie. I feel like the
I'm
six.
not saying it
I
would be good.
no.
I'm
So
just
I
saying I don't
feel
know why no
like
one did it.
I feel much like the fucking Dreamcast and the 3D for the GameCube. I feel like the 6-axis was just a little bit too ahead of its time.
I
Like,
mean, a lot of games used it on PS3. Like a lot of like flight games used it for combat.
right, but that's what I'm saying.
A
Like
lot
that.
of games used it kind of the way the Switch does it primarily now on shooters, where if you turn, like the gyro in it will actually, so you can aim. You don't actually have to move the joysticks to aim. A lot of shooters did that
Yeah,
when 6-axis first came out, which it didn't really work very well at the time. I don't know why it works really well on the Switch.
dude, they
It
got
works
the
really
best
well on the
motion
Steam Deck.
controls.
Yeah, it didn't work so great on the 6-axis, but they tried it. Like I know, like Killzone, you could have that setting turned on to try to do that. I think it was Killzone 3 or Killzone 2, whichever one came out on
That's what I
PS3.
was saying. Like, I feel like it was a little bit too ahead of its time because, like, it just didn't quite, like, people just didn't quite know how to program it for it and, like, to get the
Yeah,
most use out of it. So, like, it was still used, obviously. And same thing with, like, the Wii U. I think the Wii U was slightly too ahead of its time. People weren't ready for the console handheld thing.
I think the bigger problem with the Wii U, I think the biggest issue with the Wii U was its
Not more.
marketing.
Yeah. Well, one
No,
is marketing.
there was the biggest problem was everyone just went, oh, I already have a Wii. They thought it was like a pro version or
Yeah.
like a slim PS2 or the arcade Xbox going to the like the R2D2 looking one. Like
Yeah.
they didn't think it was a new actual console. Sure, actual gamers knew that, but the Wii hit the casual market. There
Oh,
were
yeah.
so many people who bought a Wii for like Wii bowling and stuff like that. And so when the next one came out, they were just like, "Oh, I already have a Wii. I can already play my games." They didn't think of it as a new piece of tech. They were just like a lot of people just thought the tablet was just an add-on for the Wii, which wasn't the case. I think the Wii U is fantastic to this day. I think some of my favorite
Mm-hmm.
Nintendo games are on that system, but you know, you're right.
So,
The Switch
I'm
the
going to
Switch
be
did what it couldn't.
I'm gonna be perfectly honest. I think that the Wii, it just outright is the best console of all time. Like, I'll give props to the PS2, second best for sure, hands down, second best for right now. But like, dude, there was just so many good things on the Wii.
I say I highly disagree.
I mean, there
would
was
I would
definitely a lot of
so
garbage.
I would see that's the thing is I would argue the Wii had 90% of its titles were shovelware. Um, I think some of the titles that were really good on the Wii. I can't deny that, but a lot of its library was just shovelware.
Right.
And I'm not going to say there wasn't shovelware on the PS2 because there was clearly,
Dude, so much.
but I would say there like okay, you go to any person who had a Wii who's a gamer, not a casual player, a gamer, and they probably have a similar game collection because everything else was shovelware. You go to someone who had a PS2, you're going to have drastically different game collections of all really good games based on what they like. And so so like on the Wii, like yeah, a lot of people had like the Marios, the Zeldas, Wii Sports.
I think that's just inherently the issue with Nintendo. Like,
yeah, no, it is, and
Nintendo's,
because of that, I can't say the Wii was better than the PlayStation 2 because the PlayStation 2 hit everyone. It had the advantage of being bundled with the DVD player at the time,
right?
which was huge for it. It had a traditional controller, which more gamers wrap their head around more easily from the get-go. I think a good example is even Zelda lovers. The majority of Zelda lovers' least favorite game is Skyward Sword, which focused entirely on the motion controls. I think the Wii was phenomenal for what it was. I think it fucked up by still being in 480 when HD was the thing.
Yeah.
I think that was a big oversight on Nintendo's part. But that's just Japan. Japan's rooted in the past. The only reason Sony was in 1080 at the time was because they were developing Blu-ray. I guarantee it. When the PS3 came out, that's the only reason it wasn't stuck back in like 720 is because they were developing Blu-rays. But yeah, some of the Wii's library is just fantastic.
Oh yeah, dude. Like, there isn't a single game that I played on the Wii that I did not like.
I played tons, but I also had a lot of family members and stuff and friends who like had kids and stuff, and they just bought the shovelware games that sounded fun and were not.
Well, that's the thing is like even a lot of the shovelware games were really fucking fun though. Like, not to like sit down and like play as like a fucking gamer. It's like I think that's why the Wii was is the best console, is because it is both very casual to play and you can just play it as though you are an actual fucking, regular high-end gamer for some games.
That's the thing though, is I don't feel like you could. Like I really don't feel like you could play it as an actual high-end gamer. Like I feel like when less than 10% of your library caters to gamers and 90% of your library caters to 10-minute romps of fun with the kids before bed, it's just not my market. I don't feel that way about it. It's kind of a lackluster like if you were to go find a library of Wii games versus someone's library of PS3, PS4, PS2, any of them, I can almost guarantee you the Wii libraries between 5 people are going to be so much closer and with such less variety because all of the other stuff was absolute dog shit that it's just not a fair argument to compare them in my mind. Like, for example, the original. Okay, it's like the 360 versus the original Xbox. The original Xbox had a bunch of dog shit titles, but you know what everyone had? Everyone had Halo.
Halo and Fable.
Right?
And fucking,
right. Halo, Fable, Knights of the Old Republic.
And then fucking True Crime.
Right. But then you pop over to someone who had a GameCube. All right, everyone's going to have Smash.
Word.
Everyone's going to have Mario Kart. At the time, a lot of people would have had like Rogue Squadron 2 or 3.
Yeah.
A handful of other Nintendo games that came out, right? But then you pop in, again, this is the same gen, PS2. You could not tell me that 5 people libraries you're parsing are going to have anywhere near the same games on them. But then you move over to the
Yeah, that's true.
360. 360's library was massive. It was fantastic
Yeah, I think
compared
it was
to the
it.
original Xbox.
So then I'll say this: I think that the PS2 is the best. I will say it's the best single-player console, and the Wii is the best multiplayer console.
I think the Wii,
Hands
and this is actually Nintendo. I think Nintendo has
Well,
the best like family multiplayer titles.
Of course.
That's just what Nintendo is. That's what they do. I don't think like okay, for example,
Them
like
motherfuckers
PS2,
used to
you had to
just
buy
produce
multi-tap, right?
Those motherfuckers
Like-
used to just produce a card game.
Yeah.
That's the
Fuck it.
wildest thing to me, dude. Like that's how Nintendo started. Back in the olden days. Before there
Yep.
was fucking cars.
Actually, literally, yeah.
Yeah, they used to fucking produce like a couple lines of Hanafuda cards.
They did games and they did toys. They were a big toy
Yeah.
manufacturer at the time. But to be fair, with Pokemon existing, they're still a major toy manufacturer. So,
Yeah.
like,
Bro,
but so-
imagine a motherfucking like actual like Nintendo World at Universal that's not just fucking, Mario for a little bit and then that's it.
okay, so that's what Japan has,
Right.
And I think that's what we're getting. And my biggest problem with it, if it functions the same way as how Japan's does, because it's really cool, is you have a microtransaction. This is the
Yeah.
part that's absolute shit. All
Yeah.
right, so you go in, you can explore the park, but if you want to buy the bracelet, you can go up and you can punch blocks like Mario, and you get coins for them, and you can use that as currency in the park for something. I think it's gifts or prizes or something. I don't think you can like buy food with it or anything. That's really cool, right? But I think it's a little fucked that it's a separate. It's not just included in your ticket cost for an
Yeah.
amusement park.
Yeah, cuz like it is. Yeah, no, 100%. Because like you don't fucking charge they don't charge motherfuckers
they
for
treat
like also riding the rides at Disney World.
Right.
Like,
So they treat it like a fast pass for roller coasters as opposed to just like at least with
Yeah.
those you can still ride the roller coasters, right?
although
like, it'd be one
I
thing
will
if
say
they-
maybe they were like they didn't feel like having a separate ticket price for that part of like Universal Studios, considering they already had to pay a ticket price just to get in. They were like, because they would have had to raise it for the whole park, and people would have been like, "Oh, I don't want to fucking do that." So they're like, "Oh, well, let's just also add this thing," because
Yeah, and that's
Re-
a
real-
fair
'cause-
argument.
because the wear and tear where like people can just go up and beat the shit out of things, like they're gonna have to be replacing those multiple times a year,
I would argue probably multiple times
a month.
a month. Yeah,
Yeah.
like
Then,
depending because
yeah, so like I can understand. Like I guess that would be the big telltale sign of why you have to do that is if we go and look at ticket prices before and after it was open.
yeah, because for me, and it's like you're making sense. Like
Yeah.
logically, I understand, but I think as a
I'm gonna
consumer,
Google it.
it feels kind of shitty.
Oh
right,
yeah, 100%.
You know,
I don't
like
want
say you're not in the
microtransactions
know.
outside
Say you're not in the
of-
know and you're a dad of
anything.
3 kids and you take your 3 kids to go thinking, all right, cool, we get to go to Nintendo Land or whatever. And then you get there and realize, I think it's like $20 for each of these
Damn. watches.
And realize you now have to spend another $80 for you and your 3 kids to be able to fully enjoy the park. Like, that's a tall ask.
Fuck, dude. I don't know when Super Mario World came out. Super Mario Universal.
It came, I don't know if it's out
Opening.
there yet.
It opened. Oh, ours opens next month.
Ours isn't open yet. The one in Japan opened during the pandemic in like 2021, I think.
Dude, it
So that's what I'm
slaps
saying.
that.
I don't know if they're going to do the same thing at Universal as they did at like JFC or whatever out in Japan.
Universal
if they-
Studios Japan opening. It opened March 18th, 2021.
Yeah, because that's the thing is like I understand the logic behind it, but as a consumer, like it would feel so bad to go and then have like say you don't have the $80 for you and your 3 kids to get them at that point because you didn't know, and you
I'll
need
look
that
at prices
food
for
for the day.
2020. Uh, shit. You know what? The park was not open in 2020. Sometimes, yeah, I was gonna say sometimes you forget
COVID.
that COVID existed, and still does.
Well, and you also got to realize we've had massive inflation this year.
Yeah. So it's looking like in 2018. Oh, this is a PDF. Fantastic. Universal Studios Japan. It was almost 20,000 yen per adult and almost 14,000 yen per child. Yen to USD.
It's going to be wrong now, I think, if you're using a current calculator because the yen tanked like 6 months ago.
Yeah. It will be close enough. Oh, yeah, no. It tanked pretty fucking bad. What the fuck?
Yeah, it tanked real hard.
It's coming up a little bit, though. So it's a roughly $250 in 2018. So now we can go to motherfucking just now, I guess.
Yeah, just 2022.
Boop. Tickets.
Because we probably don't have results for this year yet.
Purchase in advance. Okay. Okay. Then we go to the details. Dude, my Google searches are all fucked up. All right. So, oh no. Oh shit. How much was the other one? What the? That might have been a deal I was looking at. Hold the fuck up. I gotta look at this.
14,000 to 20,000. What's this one say?
I gotta look at this PDF again. Oh, I was looking at a fucking like a whole thing. Okay, a 1.5 day studio pass was like 18,000 in 2018. Now it's
like $180.
Yeah, somewhere around there. And so now a 1 day pass or 1.5 is slightly more expensive.
Yeah, but it's been 3-4 years, right?
Yeah. So yeah, they definitely didn't increase the prices to get into
Nintendo Land.
Yeah. So then yeah, that's all it was. Just hey, now we have this, and if you want to get in there, you gotta fucking pay a little extra for it because we gotta upkeep the shit. Which again, I perfectly understand.
I just think there should be a ticket disclaimer. So you know you don't have access to everything in this park without purchasing an edition. Like
What's
when
funny
you buy your ticket.
Is that having just looked at the thing, there totally is.
Okay, there wasn't when it came out.
Right. Now, there's
just because
literally
I watched like
there's
3 or 4 YouTube
big
videos
ass
on it.
notice that says to provide the best experience, guests will need a Universal Express Pass with an area timed entry ticket, advance booking, or area timed entry ticket to enter Super Nintendo World.
Yeah, see, and that makes sense. And that was the thing is, upon launch, because I watched like 3 or 4 YouTubers when it first came out, and like it wasn't like they showed their purchase options, and it wasn't on there as even an option until you were in the park.
Damn.
Yeah, and that's a problem, you know.
I mean, to be fair though, you're launching basically an entirely new fucking theme park as part of another big ass fuck theme park.
Well,
like,
another big thing that was during COVID, like
right. So they were probably very ill prepared.
Well, they were ill prepared. They also probably didn't want as many people in the park.
Yeah, that too.
They wouldn't have had the extra dev team to set up the website to accommodate such a thing probably either. Like that's what I'm saying. As long as the US one launches with clear, you know, statements on what is and isn't available with the ticket you're purchasing ahead of time, that's great. That's perfectly fine. The biggest problem was that it was an in-park microtransaction that was not disclosed prior to showing up.
Well, I will let you know whenever it opens. As my sister,
like, I'm gonna book a flight. We're going.
Well, no, both of my sisters work there, so I say, dog, if I want to go to fucking Disney World or fucking Universal Orlando, I ain't gotta pay for shit except to get down there.
Yeah, I'm
I get
going
into
down to
them bitches
Florida.
for free.
I'm going to a wedding out there in March, so I don't know if it's open. I may pop down there and see.
Yeah, I'm trying to save up some money to actually get down there sometime early to mid May because that's a good time to go down there because like it's nice and fucking warm. Like it gets hot down there sometimes in May, but like it's pretty fucking warm. That like May isn't like a huge fucking travel month
Yeah,
because
it's like June to August that are huge,
yeah, because like that was when I wanted to
especially
travel
if
to.
you can go like early May.
Right, yeah, no, that was my plan because that was whenever I went down there the first time after I graduated high school. I went like the first 2 weeks of May I was gone down there, and it was it was super chill, dude. Like there were a couple lines I had to wait in here and there, but for the most part, we basically just walked right the fuck up to everything we wanted to do. It was dope.
Yeah, I'm planning on this year because I got a lot of like goals and stuff for the year set, and one of them is to touch grass more. And so I'm going on like a small trip once a quarter. So like at the first one is going to be that wedding out in Florida, and then we're gonna be down in Florida for a bit, and then like the second one will be the next Fan Fest, which is in I believe it's June or July.
Yeah, I had
Um,
thought about if like trying to go to Fan Fest as well, but I don't know if I'm gonna have the fucking money to go to like
yeah,
Florida and also go to Fan Fest. I also
yeah,
don't know
Fan
where Fan
Fest
Fest is.
probably in Vegas again. I don't know. They haven't
Shit.
announced the venue yet.
Fuck, dude. I need to
I
get
will
my
say,
I
I
need to
will
get
say,
my passport.
if you decide to, if you decide to buy a ticket or ever want to go, like I'm gonna be driving out there again, so we could just carpool out there if you're wanting to
That's
go.
fair. Well, I need
Um,
also in general, like I said, I need to get my passport,
passport,
because
yeah.
I ain't motherfucking driving to Florida. That can kiss my ass. That's too
You
long of a
shouldn't
fucking
need
drive.
you shouldn't need your passport. You have the real ID, don't you?
Nope.
Oh
Real
wow,
ID.
got it.
They only give real ID to some people. I don't know what the fuck it is. It's like you can apply, but
So
like getting
when
approved
we
is, from what everybody can tell, it's almost completely random.
so all I know is when I went to renew my license, they just were like, "Do you want to make it real ID or not?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure, whatever." And it was just like a $50 upcharge, and that was it. They just did the real ID
Yeah,
instead.
no one fucking asked me anything,
Like,
and I had asked about it, and they were just like, I don't know.
when did you renew your license? Because I did
So I
this
re
past year,
Yeah, so I
like this
renewed
last year.
mine. I renewed mine fucking 3 times last year. No, not 3 times, twice. But
Damn.
I renewed it on
Um,
after I turned 30, and then I renewed it again because I went and fucking renewed my Class E license.
oh yeah, yeah, yeah. See, and
So
that's the
and
thing is,
neither
I did
time
it
they said
when we
anything
bought our
about it.
house. I wonder, you did it in Independence?
Uh, one in Independence and one in Sugar Creek.
I'm wondering because I did it in Blue Springs. I'm wondering if it's just a policy difference between the cities
Probably.
on what's
I mean, I
because
want. I need my
I know.
passport anyway because I
Oh
want to
yeah,
travel
100%.
outside the U.S. So like, it's better just to get the fucking passport and just say fuck that real ID.
Yeah, I actually need to look into renewing. I think I got mine 4 years ago now or something like that.
Let's
So I still have like 6 years on it. But
passport application. From what
I was just meaning the
my
passport's significantly more expensive than just upping to the real ID. That's a lot.
Oh, I
That's all
know,
I was getting
but
at.
like once I get that bitch, it's
It's
great.
good for 10 years. Yeah.
Yeah. Uh, from what my cousin was telling me, they're like right now the waiting list is relatively long. Like motherfuckers are looking at like April and shit before they get it. I was like, fuck.
Yeah, when we got ours, we were told it would be 3 to 12 weeks, and we got ours on week 4.
Oh, okay. So it's saying, well, this is routine. It says routine processing time is 6 to 9 weeks.
Yeah, and even then but again, we get it pre-COVID, so
Yeah. Processing times begin the day we receive your application at a passport agency or center, not the day you mail your application or apply.
yeah,
So, yeah, so literally that could take, just it getting there could take fucking 2 to 3 weeks.
yeah, it's not a fun process, but I'm glad we did it because it let us go on the cruise, like out to we went
Right.
out to
That's what I'm
Canada.
saying. We have fucked around slightly too long, and now It's a whole thing. But I mean,
Yeah, I
like,
figured you would have had it because I thought you were trying to go to Japan, like
yeah, this
end of
year I
last year.
was. Yeah, I was trying to go September of this year.
Oh, okay. I thought you were trying to go September last year originally.
No. But
Actually, for some reason, I thought October, not September. But
yeah, I figured
um,
I was thinking September because I was like, it's still warm that time, most
well,
places.
I
And
mean, September is when you want to go for the Sakura festival, anyways, right? Like,
I didn't even
if
think
you're
about
gonna
that. No.
if you're gonna bother going out, might as well like do it at that time. Like, if you're gonna do a one-off kind of thing, I don't know,
Yeah.
because we plan because again we're doing Florida and then I'm doing Vegas and then I plan on doing um, Colorado. I plan on doing in the late summer to early autumn before it starts to get too cold to go out there and go rock climbing. Um, and then I want to go to either Canada or Mexico at the end of the year, depending, because that'd be fun. But
Yeah.
and then I'm thinking Japan next year. I might fly out after kind of it's being blasted with tourists right now. Now that it's opened back up finally, so I don't really want to go in the immediate future.
Right.
But I really want to go out and do the. They have a Shimanari Kaido, which is 3 islands that you cycle across, and you just get to see all these like gorgeous views and shit. And that sounds like it'd be a good time. I don't really want to go to like Tokyo or anything like that. Like I may
No.
spend a day in Tokyo, but I want to go see like rural Japan more than anything.
Yeah. Like I want to go. Like I want to spend like the first couple days hitting, like the big like urban
Oh yeah,
spots. Fucking
you're gonna go to Golden Gai, Akihabara, stuff like that. But
yeah. But yeah, other than that, I just kind of want to roam around Japan, see what it's like, see if I get fucking mugged, see uh, how many fucking people tell me no gaijin, and
yeah, yeah. I don't know. From my understanding, now that it's open back up, that's happening a lot less to people because they're kind of back into tourist mode
yeah.
in most parts. I
I mean,
imagine the further out you get, maybe not.
yeah,
But
I already have slightly less to worry about with that though, only because I am a man of color, and apparently
yeah,
it's just a thing there. From what a lot of people say, is that they're just generally nicer to darker skinned people.
yeah. So from my understanding, the reason for that is they are not white, and Japan associates white with Europe and America,
That's
right?
true.
Where they have the most issues with communications. Because they associate people of color because they got a huge presence out in Hawaii,
Oh yeah,
right? And you have a lot of not necessarily black, but you have a lot of darker skinned people out in Hawaii, and so they have big relations there, and so they find it less intimidating, I guess, as a foreigner because they're more used to the idea.
yeah,
Because like I think they did a 2016, so I mean this is quite a few years ago now, but they did a study and it was like a 4-to-1 ratio of people who had seen a white person in person versus a colored person in person.
hmm.
Yeah. So, but again, it's because a lot of them, if they're going to take big trips, they'll take them out to Hawaii because it's still comfortable for them culturally. Because there's a lot of stuff in Hawaii that is kind of mimicking Japan in certain areas.
Yeah, that's true. I would like to go to Hawaii for that. I do want to see the mishmash of
Of
like
a bunch of different cultures, yeah.
yeah, because it's not very big. So like that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's well, it'll be like certain islands will have predominantly one culture on them, and then you go to a different island in Hawaii, and it's a completely different culture, like, which is cool.
Um,
It's like what the U.S. should be, but isn't.
yeah. Let's look at a map of the biggest island. How big are you? It is. It looks like it's slightly wider than about 50 feet across from the two widest points on the biggest island. So, like, it's basically just the whole biggest island is basically just the fucking KC metro area.
Oh God! All right. I mean, to be fair, if you were on
I
foot, that's
won't. I
pretty big.
wouldn't. I wouldn't see the KC metro area as 50 miles. The KC metro area is closer to like 30 miles.
I don't know. Some people include like
35.
Overland Park and shit like that, but
Well, no, Overland
I
Park is
don't.
definitely part of the metro area, technically. But I'll,
See, I find it to be its own metro.
well, like, because I also lump that in with, like, Grandview and shit. And Grandview is, like, just as far away as Overland Park.
I mean, that's fair.
And, like, but, like, also, like, so is fucking, like, Shawnee is also part of, like, the metro. And again, about the same distance.
Yeah, it'd be cool to go out to Hawaii. I don't know that I will anytime because like Rachel's already been to Hawaii, and so if we're gonna go out of country somewhere, we're probably gonna choose somewhere that Rachel's not gone before. Um, because like it's a hard sell to go, hey, let's spend 5 grand on a trip to somewhere you've already been before, and just because I haven't,
Yeah.
like if we go to like Canada or Mexico, like we're probably gonna go deeper into Mexico because Rachel's been over the borders, just barely, but enough that it's like, okay, let's go further out to somewhere you've not been, kind of a thing.
Well, we can't go to, honestly, going anywhere fucking east of France right now is not the best.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Honestly, if I'm going to Europe, I'm just not, because if I go out that way, I'm going to the UK, and that's not Europe anymore. So,
Yeah.
like, I would love to go and travel like Scotland and Wales and Ireland and spend a few days in London. Like,
Yeah. Uh, you, ew. I was just like looking at how close everything is. Everything over there is real fucking problematic.
what, Europe?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, it's all right there. That's the thing. Like, if you have the money, like you can see all of Europe in a
I
week.
mean, like, you could probably get away with going to, like, Norway or Sweden and, like, avoiding all that whole thing right now. Finland, I don't know. Probably. But also probably not because they share a border.
Yeah, not worth it.
Let's go to Iceland, dude.
I don't know. I think I probably
I feel like if you're just
I
gonna like, I feel like if you wanted to go to Iceland, it'd be cheaper and probably less of an issue. Just fucking go to Canada. You know?
I think that's the thing is so we have so many different things in each of the states here that like geographically speaking, it's a hard sell to go to a lot of other places if it's not for something cultural. So like, there's no reason to go to like somewhere with a lot of deserts and stuff like that because we fucking have them here. Like, I'm not gonna
Yeah.
fly out of the country to see a desert when we have it here.
Dude,
Like,
the people who make maps need to fucking relax about how they fucking resize shit, dude.
yeah,
Like, Greenland is like almost the whole fucking size of the entire North American continent on this map. And I know for a fucking fact that's not true. It's not even fucking close. And like
that's
and
wild.
it's showing Antarctica is just like the biggest motherfucker. It's like as big as the whole planet. Which to be fair, it's like
It's big.
yeah, I'd say it's like a solid eighth of the planet. Which that's massive, but still. It's like the 3 biggest land masses are fucking Antarctica, fucking Asia, and Africa. I think
Hit
in
us
that
in
I think in
yeah,
that order.
it is. It is, yeah. It's that's why it's always wild how small Africa seems comparatively on a map to like
Right.
North and South America.
Yeah, and it's way fucking big. It's crazy. Dude, so I fucking I was talking to my older sister and she was telling me about her fucking we were talking about fucking 23andme and shit. And I guess
Oh yeah, yeah.
she did hers both. Well, I guess all my sisters have done it, but my older sister, I was like, let me guess, half of us, or slightly more than half of us, is from somewhere in Africa, and most of it is undetermined. And she was like, well, actually, and I was like, oh fuck, here we go. Turns out, it's like mainly West African, like Liberia and shit like that, but also the most of the other big bit is like Ethiopian. I was like, ah, that makes sense. that was a really big like slave belt right there, like right where the fucking like shitty deserty part met like the jungly part.
Yeah, places hard for survival
Uh
is
huh.
generally where they could get slaves from, because A, they were weaker, in general, just due to the environment, and B, it was easy to come in with. If I remember right, I don't remember what the tech was. They had better like outdoor equipment,
Yeah.
and so they were able to kind of traverse in a longer time period and get more and more people from those areas because they didn't have to worry about the elements compared to the people who lived there did. 'Cause
Word.
I think that was there was somewhere in Africa that the French people who had like, so I guess it would have been South Africa, that the French people who had settled there literally just outlasted people to enslave them
Mm-hmm.
from the harsh climates and then sold them elsewhere. And I'm just like, it's kind of fucked up. Like to me, it's the same thing as someone like with the shield just blocking your sword blows until you're out of energy, just so they
Yeah.
could stab you. Like it's the same. Like it makes sense. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying it feels a little fucked up when it's like people's lives you're talking about.
Right. You know, and it was really fucking easy on like the other side as well because like Egypt, like right, like Egypt, like in the Red Sea area, like that whole right side of it was like just a big easy way to get in and out of like fucking Ethiopia and like the other couple countries like Sudan and shit and Somalia and just run right the fuck up the Red Sea channel along Saudi Arabia just up to fucking Cairo and shit. And just be like, all right, peace, get the fuck up out of here, and just
Well, and
go
also
right back.
due to natural resources that a lot of like Frenchmen and stuff like that had in the area, it was a lot easier for like maritime travel
Mm-hmm.
because they had the way to make boats and ships, and the people in the more desert areas didn't have the resources to do that kind of thing. So the idea of a rescue attempt on people who got taken just wasn't even feasible. Yeah, it's crazy to me that like, and again, so I watch like a lot of isekai anime and stuff like that. So there's always like slaves and like 80% of them and shit like that, right? And it always seems like the situations that get people enslaved in media, like
Mm-hmm.
fantasy world media, is nothing like what got people enslaved in reality.
Oh hell no, dude. In
Like,
reality, it was just these motherfuckers were easy to steal, so they were like, hell yeah.
right, it's always like
Like,
someone fell from grace, or
yeah.
you became a slave if you murdered someone in your town or something like that. And I'm not going to say those situations never happened in real life, but for the most part, it was just enslavement of opportunity
Mm-hmm.
in real life. And I mean, I'm not going to say that's not less fucked up than the way people do it in anime, because I'd argue both are pretty fucked up in their own ways. Like, okay, becoming a slave because you stole someone's pair of shoes seems a little harsh, right? Like, I would argue. But also, becoming a slave just because you missed a meal and so you were a little too weak to fight back also feels extremely fucked up.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know who down the chain somewhere in time was like, you know what? We can just sell people. Like, I don't know where that thought originated from. Like, I don't know.
I
Maybe it's
think it's
because we're in the 21st century and we just kind of have modern morals, like, that kind of
we
dictate
have
our thought
modern
process.
slavery now.
Yeah, it's we're in America. We're slave to the corporations. Like,
Yeah.
like I
So I if I had to take a guess, I feel like honestly it's a bit of a primal thing, realistically, because like if we go back, I wouldn't say that like
are you saying it was the alpha males?
not not even so much that, but like there definitely has been some sort of like hierarchy to human interaction, pretty much always.
Oh
So I
yeah, I mean
imagine
caste system.
right. So that's what I'm saying. Like I imagine it evolved from that. Like instead of it being like a hey, we're going to like coexist, but you're not gonna fuck with me because I'll beat the fuck out of you. And more of a hey, you're gonna do this thing, and also I'm gonna beat the fuck out of you if you don't, or if you do it and I don't like it.
Yeah, I don't know. It's wild to me because you're right. We do live in a modern slavery world where it's very much like, okay, you lose your job, and you're out of a home in a few weeks, and then you're homeless, and then like you literally, it's so hard to pull yourself out of that, right? And so you do
Really,
what a
the only
corporation or a
saving at this
business or a
point,
company is going to do. That way, your life is not ruined. That's
yeah,
no different in like the overall picture. That's no different than tending to the field so you don't get whipped, right? Like in a modern context, it is the same kind of, you're fighting for survival by listening. The only difference is we have a little bit more agency now of what we choose and don't choose to utilize our income for. So, like, you're in a bad situation in times of slavery. You're just in a bad situation. Now you're in a bad situation. You can seek employment elsewhere. You can try to find a less expensive living situation. You can cut back on groceries to maybe instead of buying rice for your meals, you're now buying potatoes because it's half the cost. Like, we have more options to try to mitigate the harm,
yeah,
but it's still the same general premise overall.
absolutely. Like I will say it is definitely very, very weird because like that whole scenario is basically the same. Like, for someone who is just a regular citizen and not a slave, it is. I think that's always kind of been the same thing as well. Like, there's definitely a difference between being a corporate slave and being an actual slave, but there's definitely been both, like, basically the whole time.
Well, so you had like back in like the Elden times. It's not really Elden times, a
Elden
couple
Ring.
hundred years ago. Back in the lands between. No, so you were forced in professions generally based on your household name or your household trade, and you weren't going to really get much outside of those. But it didn't really feel like you were a slave to those things because it was like what your family was good at, what your family was known for, that kind of thing. As where now we kind of have the ability to, like, okay, I drive a forklift. I have a forklift license. In theory, I should seek employment like that, just like a baker's son would, just like an armorer would.
Mm-hmm.
But I have the ability that if I want to go deliver pizzas, I can go do that. If I want to
Oh
go
yeah,
stock
yeah.
shelves at Walmart,
I get what
can
you're.
do that.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like, we definitely do have more choices now. I will agree
Like,
with that.
I'm not saying any of those are a better option,
Right.
because arguably most of them are not. Like, doing something in the field that I'm most proficient in makes the most sense. Financially speaking, I'm probably going to be compensated for my work and my hours more than, like, so, there are some exceptions. Like, for instance, when I worked at Minsky's, I made more than doing 40 hours at Musician's Friend prior to that, working at Minsky's part-time, right? So there are exceptions. That just happened to be one of the only places that paid its drivers significantly more than other places.
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of here or there what you think of Minsky's and the whole structure and all that. But as far as, like, as a driver, it paid the best. Enough to the point where I could quit a 40-hour-a-week labor job to work 25 hours a week and make almost twice the money. Not quite. It was like 1.7 times the money or something like that.
Yeah.
That said, some of that had to go back into general upkeep on the vehicle, gas, stuff like that. So it kind of becomes a wash, but I got an extra 15 hours every week, essentially, to
Yeah.
do that. So I had that option. That said, getting a proper forklift job at the time probably still would have paid me more. Musician's Friend just paid like shit, right? Like, that was the reality of it. So it's weird because I know even in today's economy, like, it's recommended you switch jobs every 2 years, even now, to get the most increase in your income. But a lot of companies put a lot of faith on people riding on that loyalty culture of the, you've been here 10 years, you've been here 15 years. Like, that's always presented as like this really big achievement. But people who do that, who've been a slave to the same company that long, statistically make almost half of what people who switch jobs every 2 years do in that same time frame.
Yeah. And honestly, I've noticed that, like, that whole, like, loyalty to a company mindset is very, very quickly on its way out with this new couple generations coming up, because, like, I know for a fact, just me, I don't want to fucking spend 5 minutes in any company, let alone fucking 50 fucking years of my life.
It's going to depend on how much you like what you're doing. So I
That's
think
fair.
like, a good example is like a doctor. If they like if you're not switching jobs anyways, but if you like the hospital you're at, the environment you're at, why would you switch?
Yeah.
Right? Like, okay, yeah, switching every couple years in theory is going to give you more money, but if the doctor likes their coworkers, likes the environment, they're going to stay because they like that hospital. The difference is over someone working like a labor job that they're
I
already
was
making
actually
above and beyond what they need to survive. So I think the idea of staying somewhere for a long time versus moving around becomes a lot more appealing when all your needs are already being met by where you are.
I think
If
I think another big factor into that is people that go and pursue a specific type of career, like either on their own or like going to school to get a degree for it or whatever, they, I will say, probably have a higher chance of sticking with
well, yeah, because they
that.
desire to
Yeah,
be in that
yeah, like
field.
that's what
Yeah.
they want to do. Whereas like most people anymore don't do that. They are just like, I need to make money so I can survive, which is not great. But like, I don't know. Like it's like two entirely different sides of the same coin. And like, while one can definitely be like, yeah, I'm gonna be loyal. Like they can both be like that. I think it's just like you said. It's definitely both. It's definitely up to the person more so than anything.
Well, it's going to come down to how much do you want to push your overall understanding of the world. So,
Yeah.
like, so someone who is really narrow focused and wants a specific career and stuff like that. Like, I'm not saying that's a bad thing because we need people like that. Um, they're not going to be as likely to jump around, and maybe that suits them. Someone who likes to switch, and not even jobs, like not even place of employment, but entire career fields frequently, like
Mm-hmm.
generally they're seeking more out of their world than they're currently getting. They're looking for a change, for something new, to do something else. Um, but that generally just isn't as lucrative as focusing down. Um, like you'll see a lot of people who, like in Hollywood and stuff like that, who will be actors who will kind of shift gears and they want to do something else. They're tired of acting, and their choices is to be a writer, be a producer. Like they're still doing it in the same kind of business with the same people. They just kind of switch their position,
Yeah.
and that's a very privileged place to be because most people can't do that. Like if I were to go right now and go, man, I no longer want to drive a forklift ever again. All right, I know I have back problems, so realistically, I can't go and be just a full laborer. Realistically, that's just not healthy for me. It's just not a good idea. So I'd be hard pressed to really go, okay, what's something that I could make anywhere near the equivalent money I currently do, doing a skill that I don't have. And I think that's the situation a lot of people are in, is that they could go switch stuff around, they could try for a change, but they don't have the kind of backfall to go, okay, I can just eat a year out of my life financially to try to get into a new field.
Yeah.
It's like, so I don't remember who said it. It was some content creator, but they were saying like if you want to make YouTube a career, right? If you want to make YouTube a career, if your videos are averaging about 100,000 views, which isn't a lot, right? That's still pretty small. Then you have the ability to make YouTube your career. You just have to realize that you need to take about a year out of your life to do nothing but that and focus on that like a full-time job, and you can make it a career. Most people cannot afford to do that, though. Could you quit your job right now and be like, I'm taking a year off with no income to try to push, you know?
Absolutely not, considering today was Chelsea's last day at her job.
Right, and
Yeah,
but that's the
like
thing. That's the situation most people are in.
yeah,
So, that's just one example. That
yeah, yeah.
kind
No,
of
I get what
remind me
you're
off the top of
saying.
my head, and it's a shame because we have so many people who could be really talented in other fields that they would be much better in than their current fields that just can't
Yeah,
afford to even give it a shot.
I wish there was some like legitimate, like full on like aptitude test that like
Yeah, but at
that
that point,
adults could take to figure out what skill it is, like what applicable skill they have that they're really fucking good at, and then like they get resources to try to pursue it.
At that point, you're pinholing really close into forcing set jobs on people based on
I know it
aptitude.
is a slippery slope, but like for
I
like
guess
it
I
would
guess
be
you're
helpful.
you're
in a
teetering really close to communism, and
Yeah.
while on paper everyone says communism works on paper, doesn't work in reality. I think there can be a middle ground. I think if you were to utilize some aspects of communism, again, like you know, getting aptitude for people to try to place them the best place they could be, I think it could work for a lot of people because a lot of people, if they're good at something, they're going to enjoy it, right?
I
Like
think
the
I
better
think
you
the
are,
biggest
I like
factor-
Dark Souls style games because I'm good at those kind of games.
Yeah.
Right. Like, but
Right.
then you also have the people who absolutely hate that, even if they're good at it, who would loathe going into those fields, even though
right,
they're good at
and
it.
and that's what I'm saying. I think that the aptitude test would be very good. I think
Like
the
as an
big
optional thing.
yeah, I was gonna say I think the biggest factor is that it has to be optional. Like I think
But I
that
think
would
you would have
and-
to have you can't force them down the path that they're best at.
right. That's why I was
If
saying
they
like
didn't want to.
yeah, that's why I was saying like they have the test and then there's all the like it gives you the you get your results back and then like it gives you like a list of like a bunch of fucking suggestions for fields that you could get into based on what would from realistically the easiest based on your highest thing to the most difficult realistically without having to like fucking go to fucking 10 years of schooling and shit like that.
Right. So my concern, because that sounds fantastic, right? My concern with the statement is you said there being a way to fund or to pay for them to pursue that, and at that point, and this is where my concern comes
Well,
in.
no,
is that
not so
you
much
get
that.
away, you get away for them to pursue it, but then the system in place is going to be it'd be loan based essentially, to where okay, we fund you to get you in this, show you how to get. These
Oh no,
skills,
I'm
but
not talking
then-
about all fucking that. I was talking about like giving them like applicable, not applicable, but like giving them like it's like when you fucking call like your insurance company to be like, hey, who's in network for me? Something like that, where like they give them resources to look into on their own, because that is the only way
okay.
that that's the only way that it would work, because
Yeah, 'cause
it
the
leaves
other
it
way,
all
like, it
in
just-
their hands.
Yeah, it sounds too close to. I mean, it's beholden to slavery at that point. Like,
Yeah.
I feel like you'd be forced to do something for a determined amount, even if it was like you have to do this job for 4 years after you succeed to essentially, at that point we wipe your debt clean for it and you're good to go. At that
Right.
point, you'd have people who'd be beholden to do that, and even if they absolutely loathe it for 4 years, just to kind of get back to zero, essentially. And
Yeah.
that would, and I'm not saying that'd be the idea. I'm saying at the end of the day, that's probably what would end up happening.
Right.
And that's my concern.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. Like, if it would need to be 100% optional and on the person, and also they only get like they are the ones that have to pursue it. The test is purely to find out from a logistical standpoint, realistically, what would be the most beneficial place for you to be
Well,
in
yeah,
the
because
workforce.
you don't want someone who can't do math to be a secretary. You're not
Right.
going to advise them to
And-
be a bank teller or something like that. But maybe they have fantastic dexterity, and maybe you go, okay, you would actually be a really good pianist based on these things, and okay, well, what resources do you have to get me into that field? Like, that could be nice. That could be cool.
Yeah, and honestly, like it would not help with. I mean, it would a little bit, but like that would be a really good thing for like, like recovering addicts, fucking recovering homeless, fucking kicked out on their ass, fucking like veterans and shit like that. A lot of the shit that we have that society has as an issue because these people are treated poorly for no fucking reason for the most part. Like,
So,
and
so this
this isn't a way. This isn't a way to get rid of them.
No, this is a little tangent I just thought of
Mm-hmm.
in the moment. So, what if something like Skillshare developed an algorithm to test this.
Ooh.
And you could go on something like Skillshare and you could take an aptitude test based on these things, and it would recommend you the skill courses provided on Skillshare
Ooh.
that would focus on that.
Fuck, dude. Should we should we pitch to fucking
Like-
Skillshare?
Like, I think
Fuck, dude. Should
could
I
be
delete this
really cool.
podcast? Should I delete this podcast right now so nobody knows?
I mean, you're recording it, right?
Yeah.
So I mean,
there's only one person.
right. So you could.
Is
you
it
could,
you? Are you that one person?
Not right now. I've
Okay,
hopped in
no.
a couple times, but because we're just on mics, my computer keeps trying to go to sleep, so I just have a 10-hour rain video on just a 10-hour rain video on YouTube looping right now.
I mean, to be fair, that's all my background is I just have a 10-hour fucking.
Well, right, but so
like-
I was on the Twitch thing, and it still went dark on me because
Oh,
if
shit.
you're not doing anything on it after a bit, it just
Oh,
considers
yeah.
an idle mode because it's a stream and not a video. Which is, it's probably somewhere in my settings. I can change that on my computer. I just didn't want to bother with it. But at the end of the day, the VOD will be gone in a couple months or whatever, and you can just, before you upload like to YouTube or anything like
Well,
that, you
I
just edit
well, I
that
mean,
out.
yeah. So I'm doing a whole thing where like I will leave whatever raw recordings of the podcast are there for a week, and then I'll just delete them.
Oh,
And
gotcha.
then anybody who wants to fucking listen to it can take their ass to the streaming services.
Oh, do you have it up on there? So you're not putting it on like YouTube or anything?
I don't know if I want to put it on YouTube. I feel like if I'm gonna do that, then I want there to be like actual video and stuff instead of just like basically static images. Like I think it would be useful for like if I
So-
wanted to show things.
Here would be
But,
my
like, you know.
suggestion long term. Are you doing anything on YouTube? Like, are you making content for YouTube at all?
That is going to be something that happens a
Because I
little
know you
bit
said
later.
you're multi-streaming, so you're streaming
Yeah.
YouTube.
Yeah,
Right, so here's my suggestion. If at any point you get monetized on YouTube for your streams to where you can get a members button, which is essentially like your subs on Twitch, you could upload the podcast and lock it behind members only,
ooh, that's true.
because that treats it the same way as if they were to go to like a Spotify and had to pay for their Spotify to access it, or iTunes, so that way it kind of gives a reason that maybe they don't like Twitch, maybe they don't like Spotify, maybe they only watch YouTube. It would give
That's
them a way
true.
to still access the backlog of podcasts, because I assume you still have them saved to your computer anyways. So it's not like you couldn't just go mass upload them at a later date if that became an option for you.
Yeah.
I don't know that I would bother before then, because you're right. You want to draw the traffic to other sites to be able to monetize in some way, ideally at some
Right.
point, right?
Yeah, which is the whole point of like how I'm setting it up to by the end of the month to be able to very regularly upload between like YouTube, Spotify, Twitch, TikTok, fucking like everywhere.
Yeah.
So, it's just this month is going to be basically spent getting the content and like setting up the schedule to like edit and release. So that like, because like once I have the schedule figured out and set, then it's just a machine after that. 'Cause
Yeah.
I didn't really have a plan before, and like honestly, the biggest hump that I have to overcome is figuring out time to just stream games, and also like what the fuck games I'm gonna stream. Which I guess I can just stream any game; it don't really matter. It's just
So,
I'm not gonna be streaming 14 because fuck
right.
that.
So this wouldn't work week on week, probably, depending on who you have on. But you could stream a game based around something in the podcast discussion. So, like, for instance,
Yeah,
in this
that's true.
podcast, we have talked about 14, but we've also talked about a lot of sci-fi games. We've talked about Dark Souls for a minute. We talked about, Mass Effect Horizon. Like, there's a slew in this podcast, but like, if just at any point you make a reason in your podcast to reference, you don't even have to talk about the game, to reference an example from something in said game or something that relates to your conversation. Say you did that podcast early in the week, you could then stream said game later in the week.
Well,
just as
it's gonna be
a tie back.
a complete fucking like misdirection anyway with the title of this specific stream, and it's only because for like the first 20 minutes we talked about fucking Bayer.
What
So
did you even title this stream? I didn't even look when I clicked on.
I just called it podcast recording because that's all we're doing really.
Okay.
But like the title for like the episode whenever it actually goes up, which like we've been like doing this for like 3.5 hours. I'll probably cut this one up into like multiple sessions.
I don't know that I would cut it up in multiple sessions. I think if you were to make shorts or TikToks off or anything like that, though, I would definitely segment them for different timed releases based on.
You know what? Maybe this
topics.
one, maybe this one specifically, I'll use for just cutting, and not actually upload it because this is too long of a fucking podcast.
I mean,
because
you're not wrong.
Because
So,
I'm aiming for
technically-
around the hour mark.
Well, we talked about medical stuff for probably 30 minutes, like if you include the New Year's intro.
Yeah.
And then we delved into like
Dude, we-
sci-fi games and stuff.
Dude,
for
we
a hot
talk about
minute. We
14
delved
for like
in-
an hour and a half, like we always do.
I mean, it's 14. I don't
Yeah.
know.
The game has kind of defined our lives for like the past fucking decade. So,
You know, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's a
Right.
good game. Like
right.
it's not like we were talking about BioWare for 45 minutes.
Right.
No, I just think so. Go like, what are your especially if you're going to divvy this up. So, what are your overall? Because we touched on it a bit. What are your overall content strategies that you think are going to drastically differ from this past year or two that you've been doing stuff? Like, what all specifically are your goals with like each platform? Because I know you're talking Spotify, you're talking clearly you're on Twitch. You know, you're talking at the very least like shorts or podcast clips
Yeah.
for YouTube and TikTok. Like, what for individual platforms? Like, because everyone's a little bit different. Like for me, I really don't like streaming on like YouTube or on like Facebook and stuff like that. I really prefer the overall ecosystem of Twitch for like how its chat is. Like it's actually the actual people who are here versus those other platforms. But I
Yeah,
prefer
so-
to do like long form content on stuff like YouTube because generally it's more specified. So like right now I'm working on a and mind you, because this is I didn't see this, which is going to surprise you after looking a couple weeks ago. No one has done like 30 days, 60 days, 1 year like of Ring Fit and what that's done for them. And so I'm working, and I started yesterday. I'm working on like 30 days of Ring Fit to see you know what that did, what changed. And so it's a very different than what I would stream on something like Twitch.
So I hilariously, so like I'm, fucking, I have started a like new diet and like exercise regimen.
Hell yeah, come
over
to
the
my
past
gym, bro.
week. I ain't got no fucking time now between fucking having to work mandatory 12s now because one, it's overtime, and two, I am the only one with a job. And trying to do all this and also spend like
Time with your family.
spend time with my family and like do chores and shit like that. Like I don't have time to go to the gym. Like I will have to work out at work to do like to stay active.
Do you have a gym at work?
No.
Oh damn.
Yeah, so like
I know some workplaces.
yeah, so
do.
at my last job they did have like a shitty little workout area that had like some
little
weights and like
little fitness center.
yeah, pretty much. Like it had like a weight set, not like a bench set, but like dumbbells.
Dumbbells.
Yeah, it had some dumbbells and like a treadmill. So like yeah, I could have got a workout in there, but like
All right. So before
that would
we
have required me to have some fucking time to do that.
before we delve into your content strategy, then since you just mentioned it, what is your diet and workout goal? Like, what's your hard line? Okay, 2024 starts. Like, what do you hope to have achieved with this diet and workout plan? Just in simplest terms, like, because everyone will start working out a diet. Like, are you just looking to lose fat? Are you looking to get swole? Are you looking to just get in better health because you have like for instance, like end of the year, I want to go rock climbing. So when I'm getting fit, I'm doing full body stuff to be able to do rock climbing specifically.
My goal by 2024 is to essentially, in most parts of my life, other than what I like and dislike and shit like that, to just outright not be the same person that I am right now. Which I know that's a kind of an abstract thing a little bit,
No,
but like,
it's. I'll give you it's vague, but
yeah,
I,
but like it's
you're,
literally
you're talking
like,
your work life balance.
yeah, it's like
um,
basically like all of the habits that I have. I mean, not all of them. Like some are gonna stay the same. It's not like I'm literally turning into a different person, but like I want to be a much better version of the person that I am, and that is going to basically require like huge lifestyle changes.
Oh
Uh,
yeah,
yeah,
definitely. So, because I mean, like, okay, and I'm not trying to throw you under the bus here, but
yeah.
on average, how much of your time do you think you spend a week? Right. Okay, we'll say a day. We'll say a day because you may not. A week may be too long of a distance. How much of your day do you spend just consuming some sort of media, whether it be a game, a book, a TV show, out of your free time? Like, let's say you're working 12s right now, so realistically, you have what, 6 to 7 hours free a day
Um.
between, like,
So
and this time's it's including all your like you got to make dinner, you got to but
yeah.
out of your free time, what
So
percentage of that
we're
would you
looking
say is
at
media?
so we're looking at 5 a.m. get up. Fucking about 6:30 p.m. get home. So that's 13 and a half hours gone. Which and I have to
Okay,
go to bed.
do
I have
you
to go
do
to
you
bed
cons-
about 9.
do
So
you
that
consume anything during that time? Like, example, are you listening or watching YouTube videos like in the background
yeah,
on your drive in? Are
yeah.
you
Like I get
listening
like
to?
yeah, like I listen to podcasts and shit while I'm at work. So like I'm still listening to shit and like I'm trying to keep my fucking brain like
Doing
stimulated.
something?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because otherwise I'm just like walking around and just staring at fucking goddamn envelopes and shit all day, looking at numbers, being like, "Oh, this doesn't go here, but this does." Like, so
Okay.
I'm
So
always doing some other shit.
you said you're home at 6. And you said you got to go to bed when 9?
Around 9 if I want to. That's like when I have to start like laying down to go to bed.
Bro,
Like
it's like almost 11. Are you good? Like, don't you don't you work tomorrow?
no,
Oh, okay.
yeah,
All right. I
yeah,
just
yeah. I'm off next 2
I
days, so
this
I'm
this
good.
is this feels like it's going to delve into something deep here between these changes in your content strategy. So I just wanted to make sure we're not pushing you past bedtime since it's already
Yeah,
almost
like
2 hours
this is
past that.
like
So
so like this is like ideal like work schedule is that I fucking like I get up at 5 and I start laying down to go to bed about 9 so that I can still get approximately 6 to 7 hours of sleep.
and does that do it for you? Like, is that what you feel you fully function on? Because I know, like, for
Oh,
me,
so
for
I have
me,
not
I get
slept
5 to 6.
Yeah, so I have not slept well for uh I don't know, a very long time, like over 15 years. Like I very often like it is rare that I actually get like a good night's sleep. Like the last time I remember getting a good night's sleep was before we moved in here and this is our fucking we'll be going into our 5th year here in
Yeah, because
April.
you were there before we moved back from Oklahoma, and that's been 4 years now.
Yeah.
So
So and it was back when I was still in the apartment. Uh and shit, that was like a year or two before we fucking moved here. So it's been like 6 years or so since I remember the last actual good sleep I had. And
okay,
hilariously,
so
what happened? I actually love this story because apparently what happened was I fucking woke up and I was like, God damn, like I feel good, like I'm energized, dude. Like I want to go, like let's do some shit. It was dope as hell. Well, apparently what actually happened during the night was I just had a fucking whole incident where I was just like Chelsea was still up, she was doing her thing, and then just I fucking I'm almost 100% positive I have sleep apnea because I'm fat, but I I
don't
just
don't blame it on your weight.
oh
Like,
yeah. Well, that's the thing is I didn't have the issue while I was still skinny, so. But
I mean,
anyway,
what are you even up to right now? You don't weigh that much. You're not fat. You're fine. You're fine.
dog. Anyway, uh, So I apparently just stopped breathing for like a minute or so, and then just all of a sudden, out of like Chelsea was like starting to get worried because like I just do that sometimes in my sleep. I'll just stop breathing for a couple seconds and just. But like I that time apparently I was just like just the real intense, and then I just like for a couple like minutes after that I was just like just breathing real hard. And she was like she's like I almost woke you up, and I was like, well, I'm glad you didn't because I slept real well. So apparently that's the secret is I have to just like almost die in my sleep.
Yeah, you have to breathe so little your body doesn't have the oxygen to function.
Yeah.
Yeah. You good, bro? You got some brain damage? Like what?
Dude, who fucking knows, man? So like,
yeah, but so you function on 6-7. That's your standard.
Yeah, I can function just fine. Like to be perfectly honest, I could realistically function for. I could probably function for a week going on like 1 to 2 hours of sleep like every night, but like the next week I'd have to like fucking go back to normal.
So they've done studies on this extensively. Being sleep deprived, which means you get on, I believe the study dictates it as less than 70% of your standard amount of sleep, which would be like 6-7 hours. So if you got like less than 5, probably, it has the same effect on you as being drunk from a cognitive level. They've done exclusive studies on people who will go an entire year getting 8 hours of sleep, and then they'll bump them down to 6 for a year. And as far as their brain function goes, it's the equivalent of them having 2 beers in them at all points in time during that year that they're on 6, right? But you don't even notice it because you just think that's how it is. But from a cognitive level, it's essentially the equivalent of constantly being buzzed on the verge of being drunk. For most people, getting once it's below like 70% of what your body deems as your mandatory amount. So like for me, that's my mandatory amount is right around 6 hours, and I feel like absolute garbage once I get below like 4.5, 4:45. If I'm below that, I'm just very lethargic. I can't function very well, and I notice it because I went so many years getting that 6 hours of sleep, and so when I get less, I really notice it. But
so that's where it's
tons of studies on that.
Yeah, so that's where it's at for me. Like I have slept very poorly for most of my life, so like I can function just fine on little sleep. Like yeah, I'll feel kind of shitty for a little bit, but like I'll get over it. I'll get a burst of energy for like several hours, and then I'll eventually crash and like go to sleep. But like I'll function just fine. So like I have extra time. It's just basically for right now, and I'm glad that it's happening now that I'm setting up this schedule during like me having to work all this extra fucking overtime.
Yeah, because you'll just get extra time after the fact at that point.
Yeah, to be able to do more. So
well, that way you also like say you set it up in 3 months when you're not a mandatory, and then you suddenly have to try to find 2 to 3 more hours out of your day.
Yeah,
because it now has to go to work. Like no, that'd be way rougher.
Wow. So yeah, because the plan is, like I said, like to be able to stream twice a week, which means realistically I'll be streaming probably sometime during the day, Monday, like on most Mondays or Tuesdays, probably Tuesdays, and then like Sunday nights, like we're doing right now, and those would be my stream days. Try to stream for 3-4 hours, and then fucking just whatever other days I just release shit. Like I said, the goal is to have, I don't know, 1 or 2 minimum fucking like TikToks or shorts or whatever the fuck released every day, and like 1 podcast a day, or not 1 podcast a day. Jesus fucking Christ. Hell no.
Oh.
1, yeah.
So okay.
Yeah,
so
1 a week.
On that. So
like
on that,
I have a relatively realistic goal. Like it's very doable in the amount of time that I have, and still be able to do other shit. Like, clean up, fucking, chores and all that shit. Go grocery shopping, gas, fucking do my laundry, fucking spend time with the family, fucking still go do D&D every other fucking week and shit. Like, I've planned it out so that I have basically whatever extra time I did have is spent going towards this, because I'm also adding exercise into this, but most of that exercise is going to be done while I'm at work, so I don't have to really worry too much about that.
So, have you thought about just incorporating like your D&D sessions into a stream session?
I had thought about it, but honestly, I'm kind of fine with it just being something that's my own. Because I
And
haven't,
that's
because
perfectly
yeah,
fine.
because I've
I just
I've
more
noticed
meant
that's a
from
big
a
thing. Like with, that's been somewhat of the problem that I've had with streaming in the past, is that with a lot of games, like with 14, like that is very obviously like that is a for me thing. If I start playing that
well,
bitch
and the
on,
content does terrible
yeah, it
anyways.
also
Like
does terrible.
14
Yeah,
content does terrible on
yeah,
stream. If you're not like
yeah. If I'm not fucking
world first
massive already,
progging, yeah, if you're not world first progging, if you're not already like, for instance, like Mr. Happy, everyone watches Mr. Happy because he's been making videos on 14s for years and years and years. He does
yeah,
high end content. So when he streams, people are like, oh, it's Mr. Happy. I know this person. I'll watch this stream.
right.
But
But
for the every one of him, there's 500,000 people who streamed 14 to one person for 12 hours straight, right?
right.
Like,
So I'll say this: that's I guess a bad example, but like God of War, right? That just fucking that was just the whole
yeah,
thing.
just came out. Yep.
I literally didn't play that bitch on stream once. Shit, I played that literally I think twice while Chelsea was in the room. Like, and that was because like one time she, like Eli came over for something, and then she just like came out from like the other room
Her
to
hidey
like,
hole.
yeah, pretty much. And they were talking and shit, and I was like, well, I guess I'll just stop playing God of War for now. And then the other time was like literally the end of the game. I was like, oh, this is all going down. She's in the room. I might as well fucking unplug my headphones and let her watch. But yeah, other than that, like that was very much a me thing. I was like, I didn't like, I didn't
And I
play
think
that bitch
that's
with
really
anybody else.
healthy.
Yeah,
Like,
and I think
because
that's been my
there's
problem, because there's been a lot, like I don't buy and play a lot of games that I don't give a shit about, because
yeah.
it's just not interesting to me. And so because of that, I have trouble streaming it because I want that to be like just a me experience.
Well,
So
I mean, that's
I,
why I've not finished Pokemon yet, is because I'm streaming all of Pokemon and I just
yeah,
haven't. I've pretty much the last couple weeks of December, I was just like, you know what, I'm going into a massive content release strategy going into New Year, and I would rather just have this time to decompress. I've just been playing a lot of just games on
sit
my own,
back and
watching a lot of anime.
decompose.
Yeah, just kind of because my thing is a lot of people, because of the way ad revenue works on YouTube, a lot of people take a break in January. And so
Yeah,
it's kind of the best, because what happens is all these ad companies push for everything before Christmas. And then so your ad rev goes way down in the new year because not as many people are trying to sell people stuff before the holidays and get last minute quarter sales. So ad rev goes way down. So a lot of people stop making new content in January. Maybe they'll release like clips and snippets or compilations of their VODs or their streams from streaming. But as far as like original YouTube content, usually January is a really big lull. And so I was like, well, instead of doing that, I'm going to decompress in December and I'm going to push really hard in the new year at the start of January. And it's strictly so because of that, I've just not finished Pokemon because that is the
yeah,
game I'm playing on stream. I regret that. I think I would have played Pokemon in 1 or 2 days if I would have just not done it on stream. That's kind of why I've held off on buying Star Ocean. Is I'm like, Star Ocean sounds like it'd be really fun to stream, but am I ever going to finish the game if I stream Star Ocean? Probably not for a long time. It's going to take me
right.
6 months to do it.
So
That's why collabs work so well. It's why everyone under the fucking sun plays like Apex and Fall Guys, and that's why like the Quarry got really big, is because everyone was streaming that because they could have two people in making decisions for different things, and there's tons of fun stuff like that. That's why stuff like Hades does really well, Dead Cells does really well, because you can pop in, play it, and you're not kind of committed to a massive like storyline game. You're super invested in not being able to play on your own time.
yeah,
Um,
so like it's gonna be a whole thing just over the course of this year, as well as like I'm going to be playing games more on stream and less just
to play them for
yeah,
you.
much less just to play them. Like there are still those games that I'm just gonna play on my own, like Monster Hunter. Like if fucking Monster Hunter World 2 came out, I ain't playing that bitch on stream. Nobody gives a
I would I would argue the opposite. I would highly recommend playing on stream. Monster Hunter does very well on streams.
I would.
Monster Hunter is
I
one of
think it would be
mind you,
dependent
we're
on.
talking going through the story. You get a couple of people who want to play Monster Hunter with you. It does really well. Or, and this is a really big one, is viewers into your games.
Yeah.
Of
So
Monster
that so
Hunter.
that's
does very
actually
well, too.
that's actually the whole thing with this podcast is I wanted to do it one just on my own, which I think that's going to be the next podcast episodes. I just record on my own and try to get used to doing it on my own. But I mainly want to have like viewers involved, like them come in here and be able to fucking talk to them and shit about stuff, like just in general. I feel like it'd be pretty fun, pretty cool.
And I think so when also like doing it on your own. So I know you and Tommy and all that, like you guys had the whole podcast thing you're trying to do for years, right? And just people's
Yeah.
schedules didn't line up and there was a lot of setup and I just kept never hearing anything about that, never hearing anything about that. When you're doing it on your own, at least you can make sure it gets out and it's happening.
Right.
Um,
And that was my whole point. I was like, dude, I'm sick of not doing anything. Like, that was kind of what started this whole thing. I was just like, why am I not just doing something? And so I started this, and then it has just evolved into like a whole plan of doing
Yeah,
things, which
that's
is working out
fantastic.
great. Like, it feels fantastic to be doing all this kind of shit. And
I would say if that is your goal for doing this podcast, I think I would highly recommend in the podcast at the very least trying to push people towards your Twitter. That way you can put like Twitter notes out for when you're going on for like individual episodes. That way you get more people here for the kind of
yeah,
community question sessions as opposed to like right now we're doing a dual session. If people came in here and in the chat and we're asking questions, stuff like that, it's small enough with just two people in here. You can still respond to them. You can have a constructive discussion about it. But like if you're to get to like the 3, the 4, the 5 people podcasts, it becomes less and less feasible because it just feels like
yeah.
the
So-
community's interrupting your topic.
Yeah, so that'd be a whole thing, is because like I have a like a Tommy Ray Discord set up already.
Yeah,
Not like-
Discord's another good option.
Yeah, that would be the medium in which I'd bring them in, because like I want to be able to like physically hear them, so it would be like they would come into just the Discord call, or rather I would pull them into the Discord call, and
Yeah,
it would just be
set up,
two
You can
people.
set up like a members waiting section, and
Yeah,
you could have a timer, like whether it be 2 minutes, 3 minutes, whatever, and you just pull someone in, you put the timer on screen, counting down, and you just talk about whatever it is the topic they want to talk about for that time.
yeah, like so what I was
Say
saying, like
goodbyes,
that was the
pop
whole.
someone else in.
Yeah, that was the whole goal, was to be able to do something like that, because like that's something I can control. Is very easy to get in, get out, but still be able to have these interesting conversations with people. And every once in a while, I'll get fucking trolled by some random motherfucker hit me with a D's nuts joke.
Yeah, but at some point, in theory, and again, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt here. In theory, you'll get to a point where you can have a moderator
Yeah,
who can.
yeah,
be
that's
in
true.
there
I
and-
suppose.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't think, like, outside of if you just have some friend right now who just has nothing better to do than come in and mod your stuff, right? Like, which could be a thing.
It's gonna
you know,
be Chris.
But
He ain't
people
got
have
a
lives,
job.
you know.
I'll make it
but at
Eli.
some
He ain't got
point-
a job.
At some point, you can get someone you trust in here to mod stuff to where you're not going to get, in theory, the random person coming in just to completely troll on the last 4 topics you talked about for 3
Right.
minutes or whatever. Yeah, because I think it's a cool idea. It's a cool concept. I hope the best for you being able to do that, because it sounds awesome. Because the reality is, like, okay, we've been going for almost 4 hours now, and we've talked about quite a few topics, which is great. I always love coming and talking, but it is also just 2 people, right, in
Right.
that time frame. And so, like, for instance, when we were talking about sci-fi games, like, it became very clear to me as we were listing stuff off, like, I've just not played a lot of those sci-fi games. So it could just be my lack of exposure because they didn't look interesting enough at the time when I was looking at them to cause the purchase. Maybe
Yeah.
it's something I'm really into if I were to actually delve in and play it, right? The ones I have been pretty mediocre in my experience. But clearly there's a giant roster like Control. I hear fantastic things about Control. I've just never played it, so maybe I would love Control. I don't know.
Infinite Undiscovery is a sci-fi game. You go to space.
Again, that's just a tri-ace game.
I know.
You know,
Can you consider Harvest Moon a sci-fi game? It's technically got aliens in it sometimes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Stretching. I'd argue Infinite Undiscovery is also a stretch, though,
Yeah.
because you
Hold
just go
on.
to the moon
Could
for
you
like an hour, right?
can you consider? No, never mind. I was gonna say, could you consider Final Fantasy sci-fi?
Yeah, some of them are. Yeah, 100%. Final Fantasy 8 is sci-fi.
13 probably.
Final Fantasy 9 is sci-fi. Final Fantasy 13 is sci-fi. Which
9 I
saying
think fits the
right,
best.
right.
Actually,
Saying
no.
9 is sci-fi.
8 and
If
9,
you've
yeah.
not, if you've only played like disc 1 and 2 and 9, you think I'm full of shit.
Right. Motherfuckers be like, what are you talking about, dude? You're just some fucking weird monkey kid
This
running
is
through
just
the
a
woods.
fantasy. Yeah, no, but it's sci-fi. 8 is sci-fi.
I hate that none of that shit fucking pops off in 9 until literally the 11th
like
hour.
the end. Yeah, it's like the end of disc 3. Like the last 2 hours of disc 3, and then disc 4 is only a couple hours. So it's like out of an average of, I think it's like a 35-hour How Long to Beat or something.
Yeah,
like
it's
that,
like the
average
last 4 hours.
It's the last 4 or 5 hours, right? But it's sci-fi as fuck in that time, right? 8
Where-
is completely sci-fi. You have the moon.
Dude,
you have
8 gets sci-fi.
Flying Gardens.
Yeah, 8
you
starts
have,
getting sci-fi around like mid disc
disc
2.
yeah.
Because like before that, it's just like all normal stuff. You're like, oh, there's like cars and shit. And like, yeah, there's like technically.
They look
spider
a little
robot.
more futuristic, but it's not really like in sci-fi zone yet, right?
Yeah, it looks both.
Like-
Looks both like fucking like early. It both looks like 1920s and also
looks-
the future.
Yeah,
It fucking pisses
the
me
first
off.
disc
dude.
it borders on fantasy with a little steampunk elements to it, and then
I
once
will
you
say
get,
that
like,
it
the garden flying and shit. Like, okay.
Dude, disc 1 is a whole fucking aesthetic, dude. That shit is literally like, I don't know what the fuck the design team was doing, but they were like, what if we mixed Al Capone with Vietnam and also some weird Final Fantasy shit that we always do? And motherfuckers turned around and went, hell yeah. Because that's literally all of disc 1.
Yeah, I don't know. I like Final Fantasy 8, but
Oh yeah, no, it
yeah.
slaps.
So I mean, 1 is time travel. We're not going to count that as sci-fi. 2
Isn't
has
time
airship.
travel sci-fi though?
So
Like name
possibly.
a
Like,
single
I can't.
time travel movie that isn't considered a sci-fi movie.
Right, but generally there's sci-fi movies that have time travel, right? Like what I'm saying
Butterfly
is the
Effect.
only thing sci-fi about that entire game is the time travel that
That's
happens literally at the very end.
Yeah, that's fair. Same thing with 4.
Yeah, same thing with 4. 6 is more steampunk than anything. I don't find that to be
Yeah.
sci-fi.
The
5 is
steampunk
sci-fi.
shit kind of fucking falls off too, like pretty
Yeah,
quick.
5 is sci-fi between meteors and changing worlds, combining worlds. Like I can give 5 a little bit more sci-fi, but I still find that more of a fantasy element more than sci-fi itself. 7 has its moments, but again, I don't think 7 is sci-fi. A lot
Yeah,
of people argue it
that
is.
100% feels more. Actually, no, it's just the fucking first disc, dude. The first disc feels very urban.
Well, yeah, but you get
But that's it.
rockets and you get you're
Right.
essentially flying a spaceship airship by the
Yeah,
end of the
that's
game,
fair.
and like you have an alien from another planet, and like I can see the argument for 7 being sci-fi. I
Yeah.
just don't find it sci-fi. 8 sci-fi, 9 has sci-fi.
I don't consider 10 sci-fi.
10's a hard sell one way or the other for
Actually,
me.
you know what? I will say that 10 is sci-fi. Also 10 too, because
10-2 is sci-fi, yeah.
10 and 10-2, their whole plot basically revolves around the premise, but just delivered differently as the fucking movie, dude. Spirits Within.
Yeah.
Same premise,
Uh,
different executions.
12 I don't think is very sci-fi.
Which,
but
you
it
know
has
what
its
fucks me
moments,
up is
'cause you have
apparently
space travel.
what fucks me up about fucking Spirits Within is that maybe this is part of what like ties in the hate for 8, other than it's just not 7. Is that apparently fucking Spirits Within takes place in the same fucking universe as 8.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, like
It's been- but again, it's been
I can't
so many
remember.
years.
I can't remember why. I think it was either the junction system is in there or something else.
I think no. I think the monsters come from the Lunar Cry. I think in Spirits Within.
Yeah, that's what it
I
was.
think I think I think you're right. I never made the connection as when I first watched it as a kid because again
Yeah.
it came in like in '99 or whatever. But I'm
Right.
pretty sure it's the Lunar Cries where they're from. Um, yeah, yeah. So yeah, okay. I like some sci-fi games. I guess
They're just all Final Fantasy.
they're just all Final Fantasy and Tri-Ace games.
So yeah, so 13, 13 2.
13's 100% sci-fi. All three of them. Yeah.
I can't really, I can't fucking lump 13 or Lightning Returns into that because like
You go to different planets. Yeah, you can.
in 13 or in Lightning Returns, no, you don't.
Yeah, you do.
I mean,
Yeah, 100%. You go to different planets because you go to a couple of the planets that
I mean, you go to
Sarah
like
visits on.
your.
I mean, to be fair, 13.2 is all sci-fi all the time.
Yeah. Well, see, the thing with fucking Lightning Returns is that like, it's literally it's all. No, it's not different worlds because you go to the different areas by train.
I'll have to go boot it up because I'm pretty confident you go to different worlds.
Nah,
in
dude, it's by
13.2.
train. It just feels like different worlds because fucking I don't know what
Well,
they did.
aesthetically, they're all really different. Yeah.
Yeah. I like they also just did a really, really fucking good job with the map design in that fucking game. Because you're,
It was such a shame that it released only on PS3.
did
Because
it?
so many people, yeah, because
Oh.
it came out almost 6 months after the PS4 dropped, and it was only on PS3.
Damn. Yeah, no, because that game fucking slapped. Like playing it, I was
Yeah,
like,
it was,
damn.
it was good.
Like you could tell that that's what they originally probably intended the battle system to be like for 13, and then went, there's too many characters for that.
Yeah, I think it's weird because I'm one of the only people who actually will stand behind and say 13 is not a bad game. I'm not saying it's a fantastic
Yeah,
game.
I
But-
don't think it's a
but-
bad game. I just think it's not the most exciting. Like
I
to
think
play.
I think its biggest problem is that its intro, because it's so story streamlined, takes a long time, and a lot of the stuff that would keep you interested in those story beats, you only really learn about either in the late game or if you read through the like 30 notes it gives you early in the game
Yeah.
in your menu. And so
I also-
and I did this my first time. I spent like 2 hours just reading through information in the game in a menu about understanding the world because it added like 10 every time you did a new chapter that like did more of a deep dive into the concepts and understanding. And I think a game shouldn't make you do that. I think
Yeah,
that
it's almost
it's
like
a bad presentation.
yeah, it's almost like having to go and read about the game you're playing
In a book
is
outside
is,
of the game.
Yeah, it's really
like,
fucking stupid. Destiny.
Yeah. So, and again, but I've played it without doing that. But in my brain, I still kind of have that knowledge too. So
Dude,
I
look,
think
as
13 is a decent
real
game,
quick aside,
but
I just want to say I hope that I do fucking take off and get big as shit so I can just publicly fucking talk shit on Destiny all the time.
I thought you liked Destiny 2.
Well, see, that's the funny thing is like I do like Destiny. I just hate it but like I mainly hate it because it's just such a disappointment because it could be so much cooler than it is. Like
I mean,
it's
That
really
was how I felt with Destiny 1, and I never
like
played 2
it's
because of it.
yeah, it's really kind of fucking boring. Like the beginning of Destiny 2 fucking slapped when it first came out. I was like, dude, they're going down the right path. Like this
We
is
going
gonna-
places, baby.
yeah, I was like, this is gonna be good. Like it felt really cool, and then like it just immediately after that they were like, it's Destiny 1. And I was like, well, that's fucking
damn.
stupid.
Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah, so like that's my whole thing is like now that they aren't under the thumb of fucking Activision and now that they're getting some Sony money, I would like to see the
Oh, are they getting
eventual
Sony money?
Yeah. Sony bought
Hell
yeah.
yeah.
Sony bought Bungie like sometime
Oh
early
yeah,
last
that's
year.
right. That's right. I knew that.
Yeah, so
For some reason in my
hopefully-
mind, I was like, but for some reason, Bungie didn't make Destiny. All of a sudden, in my mind, I was
Right.
like, damn, Sam, Sony's paying for stuff. It
Yeah.
cracks me up so much about that Activision Blizzard block
dude,
that
yeah.
Sony's pushing so hard for it. Because, like, don't get me wrong, I would rather it not go to
I
Microsoft
I would
simply
too.
because, and this is, it's going to sound weird, but the only reason is Microsoft has bought in all these fucking studios, and most of them they're just fucking sitting on
Yep.
and not really doing shit in their backlog or their back roster. I think they could. It'd be cool if they did, but it's like, okay, when THQ Nordic buys something up, which they've bought a fuck ton up, they at the very least re-release or port whatever the most recent popular title by them has been, right? Like, I'm not gonna stand out and say that the Alan Wake remake port thing wasn't a pile of dog shit,
Yeah.
but I am gonna say it came out,
Yeah, that's true.
unlike most of the stuff Microsoft has acquired. And I think it's a damn shame. But for me, when I look at it and I go, okay, Blizzard already barely releases anything, and now Microsoft's going to make them release even less.
Yeah.
That worries me.
Honestly, my issue with Microsoft in the gaming world is that it's bothering to do this at all. That it's bothering to pretend to produce any sort of gaming anything at all other than just we make PCs. Or rather we make
Yeah.
Windows because
I think it's wild because they did the thing where now, and this is what to me it kind of killed the Xbox for me personally, is they were like, all of our games coming out from now on will be on PC and Xbox.
yeah,
Like
so
if it comes out
there's
on Xbox, it has to come out on PC. And for me, I just went, okay, cool. So I no longer need an Xbox ever again.
yeah, so like they're doing that. They're doing this dumb shit with fucking Game Pass now. They're doing this shit with buying motherfuckers.
What are they doing with Game Pass now?
So it's just that it's just big. Like they're just
Oh yeah, Game Pass is huge.
That's what I'm
I
saying.
wasn't
Yeah,
sure if I
it's-
missed some info
no,
on something
it's just
new.
that they're fucking having companies fucking shill to them, or they're shilling themselves to companies. Be like, oh, bring it over here so our players can fucking play it for a fee every month instead of having to pay you directly for more money.
Yeah, so I don't know. So
There's
always
got
been
to be some kind of fucking deal going on.
I've always been a big supporter of buying games from the developers you want to support.
Absolutely.
Talk with your wallet. I'm a big fan of that. That said, if you're a parent with one or two young kids, or
Yeah.
if you only play one or two games a year, like in Game Pass opens up, like say you only have $150 to spend on gaming a year, you could buy 2 AAA titles and maybe an indie title that year, or you could pay for Game Pass for the whole year and have access to this massive catalog. I think it's a major boon for gaming in general as a whole.
Yeah.
I would much rather people buy, I think Game Pass, I wish they treated it more like a trial system where you had like
Yeah.
a free version of Game Pass where you could play a game for an hour, kind of like EA Play or something like that, and then you could decide if you want to buy it at a Game Pass discount.
I think my
Right.
biggest issue is that it's for games that are like brand fucking new as well.
Oh yeah,
Like
I think that's
that
terrible.
is my biggest issue. I feel like there should be some sort of limit on that. Like maybe it like
Once
you know
its price dropped to $40, that can go on Game Pass, kind of a thing.
yeah, like it's got to be at least a year old or some shit like that to go on the Game Pass. Because then it's old news. That's what Game Pass should be for. Is I'm gonna be perfectly blunt, poor people. And at that point, you can't even really be like, yeah, I'm fucking super ass poor, because you went out and you bought fucking a system that's $500 fucking dollars.
Right, but
In-
that's
in
once
any-
every
in-
5-6 years.
Right, but
Like,
still, like in any capacity though, like a computer or a fucking console at this point, unless you're buying a fucking Switch, or I think the really shitty Xbox, like the Series S or whatever the fuck that everybody talks shit on.
they go pretty commonly for like $180 on Facebook Marketplace.
Yeah.
It's cheaper than the One X goes for.
Yeah, I've heard that they're not great.
No, they're so they're terrible. Like they're literally a cash grab, and the reason why is, a lot of developers have been attacked for this because they've called it out on it. The Series S is actually weaker than the One X is from a system spec standpoint.
Wow.
But it has faster RAM and it has an SSD, so it actually can play 1440 and compete with it. But from a hardware perspective, it is worse speed-wise than the One X is, like on its computing power.
That's stupid.
Right, and so they've called a lot of developers have called out Microsoft saying you're forcing us to develop for last gen hardware during the modern generation, and it's holding a lot of game developers back.
Yeah.
And people without a lot of money who bought in the S either because they wanted a cheaper system or because maybe they would never use the disk drive, right? Unlike the PlayStation, where the same model either does or doesn't have a disk drive, Microsoft stripped down for the Series S to make it cheaper for poor people to buy or people who didn't want a disk drive, and that's fine as a concept. But developers have called them out because now they're designing for stuff on essentially systemware that's already 5 or 6 years old
Yeah.
as far as for being competitive. While at the same time, Microsoft said you have to release this game on PC.
I will say that is 100% another fucking issue, at which actually was going to be a point that I had brought up originally, is like with Microsoft in as a whole in the gaming sphere, which is they're not fucking doing anything to push the medium.
Oh no, not at all.
All they're doing is being like, "Hey, give me your money."
They're pushing the consumability. I'll give them that. They're pushing the availability of games to gamers, which again, I don't find a problem with that inherently because I think it again,
Yeah.
I would rather pay for a game and support the developer. That
I
said,
would love.
I only buy a couple games a month at most. If there's a lull month and game has 10 different games I'd like to try for an hour or two each, that'd be fantastic. To me, that's not worth $15 a month though.
I
If I were to
would.
download the game, maybe, but I would rather buy the game if I enjoy it.
The perfect scenario for this would be to see Microsoft not make a new console, make their controller still like in that style, because there are people that prefer Xbox controllers for gaming, which is fine. I get it.
I really like. I have the right now. I have the Core 2 Elite, and I absolutely love the Elite controllers.
Like I
But
get that
to be
there are
fair,
people
I
that
hate
prefer
the
those.
PS5 controllers. So
Right. And like there are people that prefer, different controllers, that's fine. I would like to see them still make their controllers. They're good controllers. But the best scenario I could see would be for them to go into some kind of agreement with Sony where essentially what Microsoft does is basically work for Sony to push, the consumability of games for people through, and maybe not even just Sony, but like Sony and Nintendo. Who gives a fuck? But
All right,
anybody
so-
else to push essentially what they're fucking doing now, just without them fucking everything up, or at least
So
trying to
it's-
fuck
it-
everything up.
it's
I know
gonna be
that will
interesting.
never work, but
So
man,
I
wouldn't that
think-
be cool?
This is going to be a conspiracy theory, right? 100% conspiracy theory. So during all these FTC fights for the block, it's actually come out where the FTC has defined a new standard in consoles called high performance consoles. And it only includes Microsoft and Sony now. Nintendo is not included in this because
Well,
it
I mean,
doesn't
yeah,
have
look at them.
Right, no. But so here's the conspiracy theory. Microsoft has been fighting this for so long to get this classification passed, and now they're going to not make a game console and force Sony to be a monopoly in this classification and not be able to sell to the US.
I don't. Dude, nah.
Again, I said conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
It's
So
out there.
here's the thing: is
but-
I could see it fucking happening, just over some stupid shit. Like I could really see our dumbass government being like, "Yeah, sure, whatever the fuck. I don't give a fuck."
Right.
Video games? You motherfuckers still? What is that? Mario? Like,
Right.
yeah.
And
'Cause
it's simply because Nintendo is considered their own class now. But to be fair, other things compete in the space Nintendo is considered in. Like the Steam Deck falls in there. You have a bunch of just like hybrid consoles from like Chinese companies and stuff competing in that market. You don't ever hear about it because they're all absolute shit.
Yeah.
But they exist at the very least. As far as I know, the only two in this category at all are Microsoft and Sony right now. So it would I don't think it's going to happen. Again, that's a conspiracy theory. I just think it would be something that if this merger gets blocked, that Microsoft would consider, because they already said back in the early Xbox One days when it was coming out as an all-in-one media thing, they already said they were considering not making a new console next generation and just going PC. So
I
we
really
almost
wish
didn't even have Series.
They really fucking should. Like, with how abysmal the Xbox One sales were, like, they fucking should have just they should have just fucking tapped out.
I mean, to be fair, the Series is doing very well. I think currently the best-selling console, again, this is not including Switch, is currently the Series S.
Probably.
Now you could argue that's due to availability on the higher end consoles like the PS4 or the PS5,
Yeah.
digital regular, and the Series X, because the S is been on shelves pretty much the entire time during the pandemic, even when the other ones weren't. Because I think they made more because it was the budget option. So if I remember right, and again, this survey that they did was from the UK, so it's not going to encapsulate worldwide, but the Series S was the highest selling one out of them all. I just don't remember if it was by a wide margin or not, because I read this a few weeks ago. But yeah, and so I think they're kind of making a turnaround due to availability. I'd be curious to see if PS5s were readily available everywhere, how that number shifts. Because this gen, Japan sales, the Xbox has upticked almost 30%. It's like if you have only one console, it's in the low 40s that the likelihood is you have an Xbox console now, as where during the 360 days it was less than like 7%, and during the Xbox One it was less than 3%. So they've had an uptick, but I think a lot of it has to do with streamers playing a lot of games that are PC games, and a lot of those games do come to Xbox and not PlayStation right now.
Yeah.
Example would be like Valheim. That's not on PlayStation. It's only on. There's another one. Was it Grounded? I think maybe.
Yeah. Well, though that one is specifically because Microsoft fucking owns Obsidian now.
Right, but it's because they see their favorite streamers playing these games, and then these games are only available on Xbox, and so they bought an Xbox to be able to play these games. And so I think it's an exposure thing at that point.
Yeah.
So, but, I mean, Switch is still handily dominating that space.
Oh, absolutely.
But
dude.
as
It's
far
the
as
Switch.
between a single console home forced on Sony and Microsoft alone, the Xbox has made up a lot of ground this gen. But again, I think a lot of that's probably based on the Series S, not the X, because it's cheaper. It's in the Switch price range at this point. Like if you go buy an OLED Switch, that's $299. I'm pretty sure brand new Series S is $349, but it's always on sale for $299 pretty much anywhere you go.
Yeah, that's fair. You know, it's
So
a whole thing. Like, I am very uncertain about the future, or not even just uncertain, but very unconfident about
concerned.
yeah, about the future of gaming as a whole, because it is such a huge fucking thing now.
It is
Especially COVID has really kind of fucked everything up, because like because there's like barely any fucking arcades like that survive that shit. So
yeah.
like gaming outside of like being at home now, and especially like streaming becoming very big and shit like that, like I do not see gaming lasting shit. I can see it not like disappearing, but becoming like basically non-existent in like a huge capacity, like within our lifetime.
I don't know. So I think it's going to change. I don't think our modern idea of how we game will be the same, because I mean we already saw the attempt to push with VR, right? Which
Yeah, 100%.
a lot
like,
of people thought
and further.
right. It is, but we had VR was like in the gaming sphere was like 2012 was when it started to really take off, right? And we're 10 years later now, and now it's acceptable. But even now, there's a lot of really poor VR experiences.
Yeah.
Right. A lot of people thought VR was going to take over in 5 years, and as far as like player to player,
I will say it definitely could have, but like
I don't know. It was for what it was at the time. It was just too rudimentary into the space.
Yeah.
Like nowadays, you have full-fledged game. Even now, you don't have a 40-hour, 60-hour RPG in VR, right? Like you don't have that kind of experience.
I think
you have a lot of fun. There's a lot of fun stuff in VR.
I think that physical limitations of like the human body is what really holds VR back.
It's the physical limitations from individual to individual more so than the body itself. Because like, okay, if Rachel plays a VR game, they're not going to have the same struggles playing that same VR game that I'm going to have based on my body size shape, right? So like even something as simple as like, I don't know if you've played like well, like Ring Fit, for example, or like Switch Sports or anything like that, where like your physicality makes a pretty big difference on what you're available to do in the game.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and VR falls in that category. Something like Beat Saber in VR, if you're more, you know,
Bro.
if you have better cardiovascular health, you're gonna have
Yeah.
so much easier of a time doing Beat Saber than someone that doesn't. It's a fucking workout if you don't.
Oh,
Right?
absolutely.
You
It
know,
is.
and so that's a big issue on what keeps people from adopting it is because like, okay, Beat Saber, fun as fuck. You go over to buddies, you play it for an hour, and you're exhausted. You go home the next day, and you know you're sore. You're like, oh man, I don't know if I really want to spend money to get sore every day. Like, because if you're not someone physically fit, you're not going to know that DOMS goes away in a couple days, and the more you do it, you'll be fine, right? You're just going to think that kind of sucks after the fact, and you're not going to go buy it. It doesn't help that the price for entry on most decent VR is still like $400.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that's just an issue with gaming in general. Is that like the entry price for gaming, other than like your phone now, is just ridiculous.
But it's that's the problem is it's not because you have so unlike VR, you have
I mean, I
past
guess it's
gen stuff.
yeah,
You
that's
have
true.
like I could go pick up a 360 or a Wii or a PS3 hella
Right.
cheap. I could go, you know, I'm not saying it's cutting edge. Like,
Right,
don't
no,
get me
but
wrong there,
that's what
but
I
the
was saying.
barrier-
Like, it's the same thing. Like, say you haven't really been like exposed to gaming a whole lot, you know, in your life, right? Even say some fucking 25-year-old right now, right? Not really been exposed to a whole lot of gaming in their life because for some fucking reason, who knows? And then they meet someone. They come buddies. They go over to their fucking house. They see them playing a game. They're like, whoa, what the fuck is that? They get super into it. And they're like, oh hell yeah. They go to look into it. It's out of their fucking price range to be trying to play that same thing with their fucking buddy because the shit is hundreds of dollars.
and this is where PC gaming is superior. And I'm not trying to talk shit. You have stuff like GeForce Now, to where you essentially can pay a subscription every month, like Game Pass or whatever, and it essentially utilizes a computer over the cloud to stream stuff to your system from a high-end machine. And unlike Stadia, which relied on its P2P contact through the Google servers, it actually works. It works really well. Like you could go with your $20, $100 Chromebook or tablet, and you can get GeForce Now, and you can play Cyberpunk at max settings at 120 frames.
Damn.
The barrier for like, I'm not going to say that's how I do it. Again, I would rather support the developer because I don't know where that money's going, who's getting that other than Nvidia, right? So I would rather have the machine to do it because it's still going to run better on native hardware. You're not going to have any input delay or latency or anything like that. And as far as I've talked to people who use GeForce Now, it's really minimal. It's only really noticeable in like hardcore fighting games, and that's about it. Anything else, it's not even noticeable.
I would imagine the biggest factor would just be your own internet connection.
Right. Well, your internet connection, and then anything you want to play online, I feel like there might be a hitch too. So, like, if you were trying to do like Modern Warfare 2, like
shit.
Warzone 2.0, or
Dog,
something
no,
like that.
dog, do like a trial of GeForce Now and fucking try to raid in 14, see what happens.
I have 14 through Square, so I can't. I would have to have it through Steam, I believe.
Damn.
And you can't have both copies on the same service account through Square. I'd have to make a whole new character and stuff on a new account.
Rip.
Yep. I actually don't know why they did that, but I think it's, and the only reason I know this is the thing
Because
is
fuck
because
Valve.
people bought the game regularly, like at the stores and stuff like that, and then they bought the DLC through Steam and couldn't play through DLCs
Yeah.
because it's a different version technically, and so
Oh, shit.
which is weird because I can have the Mac version and the PC version at the same time, or you can have the Mac version and the Steam version at the same time.
That's dumb.
Yeah, it's a different operating system, I guess. But yeah,
Right.
it's weird. So yeah, back to Microsoft. I think we may not get another system from them. I do legitimately believe they were talking at, maybe it was pre-Gamescom. They were talking if they do another system, it's essentially just going to be a computer, and they're just going to sell you upgrade parts over the years made by them. Which at that point you're like, well, why would I buy the Microsoft one when I could just build a PC? It's like they'd have to do something to make it different enough to. Otherwise, it would be like if you bought like one of those Steam
it would have
boxes.
to be very easy plug and play, kind of like how on the 360 you could just like pop the hard drive off the side.
Yeah,
It
well,
would
and
be- it
that's,
would be-
I have
I
to
imagine
imagine
it would
that's
be
what
s-
they do.
Yeah,
but
it would be sold in like little fucking like modules where like It's essentially like a plastic piece that you just fucking pull out and then put a new one in, and then you're done.
There's actually a laptop company doing that right now.
I bet that
The
shit
name,
fucking slaps.
so the name is escaping me, but Linus from Linus Tech Tips, he's actually an investor in it, and that's the only reason I've seen it. And essentially, every single part is swappable outside of the screen, and you can buy a new screen if you want. But everything is just these little chips that you buy, and they just pop out the same way you would pop out a hard drive, and you pop the new one in, and the piece is in that, and the connector's at the end. And so you need to switch your RAM. You just buy the new RAM module chip, you pop your thing out, you pop the other one straight in. You don't have to like fiddle with plugging them in or anything like that. It's no different than just popping like a floppy in your computer.
Yeah, I'm gonna be perfectly
You know?
honest. That's like half the reason why I haven't bothered like looking into upgrading my computers, because I don't want to fuck around in there and like fuck shit up, because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing with all that.
You're not gonna be able to upgrade your computer.
Oh, I know. I gotta buy a new one. Like I know where
Outside
my shit
of-
is. It sucks.
So, well, no. So, because whenever I was buying a video card, I looked into like what you'd cap out at, and you could go up like one more video card. So I got you a 1063 gig. You could go up to like an RX 550 from AMD, or you can go up to a 1066 gig. After that, your CPU is actually going to be bottlenecking your frame rate, so you're not going to get any advantage.
Yeah.
And you have the highest model of CPU for that motherboard available. So if you want something new, you could upgrade to a 1066 gig. You'll get 10, maybe 15 more frames out of it, but that's not really worth the price of entry, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So
Like
you're
that.
better
That's
off
gonna
building
be.
new.
Yeah. Like that's gonna be like a whole nother thing. Like over the course
No,
of
you
the
could
years.
keep
Like
your
I want
you
to.
could keep your hard drive, you could keep your case, you could keep your
Yeah.
power supply. Like you would just so essentially, if you want to build something new, I don't remember if you have DDR3 or DDR4. If you have DDR4, you wouldn't have to buy new RAM. You could buy a DDR4 motherboard with a modern CPU, because 5 is out now, but a lot of the CPUs from both AMD and Intel still support DDR4. You just have to buy a motherboard that supports it.
Yeah. My whole plan was to just outright, just over the course of this year, just like outright, like pick all the things that I want, and then just build a new PC, have it built, and then sent to me. And
I mean,
then
if you just want
have
to,
the
if you just
shit.
want to buy the parts, I can build it. Like,
That's fair.
it's gonna save you on average about 10% of the cost.
Hell yeah.
Some
yeah,
like,
'cause
some of
Chelsea
them like
wants
NTXT
to-
build gives like I think it's $100 build fee. So if you're going over $1,000, it starts becoming less and less of a percentage, but it's still like money that you don't have to spend, because you could go and you could wait for sales on Newegg throughout the course of the year and buy the parts you want at the cheapest they go and save significantly more, and then we could just build it. Like I could
give
probably
Chelsea
put you
this
together
computer.
something.
I could give me that. I could give Chelsea my computer. Give me that ultra wide screen.
So
that
like
ultra wide curve.
like my ultra wide screen or like a regular ultra wide screen. Have you seen my monitor?
Yeah, yours is big as hell.
Mine.
Yeah,
it's-
no, that's what I'm
it's
talking about. Like, I essentially want one to be able to like basically take up the whole like corner of my desk.
Yeah, it's so I highly advise against these monitors. The only reason being, pretty much nothing supports 32:9 resolution. So you're
mean,
not going to be
that's
able to
fine.
play like you're not going to be able to like anything in full screen. For
Look,
me,
I
and this is-
basically
okay,
never
you're
play
looking to
anything in
stream,
fucking full stream. I'm gonna be perfectly
Right.
honest.
right? So for me, and this is why you might like it as well, is I bought it specifically so I could have OBS on on 1/3,
Yeah.
have my game at 1440p in the middle, and then have like Twitch chat and stuff like that on the right side, and so I can see everything I need while I'm streaming all on one monitor. So I don't have to monitor on like my phone or my second monitor. So like my second monitor, I have turned vertical. So I have like Discord and stuff like that on there, so I can glance over it if someone's typing in there, but it doesn't affect any of my stream stuff.
Yeah.
It's also super nice for making music and being able to have these massive MIDI maps brought out for when editing like drums and shit. But the biggest reason I don't recommend it is it's so heavy because of its width that the cheapest monitor arm that supports its weight and size is $400.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, yeah. I bought one finally. It's phenomenal. Absolutely love this monitor arm. But I had this thing for almost 2 years before I could justify buying the monitor arm for it.
Yeah.
And the only reason I did is because the monitor stand takes up so much desk space that I just felt like I have two different stream decks on my desk, as well as I have like my audio deck, and I have my wireless mouse charger, and I have my studio monitors, and I have my audio interface. Like, I have so much shit on my desk to make everything be the way I want it. I needed that extra space that the monitor arm gave me.
That's fair. Well, shit, dog. It's fucking almost midnight.
All right, man.
Yeah, I'm
So,
gonna fucking finally
been
hop.
a-
Yeah, finally
been a
hop
good
off
chat.
this motherfucker. I gotta fucking go see if Chelsea's still even awake.
I still got him to go make dinner, so
Right.
I mean, I'm just heating up a pizza, but
Oh, that's fair.
you know, yeah. I went out. You text me you're on your way, and I was like, all right, cool. And I ran down to Casey's and got a frozen pizza and a couple drinks. So,
Well, shit, man. Either
all
way,
right, man.
fucking,
Well, thanks for having me on.
hey,
And
thanks for coming on, man. It was a good fucking time. Like
good.
I said, I'm gonna be doing these. At least recording the podcast at least once a week, just so I can stay ahead of the game. Because, like I said, I want to have a backlog kind of ready so that I can.
So, are you
just
gonna
stay ahead of it.
one last thing then? Are you gonna just kind of not put stuff out on the other platforms for this month, so you have a backlog you can just be releasing starting like February 1st, to a
Yeah,
day kind of a
yeah.
thing?
Like even on like YouTube. Like I said, I'm not gonna really have anything up. It's just like right now I have a couple VODs up and like the past couple podcasts I've done. So, and that's it. Which
Hell yeah.
it'll change come fucking February. I'll be putting shit out. It's just I got to build up that backlog first. Start fucking editing shit. Which that's gonna be the biggest thing. Is like I'm gonna go through and like actually edit the podcast because I don't know. Unedited, I don't know. Feels kind of not great because there's a lot of pauses and like moments like this where I'm just like,
So I don't know what software you're using, but a lot of editing softwares from the audio side has a feature that will essentially remove any dead noise. And so on your audio track, like because it'll have your video and then below it it'll have an audio file, right? You'll be able to see where all those audio segments are cut with no dead noise, and then you can literally just mimic that on the video file. You have to manually cut the video file to
Right.
mimic that.
Well, it's a
but
good thing I don't
you
got
could-
no video.
Oh yeah, I mean I guess that's true. Yeah, that's
All
true.
right, well then yeah, I guess I'll just have to fucking.
I don't.
fucking look
Again,
into
I don't
that
know. I don't know the one you're using or what what you're using, but I know a lot of them. Like
I'm
from
currently
an
using
audio side does.
I'm currently using a video software only so that I can separate the audio from the video.
Right. So, like for instance,
But,
Premiere Pro
from there.
has that in it built in. But the reason Premiere has that built in is because Adobe makes Adobe Audition, and it's a feature of Audition that does that. So,
Oh, yeah.
but I know like Logic did when I was, Pro Tools does. I don't know if Reaper does. Reaper's free, so you could download that. Once you have the
Yeah.
audio file separated, you can move the audio file over there and do that. But I'll let you go. So just
Yeah, man.
hit me up if you have any questions about any of the like audio editing and stuff like that, because I'm pretty comfortable doing that stuff.
Right.
So if you're looking for something, I'll just have to figure out what software you're in and figure it out from there. So
Well, yeah, man. Hell yeah, man. Fucking I will catch you fucking later, dude. Thanks again for coming on.